chalice gets closer. As they do so, I can see that the eyes are manic and wild, unblinking in their stare. If I looked close enough, I dare say they were even shaking.
I wish to be closer to my lord. How does one do this?
It asked, the stench of its breath now close enough to singe my nose hairs and set fire to my mustache by proxy. I leaned back slowly and took in his question. Doesn't work like that here, fella. You want top shelf stuff? You need to bring me a story. I'll hear it out and help pick the right drink for you on your first time. I sat back against the counter, determined not to go blind from the smell when they began speaking again. So, what have you got for me? The figure wordlessly sat down on the adjacent stool, their form hunching over like a coiled snake, and their eyes fixated on me as if the head beneath the hood dipped down. It was unnerving.
I was a lost soul before I found godliness. I used to do as my body commanded without thinking of the consequences. If it urged me to burn something, I burnt it. If it willed me to hit someone, I hit them. If it compelled me to, well...
I may not have seen the smile beneath the hood, but I could hear it in their voice. I didn't like where this was going, but hearing them out was part of the job, so I held my tongue.
For the longest time, I did as I wished. But one day, I grew too bold, and my wings were clipped. I gazed upon the sun and saw the true face of salvation. The light shining through him and forcing the light within me up and out through my chest. The light inside is the path I needed to give myself purpose, but...
He paused, the arms under his robes trembling as I sensed frustration building in him, the smell of stale water running through the whole bar and making me gag.
But I have reached my limit, and the light in me is growing dim. I heard about your establishment and the unique properties it possesses. So, if I must divulge something to you, I will. But your concoction must do the job, my friend.
I give him the once-over, and beyond the obvious fact that he was cloaked and smelled worse than a corpse in midday sun, there was something off about him. Maybe he knew something. I glanced at my top shelf and saw a bottle roughly the size of a skull sitting dutifully on the far end, waiting to be grabbed. It held a good weight to it, the various tendrils forming hooks to hold onto, and the base of the tendrils wrapping around a face, with a look of abject terror permanently across the only visible eye, the other having the socket bore into by a thick black tendril and exiting out of the mouth as a spout. Red liquid sloshes about as I set it down, the label reading, "The elixir of nausea, the river of fate washing down your throat, never ceasing and singular in its direction. You take this, there's no going back, and I'm not even sure what'll happen to you, so your story better be going somewhere. I'm not the religious type." I frowned, pulling the chalice off the top shelf behind me and filling it to the brim, the liquid congealing and laying perfectly still once poured, as if frozen over. I kept it in front of me as I felt the unceasing stare bearing down on me. But I was undeterred in my decision. "Whenever you're ready. I've got all the time in the world, Mr. I paused and waited for a reply, but instead I was greeted by that sensation of a smile, like I was being sized up.
"Venerator will do just fine,"
he replied eventually, his arms still in his lap and his posture unchanged.
"I must confess your hound makes me uneasy. Perchance you could remove him until I am finished partaking in this drink?"
Offense washed over me, but I held it for the sake of the patron and the desire to see where this was going. I obliged and sent Cheddar to the back, knowing this was not my smartest moment. As I shut the door on him, a smash echoed from the bar. Upon rushing round, I saw the bottle was in 1,000 pieces, and the rest of the red liquid was fastening itself to the floor, soon to be a permanent stain.
"My apologies. I was reaching for the chalice and I forgot how close it was. I would be happy to reimburse you."
The eyes didn't leave my direction once. Did he stare at me the entire time I was putting Cheddar away? No matter. Your story will be payment enough, especially while I pick up these pieces. Go ahead, Mr. Venerator. I sighed, leaning down to begin the arduous and mundane task of cleanup. 99% of a bartender's job. The other 1% split evenly between interesting stories and freaks like this guy. Remind me why I do this again?
I really liked my first test. She was a delicate little thing whose mother had abandoned her at birth. The rest of the litter had cut her out, and she would never survive. Master told me the light in her would be best suited added to my own, but it had to be cleansed from her. So, like any dutiful pilgrim, I took the flames of purity to her and stripped the light from her flesh once the fur had melted away.
He paused. I could hear the shiver from under the bar as he gasped.
The screams were like a private performance for me. I still get tingles now.
I started picking up the bigger pieces. In the reflection, I saw that Venerator had set back down the chalice, and that his eyes were no longer set on me. Unease washed over me, but I continued to clean. What happened after that? Surely your master didn't just grant you a seat on the council. I quipped, hoping my humor would ease the tension, but it didn't.
He told me I couldn't be present for the graduation ceremony, that I had a more important job to undertake. My second assignment was dull compared to the final one. I was to gain his favor by ensuring his actions were seen to the end, no matter what it...
He began coughing and hacking, pushing himself away from the table as the drink began to take effect. The elixir of Norsha wasn't just a way to get closer to your chosen idol metaphorically. It shifted you to be what they wanted, regardless of the circumstances. I had no idea what it would do to him once it took hold, but it was my chance to learn, and I wasn't willing to let it go. As he curled over on the floor, I got to my feet and leaned over the counter to talk to him. I could see the exposed skin on his arms began to grow gray, and the nails lengthening to form sharper claws. Your master, he did something, didn't he? Something you wanted to be a part of. The Venerator didn't reply. He didn't even move, save for some light breathing. I'm still figuring out what he did and how someone like you found this place. You don't think I realized what you are? You're playing a dangerous game coming here in your condition, you know that? This isn't the first out-of-the-way bar you've been to, is it? While I didn't go out much, I wasn't the only unusual bar around, and my colleagues had been murmuring about weird visits. Strange hooded people asking for very specific top-shelf concoctions that they should have had no idea about, with stories that seemed too far strange to be real. I'd even known a few places to go dark not long after mentioning this, so I'd been mindful of newcomers since then. What did your master want with Letty? She's just an ordinary woman. She led a good life. Help me understand. I leaned down to pick him up, and I could see his body shaking, a weak laughter emanating from behind the cloak. A hand appeared before I could react and lifted me up to my feet with ungodly force, the frame now standing up and becoming taller as it did so, far taller than before. I kicked my legs, but I couldn't find any footing or area to reach. I was completely at his mercy, the voice no longer raspy as it spoke, but booming and guttural.
She was a crucial part of the Ascendancy. Reverence and Disquiet saw the potential in her and told our master she was the one. They were tasked with taking her memory while our master fed on her essence. Taking a light before it has a chance to glow brings extra brilliance to his hue. Helps him form into this world better.
Venerator's eyes now filled with such joy, and for the first time, I could see something beneath it. A swirling mass of tendrils running across scarred and leathery skin with exposed pink flesh, the nose stripped to the bone and his eyes hanging in jagged sockets.
But my job was special. Master took my light and dimmed it just enough that I'd send out the signals for your bar to appear. Master said this is how people locate you when they need you the most.
I began sweating. My vision blurred and my chest felt hot as I gasped for air that wasn't coming. The feeling of malice seemingly pulsating through his arms and transferring to me. It was borderline palpable. His teeth were visibly shaking as he smiled. This was the face of an animal, not a person.
I don't understand, but I am just a pilgrim, so I need only follow. You tried altering the course of fate, and that, dear friend, was your biggest error. Master doesn't wish to have any adjudicators. He has made his choice, and so should you.
I felt the stabbing sensation of a tendril in my side, a hot, burning liquid beginning to break down my cells and pushing its way through my bloodstream. My hands felt numb, and I stopped fighting, barely able to muster a whisper.
You wanted my story? Well, here it is, Sullivan. What message would you like me to tell the Master?
He called out with glee, pulling my body towards his face so he could hear my last gasps of air. Maybe it was by chance or by divine intervention, but Emperor's Refuge kicked in. I felt the surge of energy fill my body and remove the semblance of pain for the briefest of moments. I knew I had to act quickly before I succumbed to the darkness. Gripping his arms as hard as I could, I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Cheddar, clean up!" The sound of the back door swinging off its hinges broke through the air as Cheddar rose behind Venerator. The chunky mountain dog a distant memory as he now stood on his hind legs, his upper half uncoiling like a snake and his eyes rolled into the back of his head. He was breathing heavily, his slobber a thick black and steaming hot, his jaw opening far longer than any dog should be able to muster. The grip on my neck loosened as abject fear now replaced the malice intent. Venerator turned his attention to Cheddar and looked visibly terrified. The last thing I saw before the subsequent darkness after being dropped to the ground was the unhinged form of Cheddar doing what he does best, cleaning up. First went the head, then the limbs. The last thing was a tendril being graciously mopped up by Cheddar as I fell into unconsciousness, Emperor's Refuge taking me gratefully into its arms. My memories flooded me while I was surfing in the darkness. Memories of a man I used to be, of someone who could barely hold a sentence together without the voices overtaking me and driving me into total madness, of a man who made one crucial mistake and found himself in a pub along the English countryside, greeted by an older woman who gave him a drink and listened for a while. How long has it been, I wonder?
Holy, what happened to you?
Pain riddled my body as I felt my consciousness being thrown toward the light at an alarming pace, the whiplash coming with a fresh level of pain that steadily rose the more aware I became. My stomach felt like it was rotting away, and I could no longer feel my legs. Cheddar whined, and the unfamiliar voice of a woman with dark skin and curly black hair became apparent as she kneeled over me, her eyes darting across my damaged body.
What do I do, Sully? Tell me, and I'll do my best, okay?
She said calmly, her bedside manner giving me even more cause for concern on my well-being. I tried to move, but the pain was so intense that I felt consciousness ripping away from me if I dared to venture too far. I cast my eyes to her and to the bar above me. Top shelf, middle, far at the back, silver bottle with the chain around it, ice cold to the touch. I foolishly tried to move my arms on instinct, and again, pain tugged at my mind, reminding me of my error. The woman sprang to her feet and rummaged on the top shelf, the urgency causing her to knock a couple of bottles aside, much to my dismay. Sure enough, she got her hands on the silver bottle and brought it down to me. It's something I had not seen in many, many years. It's more of a teardrop than a standard bottle. The chains around it silver even to this day. A small combination lock at the top by the cap. I whisper the number to her, and she pulls the cork off, a chill rushing through the room. She read the note on the side, a teardrop falling from the moon with the trail effect burning off it as the logo reads, Professor Ambrose Ashton Smith's Silver Tear Potion. Your cycle shall not end so long as you keep this close. 1 glass for injury, 2 for death. Springing to action, she poured out 1 glass and the bottle fell empty at the very last drop. She didn't register this, however, and propped the glass under my lips as I gratefully drank, the horrific cold chill flowing through my body and beating back whatever damage the Venerator had inflicted me with. After a few minutes, the sensation in my body returned, and I got to my feet, still a little woozy, but thankfully none the worse. "Well, looks like you'll get a drink on me," I chuckled, my side still a little sore, and the tear ruining my blazer. "Thanks, by the way. To whom do I owe my gratitude?" She stretched out her hand and I took it, a firm grip meeting me as she flashed a grin.
Detective Georgia Halpin. Somebody put in a call that there was an incident here, and, well, here I am.
The woman took a seat at the bar and rested her head in her hands, smiling in bewilderment as Cheddar sat at the foot of the bar, panting and focused on me.
You're really okay? What the hell was in that drink?
Just a favor from a long, long time ago. Won't be able to use that again. Was really hoping it'd come in handy during an epic battle of some kind, but I never go anywhere. So I guess it is what it is. I put the bottle away in a small box underneath the bar and began to properly take in Halpin. She was in her late 20s, athletic, and sporting a smart casual attire that suggested she took her job seriously but enjoyed being sociable. A definitive uptake from Mr. Sewer Nightmare earlier on. Her hair was tied in a bun with a long golden pen in the center.
So, how does this place work? How much do I need to fork out for you to bend an ear?
She asked coyly, a flash of pearly whites as I reciprocated. You just need to tell a story, but since I owe you... I trailed off, realizing what I was actually saying, but she caught on quickly.
Since you owe me, you've got to tell the story. Bet you didn't think that would happen when you woke up this morning, huh?
She laughed, her eyes scanning the shelves behind me for something that took her fancy.
Well, you show me something, and I'll show you something. Sound fair?
Her eyes resting over a black and white bottle in the shape of a bed stood on its end with a person's face asleep on top, the cork in the center of their chest. I obliged and grabbed it from the shelf and set it down in front of her, the label reading, "The Thought Collective presents Emporium brand black whiskey with a dash of pensive. Relive those golden memories in the black of night." Not a bad choice. This will either bring clarity to your mind or make everything feel like it's in murky waters. It can be quite a journey if you're not careful, you know, I said, uncorking the bottle and letting the smell of ginseng and walnuts waft through the air before fetching a large mead tankard and pouring the contents sideways. The black liquid left the container, coming out clear as crystal, then hitting the tankard. Black particles bubbling beneath the surface until the end of the pour, when a dark froth bubbled at the top. I slid it over to her and gave her a nod as she took a sip, her eyes closing in enjoyment as she let it fill her. She spun her hand around, signaling me to talk. "All right, fine. Here goes," I said, and fetched Cheddar a slab of meat while talking, learning from before and opting to keep the detective in my sight the entire time. I sort of fell into this business. I wasn't always the suave, handsome, charming, and obviously humble bartender you see before you. I was once just a messed up kid trying to find his way. She finished her sip with a gulp and smiled, wiping her mouth and looking intently at me, nodding. Everyone goes through that phase in their lives where they have absolutely no clue what they're doing. Mine lasted from 10 to 30. And saw no sign of slowing down as I fell into my late youth. I just felt lost, like I belonged nowhere. So I made people pay attention to me whichever way I could. If that meant lashing out, well, so be it. Bad publicity was just fine by me. I shook my head. Being on the giving end of these was not my idea of fun. But a promise was a promise. But eventually, all our demons catch up to us, and I got in deep with the mistake I made and was given a choice: do this job or rot. And here I am. The end. I held up my arms and let them fall to my sides before shrugging.
Your demon's catching up to you, eh? Yeah, I'm sure Gomez de Stefanos did as well.
Halpin nonchalantly declared before taking another gulp of the drink and wiping her mouth, locking eyes with me.
How much of what you just said was bullshit, Sully?
I smirked. She was quick on her feet. Enough that you can't seem to figure it out. How'd you know my name? Why are you really here? She finished her drink, slamming it down on the table before taking a walk in the bar foyer. Looking at the photos of past events we'd put on and notes grateful patrons had left behind.
Sullivan, our time was irreplaceable. The drinks exquisite, and your wit sharp enough to cleave me in two. I will hold this time in my heart, for you pulled me out of the darkest pit, and with one drink made it so I had wings. I hope to see you once more someday, my comrade. Maximilian Wentworth.
Sully, you know what this means to me. Everything else has already been said. Thank you. Give Cheddar the biggest hug for me, okay? Catherine Letty.
Well now, this one looks new. So many grateful patrons. You've amassed quite the following here, haven't you, Sully? I assume that's why Gomez found his way here a couple nights ago.
She turned to look at me, eyes narrowed.
But we've not seen him since. Nobody has. Even asked some of your regulars and Miss Letty here, but nobody had an answer for me. How oddly protective.
Who sent you? Are you really concerned with someone like Gomez? I asked, feeling suddenly very on edge. She laughed bitterly at the notion.
Don't be silly. That vile prick was a foot soldier, and a greedy one at that. No, I'm here because you clearly have no understanding of your boundaries, and if violence won't make the line in that sand clear, maybe fear will.
She opened her palms out and clenched her fist.
A pity, really. I like this drink. But temperance finds its work is never done.
Without a second to respond, she began punching her stomach over and over until the drink she'd consumed moments ago poured out of her like a black cloud through gags and belches. It formed a haze that quickly turned into a cloud. In it, I could see figures moving around as the images became clear and an apartment room could be made out. It was a dark apartment room with a row of plants in the corner, sitting dutifully and waiting for water. A bunch of baby toys littered the floor, a stuffed animal ripped to pieces and cast aside. I didn't want to see this. A hunched-over figure viciously chewed on something as blood and viscera coated the floor. Its shoulder blade jutted out, and the hood barely covered the large, bulbous head as it gnashed away. Two hooded members standing on either side and watching with vested interest. The bar darkened, and even the sounds of Cheddar barking were muted as the thing in the haze clicked its back, straightened up and turned, huge black eyes falling upon me as mandibles clicked and blood-covered pedipalps shivered, laughing maniacally unseen amid the smoke and haze. I knew that whatever I was staring at was beyond any weird story, gruesome tale, or bizarre encounter I'd had to that point. It was something that, for the briefest of moments, created a fear in me that screamed to close the bar and move, but once you start something like this, you cannot stop. I knew that. There was something preying on my patrons, and I couldn't ignore it. Still, in that moment, amid those blackened clouds, I felt a sliver of fear that so many victims had fallen prey to. What I was so worried would continue to befall them if I stood idly by when they came to me for help. The black eyes shimmered and the voice resonated through me, ringing out long after the warning was delivered and I had been left in the dark bar. Cheddar sat with me on the floor as I stared at the empty bottle of Emperor's Refuge and lamented on the clarity it could give me, the words swelling and bursting in my skull.
I'll see you soon.
I'll see you soon. It's been a few hours, and that monster's voice is still ringing in my ears. The low, dulcet tones bouncing around in my skull like a pinball, each synapse bringing with it a new electrical shock through my veins. I didn't know what he was, but everything about him was wrong, and my own stubbornness was going to be the death of me. Typical Sully. Never could run away from a fight. I was lying against the bar, the lights dimmed down and the regulars asleep in their seats in the VIP lounge. Fortunate I didn't kick them out. Cheddar was asleep by my side, curled up into a ball, and, as always, chewing on his blanket, some of the drool soaking onto my apron, but I didn't mind. Honestly, without him here, I think I would have just packed in the whole career by now. I pulled a bottle from underneath the bar, thankfully within my reach. It was old, in a wooden coffin with chains around it, more ceremonial than intentional. A sigil scratched across the center and the teal fluid running down the sides, creating a beautiful glow that gave off more than just a morose beverage. The note scratched on the back read, "Poe and Sons offer to you their sobering condolences for a time when your mind might be sharp but your body must rest." I opened the casket and grabbed the small locket inside. My eyes fell upon the photo from years gone by. I was smiling and far less bearded, my arm wrapped around the shoulders of my mentor and a smiling woman in the center. Even now, her smile filled me with such warmth. If only she were here. I took a long sip of the drink and felt her voice fade away as silence rang through my ears like ambrosia. My muscles began to relax as rest greeted my soul. "The fuck am I gonna do, huh?" I asked, my hand running over the fur on the top of his head as he breathed heavily.
My guess is you're going to stare it in the face, bear a smile, and give him the service of a lifetime.
I looked up to see an older woman standing in the arch of my doorway. She was tall, thin, and her black-gray dreadlocks gracefully hung down and rested across her shoulders, her outfit ever the same, a hunter's cloak with one too many clasps, a triple-bound book attached at the hip, and several voodoo charms adorning the belt buckle. Maybe it was because I hadn't seen her in so long, or maybe it was the bleakness of the situation, but she looked almost radiant standing there. "Madam Lockhart, it's been far too long," I said, getting to my feet and feeling the ache in my side as I reached out a hand. She pushed it away and smiled.
Sullivan, how many times must I remind you? It's Nell. None of this formality nonsense. I taught you better than that.
She pulled me in for a hug, the audible wince in my voice easing her grip and bringing concern to her own.
What have you gotten yourself into this time?
She asked, without letting me go from the hug. "A baby-eating madman. Might be otherworldly. It's a whole thing. And his followers want me for something. I thought it was death, but..." I looked over at the empty bottle of silver tear potion, still confused. "She saved me before warning me. Makes no damn sense." Nell let me go, and the look on her face told me she knew something I didn't, her hazel eyes shimmering in the dim neon light of the bar sign.
Sullivan, you've made your choice, and you will not make it out of this intact. So it's my job to best equip you for when that time comes.
She put a hand on my face, rubbing my cheek like an attendant mother, the warmness returning to her face the moment she touched me.
You've grown so much. I'd hate to lose my favorite student.
I smiled, feeling a degree of safety I realized I'd not felt for some time. I told her about the past few days and the events leading up to that. Much like how I treat my regular patrons, she listened with next to no judgment and showed attentiveness throughout. She was, and still is, my hero. Some things never change, I guess. Madam Nell Lockwood was my mentor from an age long past, someone who offered me a hand when nobody else would and listened without judgment. I guess her policies rubbed off on me. She ran an establishment a lifetime away from here that catered more to finding, preserving, and/or eliminating cryptids. She still enjoyed a drink, though, and that was how I came to be in this place, running this bar.
Cheddar!
She squealed as she saw the groggy dog lifting his head and barking. Well, more boofing, given his size. At the sight of her, she held her hands open as the big lug ran into her full pelt and profusely licked all over her face, her laughter infecting me as much as the bar. She made me feel safe in a way very few did. I missed that. I turned the lights on and grabbed a change of clothes from the back room, the purple waistcoat now torn to shreds and the tie looking more frayed than before. Spying an old favorite in the back, I quickly put it on, feeling a dull ache in my side as I wrapped the navy tweed waistcoat around a white satin shirt, putting my watch back in the waistcoat pocket and keeping the chain tight to the center. I fastened the silver buttons as carefully as I'd done on my first day here so long ago. Had it been 10 years? 20? I couldn't remember anymore. I just knew that this was the place I had to be, and that I had a duty here. That was all that mattered. I took my silver tie, adorned with small bears patterned over it, and straightened my dirty blonde hair, slicking it to the side as I measured whether my undercut needed shaving or not. Appearances are everything, after all. Deciding it was fine, I slugged my apron on and went back into the main bar where Nell was sitting on the floor, trench coat hung on the side as she cuddled a very content Cheddar, tail wagging and big droopy tongue slung out on the floor. "You're gonna spoil him, you know. He'll start wanting constant attention," I teased as I looked at him and his elated face beamed back at me. She giggled, her scarred hand running up and down his belly.
Well, maybe it's not such a bad thing. After all, he's only here for you, and to him, you're all he has. So attention is never unwanted or spurned.
She sighed, still smiling, but reservedness weighing down her words.
If only everyone was like that. But Cheddar has a purpose, as do you. He isn't just in the bar, he's a part of it.
She looked up at me, eyes full of tiredness and stress lines littering her face.
I just don't want to live in a world where he's left waiting for you at the door and you never come back, Sully.
Well, I don't plan on giving in to whatever they are, but I gather you're not just here for time with Cheddar. What do you have for me? She rubbed Cheddar's face and kissed his head before getting to her feet, her arms and hands littered with battle scars from years studying the various creatures that exist. How she was still alive now is beyond me. She's like a mountain, never ceasing regardless of the elements put in her way. Taking a seat at the bar, she pulls out her book, the Creature Compendium, and opens it up while staring at my back wall of drinks.
I'll take the Evening Star, if you don't mind,
she declared as her face bent back down into the book, scanning over her notes and mumbling to herself occasionally as she flipped through the pages frantically. It was worn and damaged, but it held every entry she or her colleagues had ever made of the creatures that lurk in the places we never see. I reached for the bottles in the center of the top shelf, the shape of an Aztec temple with black foundations running up either side and connecting to an altar filled with red steps. The cork fastened firmly into the sacrificial table. Grabbing it and setting it down in front of her, the label read, "Emporium Brewery brings you the Shallot Whiskey, the beverage that gives as much as it takes." The red and black liquid shimmered in front of Nell as she motioned me to sit down opposite her, leaning over to grab a pair of the shot glasses I keep under the bar. She unscrewed the top of the drink and poured 2 shots. I grab a stool and stare at the drink in front of me. "You know I don't drink if I can help it, Nell." Without meeting my gaze, Nell downs both in succession as a shiver runs down her back before she flips the book around and begins talking, the burn of the drink riding high in her throat and giving her silky voice extra gravitas.
This master you've heard about, the one you saw in the vision, I'm sure it won't come as a surprise to you, but he's not from our reality. I can't be certain where he hails from, but I would wager it's a long way from here, and it's far less populated. Maybe through his own doing, or someone like him.
She paused, coughing as the burn got the better of her.
But he's old. Very, very old. Clearly, he's got an influence on the people here, and he's got an ability to corrupt those who follow him. I'd say through something on his person, like his blood, or
a concoction, I said, a chill running down my spine, the realization making me genuinely uncomfortable. It seemed Nell shared the sentiment.
Or a concoction, yes. Maybe that's why this Halpin Temperance person let you live and wasn't concerned with his other followers. He must need you for something. My guess is conversion.
She walked back to her book and pulled it up, an image very similar to the creature I saw in the vision, but one without clothing and far less humanoid staring back at me.
This, Sullivan, is what I call a dimensional devourer. He's not the first, but he seems to be the most influential. I've come across one before, and it was a lone wolf, but it talked about coming here and spreading its influence. It created other cryptids I've spent my life hunting, and it feasted on humans to the degree where they didn't just die. They were all but erased from this dimension.
And we have one that seems to know its target audience. Great. I replied, the Shah of Shola looking tempting all of a sudden.
This one has some kind of group. You said you'd met 2 of them already?
She asked, pen at the ready to take notes. Yeah, Venerator was some kind of tentacle fanatic. Dude had a fascination with growing closer to his god, and he stank to high heaven. A lingering, garbagey scent burning on a hot summer's day. I retched a little as I reminded myself. Nell looked unimpressed. The other was Detective Halpin. Called herself Temperance. She said she was just here to deliver a message, and after saving my life, did just that. Whoever heard of an honest bad guy? Or girl?
These 2 others they mentioned, Disquiet and Reverence, they aren't going to just sit on their asses and wait for you, Sullivan. They're coming here. What are you going to do when that happens? Smile and offer them a drink, hoping they won't just kidnap you or steal your stock?
Oh, that would be boring.
Nell swung round and without hesitation threw her pen like a dagger in the direction of the voice. A small hooded figure near the back of the room maneuvered out of the way and stood on its head by the windowsill, its neck cracking as it supported the entirety of its body weight.
That simply will not do. Not do at all.
The voice was high-pitched, feminine, and carried an air of something unnatural about it.
Identify yourself. I'd enjoy making a new addition to my compendium,
Nell said, a sly grin running across her face as she kept her eyes fixed on the small creature.
You may call me Disquiet, a follower of the light inside, and that.
She raised her hand, and a single digit cracked forwards, the joint straining as it continued to extend beyond its limitations to a spot behind the both of us.
Is my colleague Reverence.
Without my say-so, Cheddar had instinctively gone onto his hind legs and was leaning towards a monolithic-like structure, cloaked and against the wall in the corner. At first, I thought it was a machine, but red eyes and a hateful stare broke through the darkness as a pair of veiny, muscled arms reached out and pulled Cheddar into a bear hug, his yelps ripping out my eardrums.
Revere what you fear. Flee from what you don't. I will ascend to greatness. You, on the other hand, won't.
The figure known as Reverence pulled on Cheddar tighter, his black drool burning Reverence's skin, but not ceasing the agony he was facing.
Cheddar!
Nell looked at me and nodded before switching her stance and rushing towards Reverence, pulling a serrated blade from her belt buckle and pulling it close to her face, breathing heavy.
I can't help you with both, but do you trust me, Sully?
She called back, not taking her eyes off the monstrosity in front of her. Does service come with a smile? I replied, not taking mine off the emaciated, broken form in front of me. Her stomach began to glow as she leaned down to hold onto it, and the red and black energy rushing through her veins and filling her entire being.
I'll give you credit, Sully. You offer one hell of a drink!
She cried, bellowing as a thick black and red smoke emitted from her eyes, nose, and mouth, encompassing the area around Cheddar and Reverence, Nell crying out,
"The hunt begins, motherfuckers!"
and laughing heartily before leaping towards them, a well of bright energy blasting through the bar and painting it in a red and blue hue for a moment before dissipating. A scarred floor, all that remained of the 3 of them, and a gaping hole in the wall where Reverence once stood. The sounds of crashing and banging filling the back rooms as I hear them brawling in the distance. I coughed and covered my mouth as I tried not to let my focus wane in front of what I instinctively knew was a dangerous being. Disquiet slumped forward, her back falling to the ground and contorting her frame as she reoriented her body to stand upright, the joints shaking and crunching as she twisted to assume the correct stance.
Interesting. She was never mentioned to us before arriving here. We thought 2 would be appropriate. How very frustrating.
Her voice was monotone in its expression, a trait I was quickly growing tired of. I twirled my mustache and took a few deep breaths, trusting Nell to do her part and focusing on my own. Welcome to the Spaces Between. I'm sure you know who I am by now. What can I get for you? I smiled, each word delivered with sincerity, but with a dagger of malice lying in wait behind it. I wanted nothing more than to throw her on her ass and kick her out, or worse, but approaching this cautiously was my best bet. The figure took several steps forward, legs crossing over each other in awkward ways before disappearing from my vision entirely. A moment later, she was sitting on the bar and pointing towards something on the shelf.
I would like to sample this before we get started.
Then kindly move your ass off the bar. That's not sanitary, I replied coldly. This one was getting on my nerves. She cocked her head to the side as she observed me.
You don't wish to know how I got here so quickly?
She asked. If curiosity was in her voice, I couldn't hear it over the monotone drone. No, I wish you'd fuck off from the bar, but that isn't how things work around here. So take a seat, tell me your story, and I'll prepare your drink. If the story is good, you'll get your drink. I turned my back as I heard her shuffling to the seat, and I grabbed a pair of bottles from the top shelf. And as I may not be strong, Cheddar and Nell are. If they come back, when they come back, you'd better be finished with your drink and be heading back to Captain Tarantula to tell him he needs to go back to his dimension. We're full. The first bottle I slammed onto the table was in the shape of a human heart. Black, with ventricles and veins perfectly placed as it beat softly in place, letting the dark fluid rush around in its center and creating a slight stream as it bubbled from the top ventricle. The note read, "The Society of the Sunless gives unto you, the Kingmaker. With consumption, he ascended to his endless throne." The second was a fractured handheld mirror, fragmented in multiple places but still perfectly held together, a yellow liquid running through it and creating a beautiful pattern as it pooled at the center. The label reading, "Kane Brewery offers you divine intervention. Just one taste and the moment will change." These are old. Very, very old. I began, pulling the stool from across the bar and sitting down on it, hands folded in front of me. I don't know how you identified one of them. I don't know what you want, but your story starts now. One of these drinks will be your drink. Let's find out which it is.
From the age of 7, my father instilled in me that I belonged to him. He would remind me of this every time I said hello to someone. Every animal I wanted to pet, or every successful hunt I brought to him. He would stand over me, eyes ablaze with rage, and tell me that everything of my person was his.
Her monotone voice began to give way for a moment as her head shook.
I hated him. More than anything else in my life, it is he who made me what I am now.
She pulled her hood down and my eyes widened. Her face was a battleground of pain. Her eyes burnt over, and nothing but vacant sockets. The ears gone, and the skin leathery where it had to accommodate. The mouth mostly intact, save for a blackened, singed tongue.
I started a fire on the morning of my 13th birthday, when his concept of ownership transferred to but one part of me. I decided this was the right time to part ways. I watched as his corporeal form melted away. I did not flinch or falter in my resolve as I saw flesh stripped down from bones and heard screams ring in my ears. I did not cry when my own did the same.
She put her hood back up, looking up to the ceiling.
It was then, by some miracle, that he came to me. I was propelled to a place of endless stars converging on one another and cannibalizing themselves. It was an entropy of endless death and life. A most beautiful place. He spoke to me and offered me a choice. The same I have been instructed to offer to you now.
And what may that be? I asked, knowing I'd need to prepare myself for the backlash when I declined.
Join me in the feast, or become a part of it.
Her teeth flashed as the black serpent of a tongue she held in her mouth poked out but for a second before slinking back into her gaping maw. I saw a shimmer on the tip, but I couldn't place what it was. I stood up, cracking my back as I stared at her. This poor, pitiful soul. I guess every patron has their poison. Time's up. Have you chosen your drink? I asked, knowing full well what will happen the moment she puts her lips on either one, neither being an outcome she could possibly know about.
Have you chosen yours, Sullivan?
She leered, a raspy breathing sound emanating from her hood before striking me in the neck with a sharpened tongue, the sting temporary but followed by a wave of searing heat. What is it with you people and poison? I cried, holding my neck and expecting to feel the pain run through my body, but it didn't. Instead, I felt an all too familiar sensation that I had no means to counteract, save for getting to a seated position. I was paralyzed. I cast my eyes to the shelf and saw a small hole in a particular bottle just beneath the two I had pulled from the top shelf, leaking its contents down to the floor. It was a golden heart with vines growing around it and a key emblazoned in the center. The adjudicator concoction. How did you... I gasped, feeling my legs stiffen and my breathing grow heavy as my chest compacted and refused to release.
Gomez was more than an informant, Mr. Sullivan. He was an informant with a lure. We learned so much through his eyes, and our master was enamored by what he saw. Boundless opportunities to bring forth more of his flock, to help spread his glorious message. So I come to you with a question.
She leaned forward and I saw her smile as my body froze in place, the fear of what may come next rushing through me.
How does my master get to this place? How does my master get to this place?
I can already feel my eyes twisting in their sockets at the prospect of what the adjudicator can and will do to me if I betray my thoughts. I can still hear furious fighting in the back, and it's dawning on me that I have no way out of this without being totally honest. I try to speak, but my throat is caking over with this familiar black foam. What? Foam? Head? I gurgle. Yes.
Go on.
Disquiet hisses, leaning in. I said, what's for her head? The sound of a bottle smashing against the table and then colliding with Disquiet's skull punctuates the air. As a thick green liquid pours down her robes, she shivers as it coats her and casts her eyes in the direction it was thrown. There she sees a tall, thin man with his hood up, white face mask and circular glasses shimmering in the light, smiling at her and clutching a second bottle of McGill's Black Sea extract. The entirety of its contents now enveloping Disquiet as she begins to slip back and fall into the thickening sludge.
Black Sea extract. Float or sink depending on your volition, huh?
Kraus grins at the bottle before looking over at me.
Why would you sell this?
He cries out incredulously. I would have shrugged, but I was still paralyzed. Disquiet writhes on the floor and shrieks as her contorted joints cannot free her from the liquid as it rapidly turns to concrete, anchoring her in place. Kraus looks around and spies the pierced bottle of adjudicator on the top shelf, the remaining contents now spilt onto the floor. He reads the label and begins to panic.
Oh god, oh fuck! What do I do, Sully? How do I stop this bitch from doing whatever it is she started doing to you?
Again, I can do nothing but gurgle. My last bit of resistance used in the declaration to Kraus. He stumbles over to me after stepping on Disquiet's chest. Much to her chagrin, he begins looking me over for a solution.
You won't find much there, dear.
Nell's voice calls from the regulars' lounge, Cheddar slung over her shoulder, and the inert body of Reverence being pulled by the collar around his neck. Seems Nell attached Cheddars to him for hilarity. She's weird like that. She's covered with blood and her eyes are wild with passion, but her voice and demeanor are completely calm. She tosses Reverence's body next to Disquiet's and gently sets Cheddar down by me, placing his favorite blanket in his mouth and looking me over.
Sullivan, I can fix this, but it's going to hurt.
Her eyes met mine, and I can see the reluctance in her face.
But you knew what you were signing up for when we first met, didn't you?
She pulls my head to her chest, kissing the top of it before whispering,
Do it for her, Sullivan.
And driving her palm square into my stomach. I felt the searing pain rush through me anew as her hand collected the bulk of the adjudicator in a small pool, pulling a bottle from inside her coat pocket and sealing it away. No sooner had the adjudicator left my body, a bright white light began to engulf my vision. The sound of my heartbeat filled my ears, and the last thing I heard before my consciousness faded was,
Find your truth, Sullivan. That is the only way to finish the detoxification effects.
It was Nell. She was pleading with me.
Find it and come back to us.
I couldn't tell you exactly what year it was, but I was younger. The bar wasn't the same, and I definitely did not have a mustache. I was tinkering with some drinks in the back of the bar when I heard a ring out as a hurried, much younger version of Kraus fell through the entranceway. The entertainment in the back stopping mid-song to see what the commotion was all about. He was beaten up, bruised, and his glasses were cracked. Welcome to... What the hell happened to you? Are you okay? I rushed over to pick him up when a much bigger man entered behind him, the fury on his face apparent.
You fucking freak. If you ever try to pull that shit again, I will make sure this feels like a massage in comparison.
His face was practically shaking with rage as he stormed off.
Never stopped me before, Dad.
Kraus choked between laughter, a tooth dislodged and rolled freely on the wooden floor. I sighed and helped him to his feet. I don't even want to know what you did this time. I groaned, getting him to the bar stool and offering him a rag and some ice to stop the swelling.
No, you do not.
He laughed, dabbing his right eye with the rag, and a bloodied grin stretched across his face.
What matters is yours is the first place I go to when things kick off. And we always have each other's backs.
Since day one of opening, literally. My shoulders fell as I tried to find him a good drink. One of these days, it's going to be too much for you. You know that, right?
Of course. That's the fun part. Figuring out which day it'll be. God, I hope it's on hump day.
He laughed. He snickered to himself before shouting,
Ah, fuck!
When his jaw moved too much. I looked at the top shelf and found a mixture I'd been sent earlier today. It was a locket shaped like a 4-leaf clover, with a thick golden chain hanging from its tips. A beautiful gold hue emanated from the center, and a single clasp acted as the opener. The label attached to the chain reading, Posithwaite and daughters give to you the luck serum, 1 part honey, 1 1 part scotch and 1 part distilled fortunes. You will see your luck turn around at but a moment's notice, for better or for worse. Maybe this will stop you from getting the shit kicked out of you so much. I teased as I unclasped the vial and poured its contents into a small silver glass, the gold hue transferring to it and displaying a beautiful shimmer.
Well, maybe then you look like the hot one out of the two of us.
He jeered back, sharing a chuckle as he downed half and passes it to me. I smirked and joined him. A far smaller, puppy-like chowder bounced from the other room and leapt up on Krause's lap, the once goofy boofing sounding now more like small borks, and the drool ever present as he licked the wounds covering Krause and tried his best to comfort him, Krause laughing the entire time.
Man, if I had a dog like this, I'd take any fucking job they had available.
He chuckled between slobbery kisses from Cheddar. The door to the bar opened again, and a young woman stepped in, early 20s and utterly spellbinding. Her slender figure cut through the noise and the atmosphere of the bar, her red hair flowing down her shoulders and across her chest in an elegant curl, eyes alight with the spark of life. I could not take my eyes off her, and Krause calling me repeatedly dissipated into the ether as she walked up to me, a mixture of confidence and mania written across her face. Welcome to the spaces between. I'm Sully, and that little furry fella is Cheddar. The slightly bigger and louder one is Krause. What can I get for you? Her smile immediately faded as soon as I was done with my introduction.
You don't...
She breathed, her soft voice a far cry from the croaky gruffness that I am accustomed to hearing, courtesy of Krause. Is everything all right? I asked, already trying to figure out what kind of drink she may need, not focusing on the fact her demeanor was rapidly changing.
Sully, my Sully, you've forgotten me already?
Her eyes fell and the smile dropped into a deep, hateful scowl. Cheddar whimpered and leapt down from Krause's lap and ran behind my legs.
Uh-oh, did you break a heart, Sully? That ain't like you, Chief.
Krause chuckled and nursed his wounded, slobber-covered face.
If you don't recall who I am right now, Sully, I'm going to get very upset.
I stared. In all the years I'd ran that bar, I'd never seen her before, and I consider myself incredibly adept at remembering faces, especially someone as beautiful as her. I'm sorry, ma'am, but I don't... I began, stopping as I watched with a slack jaw what came next. The sound of Cheddar piddling behind me in fear and Krause diving under the table and screaming.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
She screamed, her jaw unclenching and eventually dislocating, showing no signs of slowing down as her facial features began to coalesce and collapse under the pressure of the skin folding over. No tongue or teeth in sight anymore as the jaw stretched back and a smaller head began to peer out of the far reaches of the throat. Gleaming eyes and a horrific voice pushing through the echo of the scream rang out.
I am so deeply disappointed in you, Sullivan. You forgot the promise you made so long ago. You forgot the reasons you took this job. I thought love was the strongest binding force there is.
It shrugged its shoulders. The hair, skull, and face sagged back and drooped over the spine.
But I still believe the saying is true. The more things change, the more they stay the same.
I couldn't form sentences. I was gripped by a fear I had never known. The kind that slows down your movements as if wading through quicksand. The kind that seems to turn your cohesive thoughts into fractals and your once eloquent speech patterns into terrified stutters. I had seen many strange things in this job, but this took the cake.
Don't worry, I am not here to hurt you. For this was a test, and due to limitations, this wasteful corpse will be disposed of, and you can go about your ignorant existence. But...
It leaned forward, and I could see the faint glint of a smile in the far back of its throat.
I will have a drink before I depart.
I swallowed, my throat dry and my eyes stinging as I realized I hadn't blinked. I shakily turned on my heel and frantically scanned the top shelf of the bar, desperate to find something that would suit this monstrosity's palate. The smallest object caught my eye, and the shape sealed the deal. It was a brain, splintered into two segments, one bubbling with gold liquid and the other a grayish substance that fogged over that side of the glass. Taking it down, I looked carefully at the note. The Pilgrim's Choice, for when we need to find our way once again. I sat it down in front of the creature, shaking hands, pouring out the champagne-smelling liquid first, then the gray matter that fogged over the glass, both coming together to form a brilliant silver concoction that smelled of elderberries. The creature laughed at my nervousness.
Perhaps you should get a drink yourself too, Sullivan. I think you'll need it.
Shit, maybe it was my nerves or the suggestive nature of their voice at the time, but I believed it. I grabbed a bottle from under the bar. It was a special blend I'd been working on myself, and now seemed as good a time as any to try it out. The bottle, in the form of a cracked heart, a blend of herbs and spices, filled my nose as I uncorked it and poured it into a clean glass, the green and yellow liquid bubbling the second it left the bottle. This is, well, it's called arrhythmia. It's something I've been working on for quite a while now. Well, I don't know what it'll do just yet, I said, confused at why I was even explaining to this thing. But I suppose professional courtesy wins out every time. I raised the glass and said, "Cheers." We both drank. I mean, I did. This weird fucker simply threw the liquid into its maw, and that's all I could tell you. And within a couple of minutes, the effects of each drink became apparent. I sat back and felt my body shiver as I pulled out my pocket watch and I stared at it wistfully, my eyes hazing over as I smiled from ear to ear. Meanwhile, the figure opposite me coughed and sputtered, anger again building in their frame as they tried to throw the drink back up. The retching gave way to the sound of sliding wet meat as hands emerged from the mouth and began to try to claw their way out. Screams erupting from the creature while I did nothing to stop them or react to them, instead fixated on what was in my pocket watch.
How dare you! I am the rightful god of this realm. You cannot take my claim to rights away like this. This is not how it's supposed to be!
He screeched, an arm now nearly free from the mouth and pulling at the table in front blindly, attempting to grab something other than the air in a vain attempt to stop whatever the drink had done. Kraus, beneath his chair a few feet away from the beast, hollered out,
"Are you gonna deal with that John Carpenter reject or what?"
But all I could do was smile. Since you're going to forget in a minute, and I suppose I am too, I'll let you in on what just happened. I began, a sliver of tears running down my cheek as I felt the lump in my throat. What I just took was an experiment to see if I could recall why I fought so hard in this job, why I took it in the first place. Because all I had before was this feeling when I looked at my pocket watch. Nothing else. He stopped thrashing as hard and, though still coughing, focused on my words. I did it. I remembered why I'm here and what we are doing. But like you, I'll forget soon. I pointed to his drink and then to my head, pulling the trigger of a gun and imitating an explosion. The Pilgrim's Choice is a reset button of sorts. We have a few of those here, but most are more subtle. Some deal with key moments in life or choices we can try again. Yours is a total wipe, and you'll forget how you found this place, who I am, and what all of this even is. The only one who's going to remember everything is him. I pointed towards the still mostly hidden Kraus, who looks at me and mouths the words, "fuck off" at me silently, eyes awash with incredulity and anger. I guess it's a twist on that old legend of adversaries, isn't it? Instead of one remembers and one forgets, we both forget, but someone always remembers. I watched the creature fall to the floor and cough heavily, choking on the fluid and trying in vain to bring it up. I knelt down low and showed him the contents of the pocket watch, still smiling, but with a fresh anger within. This is what I fight for. This is what I remember. Even if you don't, I know what you did, and I will stay in this bar 1,000 more years if it means my end of the deal is held up. I will be dust before I give in. Every time I feel like quitting without realizing it, this photo will push me on. You will never win, Amos. I lean in closer and stare deep into that gaping maw, holding the photo of a younger me in my arms, wrapped around a woman my age. The photo faded, but the love and comfort it brought amplified by the drink, hands shaking as I let my smile slip for a moment. Not in this or any realm. Amos screamed and began to fade from the room, dissipating into a hiss of black smoke as his free arms reached one last time to grab for me, aiming for the pocket watch. As the smoke cleared, I stood silently and clutched it tightly to my chest, tears flowing down my face as I felt the memories already fading. The potency of the drink obviously not strong enough. Kraus scrambled from his spot and came over to me, waving his hand in front of me, but to no avail.
Sully, buddy, you okay?
I'm sorry, but it'll be a little while before I remember again. But I will keep my promise. Always. I will remember to save, I whispered, closing the pocket watch and wiping my eyes as I felt the last of that familiarity fade from me.
What the hell was that, Sully? Old friend of yours? From before the bar?
I looked at him, perplexed, Cheddar whining at my heels and trying to jump up for a hug. Do me a solid, clean up the pee, would you? I need to take care of this little fella and fix him something to eat. Kraus looked confused, but shrugged and made a beeline for the bar, grabbing a rag and muttering,
Well, least weird shit I've done today. So why the hell not? Fuck, my face hurts. I better be getting some Emporium whiskey on the house for this.
I laughed as I carried Cheddar to the fridge. Thanks, Naya.
Naya? Who's that?
I came to, Kraus standing over me and inspecting my face. Kraus. I meant Kraus. I don't know why I said Naya. I rubbed my head, the feeling in my limbs returning and vigor quickly running through my body.
Jesus. Remind me to never drink around you and not pay my tab.
Kraus comments as he helps me to my feet, obviously unable to quantify how this was happening, but unwilling to question it. Nell had been fixing up the two on the floor while I was out cold. The concrete-like substance gone from disquiet, and the hilariously adorned Cheddar collar back on its rightful owner as Reverence sat upright, his hulking frame shifting from side to side as he tried to get free from the razor-thin wire bindings Nell had wrapped him and his compatriot in. She looked over at me and smiled. Cheddar was still passed out in his bed at the end of the bar, stuffed animal in his mouth and blanket around his lower half, drool covering the floor.
Your dog is one hell of a fighter when he wants to be, Sullivan,
she said softly, breathing heavily herself and putting the bottle away.
Reverence didn't know what to make of his second form, but after all that, he just sleeps like a normal dog. He's such a good boy.
She rubbed the top of his head as he whimpered and chewed down on his toy.
Now, we have a problem to deal with,
she said, dusting off her hands and walking over to the two hooded forms on the floor, her determination absolute as she pulled over a chair, yanked at Disquiet's hand and placed it on the seat.
This is futile. I will not falter in my faith. Even if my mission has failed and my lord punishes me, you cannot do anything to me he is not already deemed appropriate.
She looked up, eyeless but defiant, and smirked at Nell, who did not reciprocate.
Works for me. I have a different system to my protege over there that you tried to torture, so why waste any time?
She pulled her serrated blade, dripping in a thick substance, from her belt buckle with one hand and opened the creature compendium to a bookmarked section, reading aloud.
To maximize the efficiency of pain, one must be swift and decisive in their cut, but precise enough to leave the nerve endings open to the cool air, so the bleeding combined with the nerve damage keeps your prey in a constant state of pain-riddled inertia.
Without hesitation, she brings the coated blade down and drives it into Disquiet's hand, severing 2 fingers below the knuckle, the fluid bubbling the second it meets the exposed flesh and begins pulling at the bones, the sinew, and the nerves, exposing them further out from the pulpy mass whence they came. Disquiet's ear-splitting screams were beyond measure. She desperately tried to get her body away from Nell, but the strategic wiring made it impossible. She instead shook in place, drool flowing from her mouth as her initial scream became a low moan, the pain putting her into a lulled state.
I will ask you a similar question to what you asked my student. How did you come to this place?
Reverence thrashed but said nothing to aid his fellow disciple. who continued to moan softly and whisper incoherently even as Nell brought the knife up.
I am not fooling around here, girl. Do you wish to break the laws this universe has in place? Do you think yourself that arrogant? You are not above creation. You do not stand shoulder to shoulder with our Lord. You are nothing more than a sin, waiting to be purged.
Disquiet's rage rising like the flames and settling as she smirked with her singed tongue.
That is absolutely fine, but I'm here to remind you that for every action...
She drives the knife into her remaining 3 digits, severing them completely as the process begins anew. She sits up and walks to the bar, finding a pulse thumper and downing it as Disquiet screams.
There's a consequence, and her name is Nell fucking Lockwood.
The screams once again gave way to moans, but this eventually turned into rapturous laughter, first from Disquiet and then from Reverence. At first, I thought it to be mania brought on by the pain, but as the black smoke filled the room, I knew something was imminent.
You are not the only one who has allies to save you. But I assure you, this is the last time. All things must eventually fade and be cannibalized into beautiful entropy.
Her agony taking a considerable toll on her as she faded into the smoke.
Reverence may fade, but your grief will not, for I will live. Your friends will rot.
Reverence bellowed as he too began to fade, the black smoke far thicker than before and engulfing the entirety of the bar as I ducked for cover, pulling the blanket over Cheddar's head. The form of Temperance broke through the smoke and stood in a small parting she'd made, her own vestments now on but the hood down, a smile across her face.
Sullivan, I come to you with a choice from Lord Amos. He wishes to give you 2 options before what he anticipates will be the final meeting you two share. The final meeting we all share, I imagine.
She gestured to the room like a proud parent before letting her arms fall listlessly to her side, biting her lip.
You see, in his omniscience, he figured out how to get here. It's the binding forces of this plane that allow us to step through those doors. In this case, it was the binding force of love.
She pulls something from her pocket and throws it to the ground in front of me with a thud. It's a black lockbox, the contents of which spill in front of me as my eyes widened.
Letty, to be exact. She's with us now, the constant supply of energy we need to get here, but alas, it is not nearly enough for my lord to step into this space. So, instead, in his infinite wisdom and gesture of goodwill, he offers you a most important choice.
Let me guess, join him or spend a lifetime in suffering? I call back, still under the desk and hoping I'm not stupid enough to get injured by every member of this fucking group, searching for a drink that can aid me and finding nothing in reach. She laughs, but there's something off about it. It's cruel, low, and frantic, as if she knows something I don't.
No, Sullivan. You're going to suffer either way. The choice is far more important than that. No drinks to save you, no weapons in sight, and no way out. Lord Amos knows this is your next true test. And how blessed am I that I get to administer it.
She laughs again. This time I hear a sizzling sound and a low hum growing in sound and intensity. Enough so that I look up to see her wielding a black flame in her hand, almost like concentrated black smoke, burning impossibly hot and shaking like lightning. Her eyes meet mine, and I sense her bloodlust as her grin twists, the lightning twisting with her.
This is a far stronger bonding agent sitting right here that we can utilize. Something so strong that the next time we step foot into this place, our Lord will be at our side, and he will complete what he started so long ago. That bonding agent isn't just in one vessel, however. It's in 3.
I took one look around the bar, first to Kraus, who is staring head-on at Temperance, next to Nell, who nods solemnly before grabbing at her blade, then to Cheddar, who hasn't stirred from under his blanket, still asleep and unaware. Finally to the photo on the floor of a young man and a woman with their arms wrapped around each other. The photo faded, but the love and warmth permeating from it even now.
Who will it be, Sully? Kraus? Nell? or cheddar.
I firmly believe there are pivotal moments in our lives that we can take absolute ownership of, even if it feels like we don't have a choice in that moment. For so many of us, it's the pivotal choice that stands before us at the end of a long, painful day. Do we take the old and beaten path to our destination, or take a shortcut home that may be fraught with danger? Do we stay in that job and risk monotony growing within us like a cancer, or do we take a chance on a world without a financial safety net? Do we let our loved one live a little bit longer in hopes they'll wake up, or do we do the merciful thing and let them go with dignity? In each of these scenarios and countless others, there are clear options, and they define us as a people when we take them. But standing here in this moment with the option of my friend, my mentor, or my companion to be taken away, I find that the choices we make are far harder than what can be put down in a document. I gaze at all three of them, the decision absolutely impossible to make, and my heart beating out of my chest as Temperance stares at me, awash with bloodlust.
Who will it be, Sully? Kraus? Nell? Or Cheddar?
I can't make the decision. I won't make the decision. This is not what I set out to do so many years ago, and no amount of coercion can change that. I begin to raise my arms and charge at Temperance, but I feel the entire atmosphere change. The air felt thick and hot, my limbs slowing down and everything around me coming to a complete stop. There, the scene splayed out bare. Temperance holding out black flames of lightning, the fog around her like she was pestilence incarnate. To my left, Cheddar was asleep under his blanket, drool frozen in place like a drop of water thawing out on a cold day. Above him was Nell, an expression of fatigue and contentment staring back at me, one hand gripping the knife and the other rubbing the cover of her compendium. To the back was Kraus, a look of total shock and mid-scream of an expletive as he jumped back from the impending smoke.
Well, I see the choice hasn't been made yet. Seems I was on time.
Turning slowly, a young woman with a small instrument strapped to her back was sitting on the other end of the bar, her head lazily resting on her hand as she observed the situation. She was tall and slender, her face covered with piercings and her lips smeared in black lipstick. Her flowing brown hair nestled under a dark blue hoodie.
You haven't got much time, and neither have I, so we should probably get to it. But first...
She looked at the shelf and back at me several times, waiting for me to respond or to move, sweat still running down my brow. Her eyes widen and she sits up, an audible
"Oh!"
coming from her as she clicks her fingers, and I feel my body begin to move normally again.
Sorry, been a while since I had to do this. I'm a little rusty. But how about that drink?
She smiles and again waits on me. I wipe my forehead and stare down at her for a moment.
Those are the rules here, aren't they? I will tell you a story and get my drink? That's what brings so many people here after all.
She laughs and waves her hand.
Don't worry about what it is. Anything will do.
Lost for words, I follow my instincts and go for the top shelf, spying a particular bottle that I think fits the circumstances, the red glow sealing the deal. A large shot glass with multiple edges carved out, going down in connecting levels like gazing into the circles of hell itself. Each one changing the hue from light red to almost black at the bottom. A red-hot cube affixed to the side, like a lemon on an iced tea, the label reading, Ornstein's Little Red Devil, for those whose sins burn hottest when dwelled upon.
Oof, boy, you don't mess around when it comes to these things, do ya?
She says, leaning over to share as I pour the mixture into the shot glass, tapping the cube to let a second black liquid run down each circle, creating a beautiful symmetry of crimson as it does.
Well, a promise is a promise. My name is Freya, and I guess you'd call me an observer. I watch the lives of those with importance, and at opportune moments step in and present them with a chance to make things different.
She swirls the drink around, letting the mixture settle before taking a sip and tapping the instrument on her back.
I'm also a bard, so when the choice is made, I like to write a song about it. Pretty cool, right?
This isn't a normal situation, or a normal client, but I fall on normal decorum as if on autopilot. Well, this is the spaces in between. I'm Sully, and she puts out a hand and stops me mid-sentence.
It's alright. I think we can safely establish I know who you are. Just like I know you're gonna need a drink in a minute, because we've got a lot to talk about and all the time in the world to do it.
She gestures to the stool I keep on my side of the bar and ushers me to sit down. I oblige and reach under the table, pulling up an unlabeled container in the shape of a clock, the large hand pointing to 4 and the thin hand pointing to 12. I turned the handle on the back, pushed the dials to 11:30 p.m. and shake the mixture before setting it back down.
Curious. Are you not gonna drink that, Sully?
She eyes it, perhaps concerned it's a bomb or a weapon of some kind, but I flash a smile and seem to disarm her concerns. Last orders. I'll drink it when the bell rings. Now, why are you here? She looked me over before replying.
You were given a chance by your mentor over there. A promise that one day you'd have a chance to set things right if you came to her services. Is that correct?
Her eyes linger on Nell, who was still staring, still smiling in my direction. My throat felt dry. Yes, that's right, but that was a lifetime ago. I'd practically forgotten. In truth, I'd completely forgotten, save for those moments where lucidity overcame me thanks to a special blend of something I'd been working on. Freya rests her head on both hands now, crimson eyes looking at me with wonderment.
Tell me what happened a lifetime ago, Sully. Tell me how we got to this choice.
I don't recall where it was, but I remember the smell. Daffodils. Didn't matter what season it was, or the weather conditions, it was always lingering on the wind, and Naya loved it. She chose to always look on the bright side of things, and I loved that about her. We'd been in our place for about 6 months. It was a dingy little apartment, and was all we could afford, but we were young and happy. When you're 26 and in love, there's very little that will hinder your joy. I discovered that every time I felt the weight of the world bear down on me before looking into Naya's eyes. It was like stepping into a cool breeze on a hot summer day, and intoxicated me beyond all words. I took a job in the downtown area, a few miles from where we lived. It was a fair journey, but the money was good, and they offered work virtually year-round. I knew that if I pushed myself hard now, it would benefit us in the long run. The final night I was ever in that apartment had horrific weather, and the rain was battering down. We'd been told a hurricane was likely either to come close to us and cause damage, or could very well hit us if it changed trajectory.
Babe, I'm begging you. Please don't go out tonight.
She'd rub my arm and plead with me, knowing that I didn't want to go either. But I was steadfast in getting that extra pay, knowing what it would bring us. The wind was so strong that night and the fog so thick, I was terrified I would end up walking into oncoming traffic without realizing it. But I persevered and by some miracle made it to work without issue. Fat lot of good it did me though. They closed within the hour thanks to the extreme weather conditions. When I got home, I noticed the door was ajar. I called out but heard nothing. The smell of iron filling my lungs as I pushed the door open to find a massacre. She was face down in a pool of her own blood, clutching at a box from the delivery company, her hand never releasing its grip from the top corner. Our entire home had been ransacked, and it looked like the storm had already hit, but man is far more cruel than nature. Eventually, all I could see was her, my Naya. I don't remember much of the next few months. I wandered in a haze of pain and anger as the investigation continued. A key witness refused to testify and the case crawled to a stop. Maybe one of the detectives I sent 40 voicemails to asking for answers took pity on me, or maybe he just didn't care. But he let slip that they knew the group responsible, and without their associate's testimony, they can't move on them. I remember finding their hideout, the anger boiling inside me like a rage I'd never felt before. Naya's smiling face engulfing my mind every single moment of every single day, threatening to render me blind to all other things. I put my hand on the door and pushed with all my might, ready to die and to make them suffer. But instead of a gang of monstrous people, I found a small cafe. It was old, Victorian-style decor with shelf after shelf of beans and blends, a small reading corner to my right, and a kindly, middle-aged woman standing at the counter, beaming at me as I walked in.
Welcome to the Refuge of the Weary, Sully. My name is Madam Nellie Lockwood, but you can just call me Nell for short. Have a seat. I'll be right with you.
I don't know how to explain it, but every fiber of my rage was gone and replaced with a sense of calm. I did as she asked and wandered over to the counter, taking a seat and watching as she heat-checked a bottle of milk on her wrist before setting it on the table. "Got a baby? It must be stressful," I asked, trying to keep my mind sharp and figure out where I was.
Not exactly. You'll see.
She chuckled, her dreadlocks bouncing on her shoulders. She grinned as a small sound broke out from beneath her and a tiny puppy began to rise up, impossibly long and grunting as it searched blindly for the bottle, clasping its tiny mouth on it and sinking back beneath the table as Nell took a hold of it and fed him. "Cute dog," I said, still processing what I'd seen and unsure if it was even real. She picked him up and he was a normal puppy once more, eagerly feeding from the bottle in her hand.
Thanks. His name is Cheddar. Not sure how he got here either, but I found him on my doorstep, and here we are. Kinda similar to you, in a way.
She looked at me, kind eyes flashing.
Do you know how you got here?
I shook my head, flashing images of Naya, the gang in a fight that never happened rushing past me as I rubbed my forehead.
Well, Sully, I am going to fix you a drink, and we're going to talk about it, okay?
She put a hand on my shoulder.
All will be well, I promise.
She grabbed a bag of beans from the shelf and began busying herself with a brew, adding in touches of ingredients and humming to herself before setting it down in front of me. It bubbled, and I could smell dark chocolate and cinnamon.
This little establishment of mine is special, as I'm sure you realize. It isn't your run-of-the-mill cafe. I offer a moment in time to let those of stout heart and strong will make a choice that will change where their lives go. Take a look at your chest for a moment, would you?
She clicked her fingers as I looked down and see huge chunks of flesh vanish, gaping black holes left in their wake and total absence of pain.
This is what happens if you go through that door and finish what you started, with rage in your heart and vengeance in your blood. You will lose, but...
She taps the side of my drink and smiles wide.
I will make you an offer. Run a little startup business I have in mind, and one day down the line, I will do better than get you revenge. I will get you a happy ending.
She stares down at the tiny form of Cheddar, still grunting as he has his fill of milk.
I'll even give you a companion, too. Cheddar will be a part of the establishment and will protect you until the end. Always.
I stare for a moment, visualizing the life I've led up to that point. I see large swaths of gray, punctuated by the vibrant colors Naya brought to it with her smile, her demeanor, and the little things she did that in the hands of anyone else would be mundane, but in hers were fireworks. I hold the hot brew in both hands and down it in one go, the heat rushing through my body and the black holes giving way to new flesh as I felt the vigor of a purpose enter my soul. I'm in. I finished my story, everything back in place in my mind where it should be.
Wow. So you gave up everything in order to have a chance down the line? That's a gamble if I ever heard one.
Freya sips her drink, her chin resting on her hand. Yeah, I guess something about what you do here allowed me to think clearly for the first time in, well, I don't know how long. The real question is, what do you want? She took another sip of her drink and smiled, walking around the bar and looking over the jukebox. Finishing a song and hitting play, her shoulders heaving as she took a deep breath and replied,
I'm going to offer you a choice. Something similar to Nell's, but this one puts a lot more on your shoulders.
She walked over in front of Temperance, who was still smiling and holding the black flames. She cupped her face in her hand for a moment, a look of sadness flitting across her face.
Poor girl. Corrupted just like the rest. Sully, every time this happens, almost gets another chance to wreak havoc. What happened with you and Naya repeated over and over before culminating in this latest venture with Letty. Heap praise on these moments of chance, like you're destined to do this until one of you wins. Nell didn't just give you a chance. She gave Naya one too.
I felt the sweat run down my face at the mere mention of her name. How did she... I breathed, stammering.
Naya is stuck between realms. She's tried to reach out so many times, but never managed to complete it. She tried with Cheddar, she tried with some of the drinks, and now she's tried again with, well, me.
Freya looked forlorn, even ashamed at the notion as she stared at the floor.
I kept feeling her pulling at the threads of your life, and I just had to intervene, so I came up with a chance to circumvent the process and close the loop for good.
She walked towards me and downed the last of her drink, a short red breath emitting from her mouth as she breathed out, her eyes glowing bright.
This is the sin that I will carry, but it's the one I will carry with pride.
She chuckled a little before that same morose look fell on her face.
I'm offering you the chance to put your own destiny into your hands. I've been steadily doing so this entire time, but I felt the need to be direct, since I didn't stop this sooner.
She held out a hand to me sheepishly.
I'm sorry, Sully, but I hope this helps.
The penny dropped, and I thought back throughout the last few days since this whole mess began. Letty and the ultrasound, her lockbox, Gomez seeing what he thought was a crib, the specific drinks being ordered and smashed. My chest felt heavy as the realization of everything set in, and I walked over to Cheddar, who was still asleep under his blanket, frozen in that moment and unaware of what was about to happen. "You'll take care of him for me, won't you?" I asked, petting Cheddar softly as I felt my composure beginning to crack. Freya smiled softly as I rose to my feet, and she saw the gait of a man with a mission, feeling he'd made the right decision.
Of course, Sully. Are you ready?
The song on the jukebox began to end, and the bell for the last orders rang out, each tone reverberating through my chest as I straightened my tie and pulled down on my waistcoat. "I am." With a snap of her fingers, the moment was reset, and I was back in front of a bloodlust-ridden Temperance. The lightning flickered and burning bright in her hands.
Who will it be, Sully? Kraus? Nell? Or Cheddar?
Her eyes darted to each one as I stepped forward. "None of them," I replied calmly, rags strewn over my shoulder as I wrung my hands. "I've made my choice." A booming sound could be heard from behind the group as Freya stood in the doorway, her eyes no longer jubilant but filled with cold defiance.
You will have a way to access this place in its entirety in 24 hours with your leader. This will all end tomorrow. She began moving her arms as Temperance screamed at her to stop, the smoke that enveloped them masking any sight of their frames. And bring Letty with you. With a crack, they were gone, the scene still in disarray as Kraus breathed heavily, Nell walking towards me with an expression of concern.
What the hell have you... Why are the bells ringing out? You were supposed to choose me. Sully, what have you done?
She slammed her hand down on the table as she finished, Cheddar looking up and bounding to my side, staring at my blank expression as I gripped my drink tightly, the glass threatening to crack under my grip. "I chose to save you all. I chose me." I looked at Cheddar's soft face, to Kraus's eyes as he realized what I'd done, and finally to Nell's, unable to hide the pain behind them as I put on my best service smile and closed my eyes. "This is the last call." I've loved being a bartender. So many different characters storming through my doors, wide-eyed and filled with problems that they needed to pass on to anyone else who'd listen. I always felt so fortunate they came through my doors and talked to me. Sometimes the stories were hard, other times they were hilarious. Oftentimes they were sad. But I gave them a smile, some wisdom, and a hell of a drink to send them on their way. I never thought it'd be my turn, but here we are. The end of my little stint here at the Spaces in Between. I just want y'all to know it has been a beautiful journey and one that I hope I will pick up again someday. But before we crack on with the preceding events and whatever may happen when those doors open, just know that this has been the time of my life. I've got zero regrets. Have a drink on me, patrons. Have a drink on me. The next few hours were something of a blur. In between Nell's shouting, Krause's frantic pacing, Cheddar idly nuzzling my chest for attention, I just kind of flew through it.
How could you? I gave you a chance, Sully. A chance to do this the right way. It should have been me,
she repeated for the umpteenth time, her cool exterior breaking away minute by minute. I know, Nell. I can't tell you everything, but someone came along with a better deal, and, well, this is what's right. I shrugged, pulling up a stool from behind the bar and setting it down at the biggest table I had near the Hall of Fame wall next to my jukebox. Ain't much to do now but wait, right? Nell stared daggers at me. This clearly wasn't how she wanted things to go, and she was never shy with her emotions, even if they mostly came packaged in kindness. She kicked the stool over and Cheddar whimpered.
I was ready to go, Sullivan. You had so much more time. Don't you get it? I had seen what was coming, and I... She put her hand over her mouth, and her eyes fell, tears streaming down her cheeks and soaking her hands. Oh, God. You've really done it, haven't you? Oh, Sully. She sat down at the table, and her body sulked over. I swear she aged 10 years right there in front of me. I walked over and placed a hand on her shoulder. She grabbed it with hers and held it tightly. I'm sorry, but this is how I get my happy ending and keep all of you safe. I looked over at Krause, still pacing, but in a far more controlled mood than Nell. Now, let's all sit down and have a drink, share a story, and celebrate the life we have before the time is up. Consider it a last request, I said, winking at Krause, who stopped in his tracks, cast his eyes to the floor, and walked over to take a seat in silence. I went to the shelves and found 3 bottles. The last friendly drinks I'd ever serve. I grabbed the glasses and placed them down in front of us, Cheddar electing to sit by my side and rest his head on my lap, a soft panting and big eyes staring up at me as my free hand patted his soft head. For you, Mr. Krause, a bottle of Imperium Zodal whiskey. As promised a long time ago, I even put a special blend in there for you to honor our friendship and all the patience you've had putting up with me. The orange liquid beamed as I poured a healthy amount into a whiskey glass on the rocks, spots of brown sizzling as I slid it over to him. He didn't look up from his position or respond as I grabbed the next bottle. Madam Nell Lockwood, for you I have something I've been saving for a long time. I placed a black and red flask in front of her, a hexagon symbol emblazoned over the front with the words, "The Hunter's Dream, when the battle looms and your senses must be at their sharpest. Your vigor will find no end, nor will your bloodlust." I unscrewed the flask and poured the mixture for Nell as she refused to make eye contact. I expected as much, but I was undeterred. I walked around to the bar and found a worn package with crude wrapping. I smiled, remembering I'd gotten this a few months back and had completely forgotten to even open it. I excitedly tore apart the wrapping paper as Cheddar waltzed into view, undoubtedly eager to chew on some of it before he laid eyes on what was in the package. Hey buddy, this is for you. I smiled, holding out a cross-stitched blanket I'd ordered. On it was myself holding a younger Cheddar as he licked my face. I wanted you to have something I knew you'd never forget. You're my right-hand companion after all, and you've always been by my side. I scrunched up his face and tossed his mane before holding out the blanket. He looked up at me for a long moment, eyes surveying the situation, before he gingerly took it in his mouth and gently chewed on it, bringing it with him back to the table and proceeding to make eye contact with me every now and then as the night wore on. I walked over to the jukebox and saw my old playlist from when I'd started running it, smiling at some of the choices before letting my finger over the last one and hitting play. Come on guys, this is a bar filled with stories, and you know how we only accept payment with drinks, so let's have it. One last time. I sat back down, Nell and Krause having not moved an inch the entire time, Cheddar's blanket chewing the only sound filling the room.
Sully, this isn't a casual drink. What's your life we're talking about? You know when Amos and his little group comes through that door like fucking D-Day has descended on us? You're as good as dead.
Kraus shifted in his chair, his hand gripping the glass tightly.
Is this what you want? Is this how things have to be?
He looked up at me. I'd never seen such a look of frustration and conflict on his face.
Is this really what's going down, Sully?
Kraus, you always got into fights when I opened this place. The hell was happening back then? You always seemed to have someone after you for one issue or another. I want to know why. I grinned, and Nell, wiping her eyes, took a drink and stared in Kraus's direction.
Yeah. Come on, Kraus. We haven't got all night. Let's hear it.
Kraus sighed and took a shot of his Emporium whiskey and let the cold mixture run through his veins as he shuddered.
Fuck yeah. Now that's the stuff. Alright. Well, I guess it's a simple enough story, and if Sully here is gonna be a crazy bastard and take on this beast face to face, I want to at least make him laugh when he mean mugs him.
He takes another swig, wiping his face and hiccuping.
Truth is, I was always a bit of a bastard. My outburst got me kicked out of every joint and foster home you could imagine. Maybe it was because of how I looked. I don't know. In those early days, I was still kind of figuring out who I was. Folks called me Hilda. She was a great gal. But that was a lifetime ago.
He looks wistful for a moment before flashing that mischievous grin I'd come to know.
Some folks simply didn't like me as a person. And I was always a bracer from years of defending my identity. So I guess the capricious nature stuck. The day you met me, Sully, I was finishing up a job for an older guy. And we got to talking about his family. Dude pulls out some old pictures and wouldn't you know it? Hilda's right there, staring right back at me. So I did what anyone would do.
I stared, enraptured. And that was... He chuckled, taking a huge swig before slamming the bottle back down and shouting,
"Hey, you dad! You miss me?"
with his arms splayed wide.
Suffice to say, he wasn't buying it. When I gave him the details of my upbringing after he dumped me in the foster home, he got mad and fists went flying. What can you do? At least I got closure.
His laughter died down, and he stared at his glass for a moment.
He calmed down a bit after, and we talked from time to time. I think in his old age he kinda likes having a son and not having a daughter. Heck, I kinda like having a dad, a family.
He looked at all of us and shook his head.
Fuck your feelings! I want a drink! To me, Harry Kraus, the king of hedonism and booze!
He shouted before necking the last of his glass and pouring more from the container. All right, Madam Lockwood, keeper of the compendium and slayer of the bone spider scourge. It's your turn. I could feel the mood changing for the better. 30 minutes left on the clock as Nell let out her first real chuckle of the night and began heartily drinking from her flask. I'll admit, I chose drinks to raise their spirits, their anger and their passion for the battle ahead. But the enthusiasm was certainly good for morale too. Nell gasped as she put it down, and I could see her face already growing red.
What the hell? A hunter's work is never done, is it? All right, I've got a story to tell you.
She rose from her seat, opening her book and twirling her knife playfully in her hand, pacing around the table as she began to read aloud.
When my world was young and I had eyes far wider than now, I was a true explorer. I spent my time with my best friend Buck Nasty McGraw, a true explorer and degenerate beyond anyone's wildest expectations. Even yours, Kraus.
She shot him a quick glance as he sputtered on his drink.
Many years ago, we were on the trail of something called the Pillar, the source of all the cryptids we've seen popping up across the world. I was young and rambunctious. I desperately wanted to be the hero and have a legend told about me, as did Buck. But we got caught in the final skirmish and, well, that's how I ended up with this.
She lifted her dreads and a single fine scar ran across the base of her neck and situated itself between her spine and her head. It had a thick black shimmer to it, as if it were glowing.
I was gravely wounded and a deal was cut to let me live as long as I carried out a few favors, guided a few key souls, and that Buck did something too. He gave his all for me, and when I awoke, I was in the cafe known as the Refuge of the Weary. Someone was there, and they told me this was part of my deal, and that was that. I never saw Buck again, but I knew what he'd done. That's the way it goes, isn't it?
She finished pacing and sat back down at the table, a sly smile hiding immense pain as she reached for her drink.
Someone good must always fall for things to be fixed. I'm sure this won't be the last situation I find myself in, staring down the barrel of a gun, or an impending funeral for the people I love, the selfless jerks.
We all shared a good chuckle as the clock informed us we had a few minutes left, the attention once again going back to me.
Well, Sully, you've still got a drink. Sit there and a story to tell. So let's hear it.
Kraus hiccuped as he swayed on his seat. My story is a simple one too, as I'm sure you both know. I began, my hand idly petting a weary-eyed Cheddar who refused to let me out of his sight. Just a man trying to find his happy ending. I smiled, true contentment running through me as I took in the moment.
And your drink?
Nell asked, staring at the bottle titled Ornstein's Little Red Devil, sat in the center of the table. Oh, that's not for me, I replied, looking past them to the door where Freya stood, arms crossed and held at the elbows, standing awkwardly back as if hesitant to make contact. Is it time? She nodded, looking at the clock. 1 minute to go. Well, looks like it's closing time. I got up from my seat and stretched my back out before pulling down my waistcoat, straightening my tie and twirling my mustache, looking to each one of my friends. Let's make this a night to remember. The scene was picturesque. I stood at the front of my group, hands in my pockets and a surly look on my face, with Cheddar sat dutifully in front, his ears perked up and teeth bared. Kraus was in the corner to my right, halfway through the Zolot and rummaging through some old bottles, making something as he hissed expletives under his breath. On the opposite side was Nell, a manic look in her eyes as she finished the hunter's dream and brought out the coated knife, bouncing up and down on the spot as she breathed heavily, eagerly waiting for her opponent. Freya snapped her fingers, and the room filled with the thick black smoke from before, as the hooded forms of Temperance, Disquiet, Reverence, and Letty pushed themselves through the haze and stood opposite each of us. Letty looked exhausted. Her clothes were ragged, and she seemed so frail, held at the neck by Temperance, who held no regard or care for her safety as she spoke to me.
Time's up. Guess this is where it all ends, huh?
She smiled as she gripped Letty tighter and continued.
Good. I hate this cesspool of alcoholism and filth. I've had enough unpleasant experiences here to last a lifetime. I hope our Lord burns it to the ground.
You couldn't perchance choose a more apropos term, Sister Temperance. I find that imagery most unappealing.
Disquiet replied, a touch of anger present in her voice as she kept her hands firmly pointed towards Kraus.
Revere us if you wish. The time has passed to run. Our Lord is upon us. Your penance has now come.
Reverence boomed from beneath the hood, as bright eyes gleamed from the darkness and bore into Nell, who remained unchanged in her position or expression. Welcome to the spaces in between, ladies and gentlemen. I began, stretching out my hands to either side. I'm sorry to say the bar is now closed. You may leave the premises willingly, or...
Oh, please. Do say it, Sullivan.
Temperance beamed at me, the smile twisting as her malice rose.
I do so want to hear you say it.
But before I could, a crash emanated from Kraus's corner as he began screaming incessantly, bottles strewn about him as he finished downing a deadly mixture of old beverages, things I didn't even know were still here. But key among them, as a bottle rolled to my feet, was Mama Killa's pulse thumper. Kraus convulsed and rose off the ground, his heartbeat audible throughout the room as small pockets of concentrated air began to push from his feet and arms. Or handle a very intoxicated and enraged Kraus. I finished, eyes fixated on my friend as his screams changed to manic laughter.
Say hello to Slaughterhouse Kraus, bitches!
He cried, launching himself at Disquiet and sending both flying through the door adjacent to them, crashing into the stockroom as bellows could be heard. Temperance's eyes were twitching at the sight.
You dare make the same mistake twice?
Her fingers dug into Letty's neck as she whimpered.
Oh yeah, we definitely dare. I didn't come this far by not taking risks, and neither did he.
Nell grinned, her eyes alight with the fire of passion and the empty flask at her feet.
But I won't just take reverence this time. I'll take you along for the ride too.
In a single swift motion, she threw her knife towards Reverence, hitting him in the chest as she pushed Letty towards me, wrapping Temperance's hands behind her back, and rushed off. Reverence staggering but chasing after her. A momentary glance and a smile later, she was gone into the back rooms. For a moment, there was a total silence. I took the opportunity to move myself back behind the bar and place 2 bottles alongside 2 shot glasses. Cheddar still sitting in front of the hole and growling, his form growing larger as he felt the threat looming. Letty recomposed herself as she got up off the floor, rubbing her neck before laying her eyes on me.
Hi, Sully. It's been quite a while, huh?
She said nervously, pain and exhaustion sapping her of so much of her zest.
I guess you're wondering about a lot of things, but I can explain.
It's okay, Letty. I smiled at her, holding a hand out over the bar and ushering her to sit on the far end. I understand.
You understand? But how? He hasn't said anything to you yet.
She trailed off, nervously picking at her skin on her worn fingers. He didn't need to. Someone else did. What matters is I know, and it'll all be alright. But it explains why the Milcom concoction didn't work on you, why nobody came after Gomez, or why this whole mess began. But I want you to know it's not your fault, okay? No matter what happens next, I forgive you. She shifted uncontrollably in her seat, and her legs shook violently as she looked at the empty bottle of Mama Killa's pulse thumper nearby, withdrawal undoubtedly setting in.
Sully, what did you see?
She asked, biting her lip anxiously. Without looking at her, I sighed and replied, I saw what was in your lockbox, Letty. Freya was able to show me. Photos of me and Nea. Very old photos. Her eyes filled with tears and she began to apologize, but the time had passed. A few minutes later, the looming shadow passed through the void. Long black limbs stretched out across the corners of the bar as the physical form of Amos followed behind it. He was tall, thin, and gangly, a facsimile of his very shadow. Sporting an all-black suit with a gold-buttoned waistcoat and a bald head, his dark skin glistening in the light of the neon sign. His eyes were older than the rest of him. Not a single blemish or unkempt hair adorned his skin, but those eyes were patchy and dry, the tiny black pupils widening as he fixated on Cheddar.
My. What a beautiful companion you have here.
His baritone voice commanded the room to such a degree that my ears clicked as soon as the first consonant rang out. Cheddar began to morph into his elongated state, but Amos simply held up a hand and said,
Down, boy.
Cheddar immediately receded and bounded back behind me, his fear transferring to my own body at the mere touch of his head against my leg. Amos made no attempts to fight, but elegantly walked across to the seat I had laid out for him, taking a seat and wrapping his lengthy fingers across the mahogany table.
So here we are at last, Mr. Renshaw.
He smiled, the teeth far too white and perfect, immediately setting alarm bells off in my head.
Or do you prefer Sullivan? I have been waiting ever so long to see you again. Did you like the lure?
He cast his eyes in Letty's direction and chuckled.
Poor thing. She had no idea. A mess of creative energy that was completely untapped. I'm glad I found her when I did.
My eyes moved to Letty, a tearful and anxious mess who couldn't keep eye contact before darting back to the far too normal Amos seated in front of me. A drink? I asked, gesturing to both bottles.
Of course. One last tale before the bar closes, I imagine.
he replied, looking both over before setting his eyes on a bottle in the shape of a human heart, black with ventricles and veins perfectly placed as it beat softly in place, letting the dark fluid rush around in its center and creating a slight stream as it bubbled from the top ventricle. He laughed as he grabbed it to inspect its contents.
Oh, how quaint. The Society of the Sunless gives unto you the Kingmaker. With consumption, he ascended to his endless throne. I assume the other is for you?
He asked, staring at the other concoction. Starting as a bottle, but ending up in the shape of a fractured handheld mirror, fragmented in multiple places, but still perfectly held together, a yellow liquid running through it created a beautiful pattern as it pooled at the center, once again grabbing it to read aloud.
Oh, don't mind me. I'll just go ahead. Kane Brewery offers you divine intervention. Just one taste, and the moment will change.
Yep, we drink when the story is done, I replied dryly, pouring both contents into the shot glasses, sliding one to him and the other firmly in front of me. You used her to get to me. Why? I asked, glancing briefly at Letty. Amos laughed, his shoulders heaving under the weight of his cackle.
Because I got bored of waiting, Sullivan. You were taking too long on this cycle.
He tapped his watch with a long fingernail.
I had to take matters into my own hands. I hope it didn't cause you too much distress. The photos were an incentive. Her fragile form was so easily manipulated once I spoke to her. The photos became a superb connector to you.
It took a moment, but it felt as if the air around me grew stale and heavy. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw another seat being filled steadily by a static image. Armani suit, slicked back hair, and a bottle of Janus in his hand. Gomez. I couldn't stop staring at his blackened eyes and vacuous pit of a mouth twisted into a distressing smile as he raised the bottle, Letty now following suit behind him with a pulse thumper in her hand.
You know why I love carnivorous plants, Sullivan? Because they are so good at luring their prey in with the sweetest of scents, and then...
The figure screeched and began to dissipate, exactly the way Gomez did when he took the adjudicator.
You close the trap and watch them crunch, sizzle, and become mulch.
His voice dripped with hunger and an animalistic sense of cruelty.
Every cycle we do this, and every cycle you take longer and longer and longer. Well, not this time. I just needed to pluck on the right string to get you invested. From my grotto, I could sense your beloved trying to reach out to you. Each time a different form, so fragile and fleeting. Enough time to make just one trip to your humble abode and deliver you the message. But always too late to do so. But this time, I found her right at the beginning, as if the universe smiled upon me and said, Amos, you, the devourer, the void walker, you are the true ruler of this realm.
He laughed, feigning the image of a fly trap with his hands, the fingers interlocking and sharpening into teeth as he reenacted their feeding process.
She was the honey, and Gomez, that little fly. You took so long getting to know him, and he thought he was going to be something remarkable. Well, he sprung the trap. The moment you took him, you gave me the other half of the connection I needed.
He put a hand over one side of his mouth and whispers to me,
Did you like the trip down memory lane? I thought you'd appreciate it.
I felt sick. I knew what was coming, and the reality of it setting in was causing every cell in my body to scream for flight. but my legs were steadfast, and the sounds of my friends fighting away kept me resolute.
Oh, you know they'll die, don't you, Sully? But I bet you told him you would take the hit.
He slapped the desk, joy erupting from his face.
You cruel, cruel man. You see, I may give my disciples hope and take them from their disgusting domiciles, but you take it to the next level. You foster a familial connection just to get what you want. It's enough to make a man cry. But I'm not a man, Sullivan. I'm something more.
So what happens now, Amos? My hands were shaky. I held on to the edge of the bar to keep them steady, but he undoubtedly saw my resolve failing. His eyes narrowed and he leaned forward.
What happens now is we both drink. You savor your last drop and watch as the little lithe weaver over there succumbs to my superior abilities. This bar and this realm becomes my dominion for me to feast on every vibrant life that walks through those doors while you and your friends are the first meal of the day. So saith Amos.
Freya still stood against the wall, shifted uncomfortably and stared at me for a moment before nodding.
And even if you somehow escape, we'll just do this again. And again, and again, and again. And maybe next time I can find an even more direct route to get your attention. Perhaps I'll simply string up the corpse of your lover and use her guts to display a sign saying, "Let me in, Sullivan."
He cocks his head to the side.
Too much?
Something tells me this will be the last time we'll be doing this, Amos. What you have there is the Kingmaker. It will give you the control you want, and there will be no end in sight. I could have hidden this, but hell, you'd have just found it anyway. Not like I can just dispose of this, is it? I held up my own drink. This, on the other hand, grants me the ability to have any one moment changed. All I want is a fucking happy ending. I don't see that interfering with your plans in any shape or form, so I'd say we're at a pleasant impasse, wouldn't you? Amos struggled to contain his excitement. His face flickered with elation as the shadow looming behind him shuddered, mandibles clicking incessantly.
Of all these loops we've done, you have never once offered me a white flag. I want to know why, but...
He sniffs the drink before holding it up.
Better not to look a gift horse in the mouth, as they say. Cheers, and to your good health.
Cheers, I reply, both of us downing it in one go, flipping the shot glass over and putting them down as a burst of red flames erupt from the area containing Disquiet and Kraus, the latter hurtling into the shelves and crashing into a heap on the floor, bloodied but not broken, as a severely damaged Disquiet stumbles into and sizzled with every utterance from her mouth. Rage threw her body into a cloak of flames, blue and blazing.
You know what? You're totally right. But I'll tell you something.
Kraus held his arms up, a broken bottle floating in front of him.
I've been told that all my life, and it ain't stopped me yet. And it ain't stopped her either.
Before Disquiet could turn, the dull thump of a blade rang out, the end of Nell's serrated knife driven deep into Disquiet's skull as she stood there, twitching before Nell retracted the knife and Disquiet's body slid to the floor, a panting, blood-covered Nell collapsing to the floor in a heap, the energy fading from her. Kraus took one look at Disquiet's body before smirking, pouring out a drink over Disquiet's body and declaring,
"Bar's closed, bitch."
From the other room, Temperance and Reverence, bloodied and bruised, rushed in to confront Nell and Kraus, but it's clear Amos had no interest in seeing further action.
Your services are no longer required. Go back and pray for my return. Amos is eternal. Remember what I taught you. Take your sister with you,
he commanded, not shifting his stance or maneuvering to look at them as he did so. Instead, the shadow form draped across the ceiling grabbed at the disciples before throwing them through the hole they came through, Temperance trying to resist, pushing back against the force of the shadow.
You will leave, or you will be devoured,
he retorted, the mandibles snapping once again with more urgency as Temperance relented and slunk back through the rift.
Well, Sullivan, it seems you were telling the truth. I am grateful for your honesty, and I promise to make this quick.
Amos straightened his tie and adjusted before I kneeled down towards Cheddar, staring right at his beautiful and goofy face. A face I'd grown so accustomed to over the eternity I'd spent here, and one I was going to miss more than anything. Hey, buddy. I'm so sorry that I have to let you down like this, but... I put my hands behind his ears and rubbed his head before bringing our foreheads together. I did it to keep you, Nell, and Kraus safe, so you've got to look after them both for me now, okay? Cheddar whined and licked my face gently. He knew what he had to do, and I was forever grateful to a companion that understood me in ways nobody else ever could. I felt myself welling up as I said goodbye to him. Man, I'm gonna miss you, buddy. I really am. I sniffed, wiping the stray tears so it wouldn't soak his fur. You're the goodest boy to ever walk this or any other realm. Never forget that. The goodest boy. I kissed his forehead and rose to my feet, my knees giving out as soon as I touched the bar stool. Hey, Amos? I could barely keep myself steady. Everything in my body was beginning to shut down. I gotta confess something. What I told you wasn't exactly true. His eyes narrowed.
How so?
Well, your drink does give you the control you want with no end in sight, but I never said it gave you control of the bar. His hands twitched before beginning to curl. You will never get this place. You're gonna have the control you want, though. Right back through that fucking hole you came through. You will be king of the void. I laughed. My stomach began to burn, my kidneys following suit. I had to make this quick. My drink is definitely giving me a happy ending, one that involves closing this loop for good. You can thank Frey over there for that one. You will never reach this place or see me again, Amos. Your entire plan was a fucking waste. My laughter turned to pained chuckles, but thanks for helping me remember why I did this all those years ago. Because now I get another... My vision blurred as I felt the last of my strength leave me as my head fell forward. For a moment, I saw nothing but darkness before I caught myself staring at my own body, my current self seeming to pass through the bar as I continued to watch the scene play out.
Another what? Another what, Sullivan? What have you done to me?
There was a surge of anger from Amos, his eyes bulging with rage as he broke composure.
You cannot excise me from this place, Sullivan. Mark my words, I am Amos, I am the Void Walker, and I am eternal. I will return, do you hear me?
But the moment he attempted to put his hands on me, he was frozen in place. Freya walked up behind him and patted him on the shoulder.
Your kingdom is waiting, Your Highness. We'd best not delay.
Before another click rang out and Amos hurtled towards the rift, screaming as he fell into the void, the hole rapidly closing behind him. Kraus stumbled to his feet before rushing to the top shelf, Nell watching him in silence for a moment.
What are you doing, Kraus?
She asked, the pain of battle and a loss overcoming her.
Finding the fucking Civil Tear Potion. You know, the one from before?
He called back, throwing the bottles aside as he swept each shelf for it.
If we can get him some of it, then we can...
That won't work, I'm afraid.
Freya called back, Kraus stopping in his tracks.
To close the loop, all eventualities were covered. Sully used the last of the potion a few days ago. There is no other way back. I'm sorry.
Nell helped herself to her feet and walked over to the spot Amos sat at, tears welling up anew when she saw me sat there. She gently placed a hand on my face, drove her knife into the table, and let out a pained cry before walking to the back.
I'm so proud of you, Sullivan.
She choked, sitting on the floor, grief overtaking her. Kraus looked at her exasperatedly.
You're just giving up, Nellie? Just like that? Well, fuck that! I know Sully would have a plan! He always has a plan! He would have some secret brew or concoction he just developed to make things right again! I just know it!
He walked around to where I sat and started talking to me.
Come on, Sully. Show where I'm right. You can...
He stopped mid-sentence, and suddenly the wild passion that enveloped so much of Kraus's conversations was replaced by a very small...
Oh no.
softly being repeated as he stared into my face, Chatter's head resting softly on my lap as he began to howl. Eyes closed, smiling and pale skin. I had left this realm. Things back there, from what I'm told, eventually returned to normal. Patrons would still come through the door and need help with a dire situation, a moment in their lives that needed guidance from a wise and colorful individual who would offer them an ear and a minimal amount of judging. Thankfully, I didn't have to worry too much about that. Kraus was a perfect fit. Nell stayed behind for a while to help settle him in, offering him a similar deal to what she gave me so long ago. It took time and a lot of healing, but Kraus fell into the role perfectly and became a well-known, well-respected, and beloved bartender. People began to learn more about the bar he affectionately renamed Sullivan's Haven. Cheddar, still a dutiful staff member who fulfills his role with joy and love, but still insists on sleeping near the seat that Kraus says he will never fill, the spot where I departed. Freya tells me Cheddar has never moved from that spot. I ask her if he still has the blanket, and she says he does. Not a single hole in it, despite all the chewing. Nell would go off to explore more as time went on. Freya said she one day said goodbye to Kraus and Cheddar, telling them she wanted to go get her own happy ending, and winked before setting off. Wherever she is, I hope she's happy. I like to think that we will all reach our happy ending at some point. What about mine, you ask? Well, chance. I can't tell you if there's a transition with pearly gates or some shit, or if one moment I was there and the next I was somewhere else. All I know is I turned around and found myself in a lobby of sorts. It was vast, and there was a series of couches to my right, a concierge desk in front of me, and two huge elevator doors on either side of a long hallway in front of me. The hell is this place? I muttered to myself.
A window, I guess. Though technically it's a hotel.
Freya was stood next to me, her face sullen.
This is a window into what happens next. I don't know if the loop was fully closed, but all the relevant life strands tug at this place, so you ended up here by default.
So it's over? I asked, still apparently able to feel nervousness wherever the hell I am.
For you, yeah. Now it's my turn to hold up the end of the bargain.
The door to the large lift slowly opened, and for the first time in what feels like an eternity, I see Naya. Everything around me dissipates as our eyes meet, and neither of us can bear to move lest we break the dreamlike state we're in.
Sully,
She began. I know. Me too. I smiled back, unsure of where to even begin.
I tried so hard to reach you. Time and time again, I tried. But each time, I grew weaker.
She trailed off, shame plastered across her face.
I left you alone for so long, and you had no idea.
What happened? I asked, Freya rubbing the back of her head.
When she died, her spirit endured. Much in part due to the link Amos has with you. And I don't know about how that works, but she was stuck in between until you two resolved your business. She sent out signs and I may have helped her along in places.
Freya took a step back, hands in the air.
Nothing bad, no traps or anything sinister, I promise.
It was Cheddar.
I looked back over, and Naya's face stripped away any concern I had.
I knew you would be lonely without me, so I channeled my energy into something I knew you'd love. A loyal companion that wouldn't grow old and could protect you if you were fragile. But you needed a place to stay too, so I helped create the bar. I even put in some of the drinks to help steer you in the right direction, but not all of them were good. Sorry.
She half laughed and half nervously smiled, undoubtedly as unsure of this as I am.
All roads led to Naya.
Freya stated plainly, unable to contain her smile.
You two were linked with an even greater strength than you and Amos, and that dude tore realities apart to get to you. But Naya made them.
She pushed my shoulders forward.
Now it's time. Go get your reward, Sully.
I began walking as Naya did. The walking quickly turned into running before we met in the middle of an embrace. The entire world felt like it had lit up with colors I had never seen the second our skin touched. We walked to the elevator she'd come from, and she pushed the button labeled Hotel, Bar Floor. As the door closed, she interlocked our fingers and smiled through tears, saying,
"See, Sully? No spaces in between us anymore."
Welcome to Sullivan's Haven. I'm Kraus, and this is my buddy Cheddar. Put your ass on the stool. Tell me a story, and I'll get you a drink. You picked a hell of a time to come in here, bud. We just revamped the place. Shame you couldn't have seen it in its heyday, though. Hell of an establishment. Oh, this? Nah, it's not for me. It's for a buddy on a long trip away. Probably hunting some creeps. Who, Sullivan? Well, that's a long story. Tell you what, you share yours, and I'll share mine. Now, let's hear it. You said something about a hotel?
Just over 2 weeks ago, on Monday the 30th of August, I turned 30, and someone had to pay the price for that. Our family, the Lees, has always been seen as eccentric by the locals. Some of us have become investors, artisans, masters of niche crafts, and the like. We've lived full, happy, and creatively stimulating lives, seen to the outside world as to not have a care in the world or need for anything. But we have this life at a great cost. A ritual that must be undertaken every August 30th, known collectively as the waiting game. My family has had this tradition for over 250 years. Every member of the family above the age of 18 congregates at my family's estate and spends the 48 hours prior to the event catching up, partying, and generally enjoying themselves. They are, after all living on borrowed time. When the final hours tick down to the event, they detox, ensure they've slept well, done their business, and had plenty to hydrate. Because once the clock strikes midnight, they must all stay in one room until the clock again strikes midnight. The entire time, they must keep at least one other family member in eyeshot. No single member of the family must be unaccounted for. The parlor room is structured in such a way that we can see each other no matter where we are situated in the room. Each area is well lit, comfortable, and accommodating, which, when you deal with roughly 30 people, is a necessity. You have to understand, growing up in this environment had me thinking this was simply a normal tradition every family undertook. I saw no strangeness in spending my birthday away from my family members, that it was just bad luck my birthday fell on the tradition day. That, of course, would change after I turned 11. I remember the first time I learned of the waiting game. My mother was supposed to host my birthday party, but apologized and said she wouldn't be home in time for work. To that point in my life, Mom had always worked long hours to provide for us, and it was routine. I was crestfallen, but understood. She was an art curator and loved her job with an unbridled passion. She was my hero. The fact we shared a birthday only made our bond more special in my eyes. She was a best friend as well as my mom, and I don't know a lot of kids who can say that. I still remember the smell of lavender in her hair, and the way her eyes flickered, and the way she hugged me tight before saying goodbye.
Never forget how special you are, Theo. The fact you are here is nothing short of a miracle, and that is worth celebrating. I love you.
She kissed me on the forehead and promised us pizza when she got home to make up for it. I remember the babysitter waving her off as I got the house ready for my friends so we could play Nintendo and stay up late. But something in the pit of my stomach was uneasy, like I'd missed the step up on the stairs. When Mom didn't come home the following day, that feeling blossomed, sprouted wings, and flew into my heart, where it started breaking away at the fragile casing until it would shatter spectacularly. There was no funeral. The police seemed disinterested in finding her, and my family said very little about it to me, just that she'd gone away and that I'd understand when I was older. I was a day away from turning 18 when my great-uncle Thaddeus told me I had to come to the family estate for my birthday, that it was time. I remember being pissed because I had a date with my high school crush, but that was of little interest to him, and saying no wasn't a wise idea, so I gave in. We drove in relative silence for the majority of the journey. He kept his steely-eyed gaze on the road and furrowed his brow. The man was in his 70s, but still commanded a room with his gait. I tried to block out the feelings of teenage frustration and focus on the country road.
We miss Christina too, you know.
He grumbled from behind a thick white mustache.
Your mother was a wonderful woman. Beautiful soul, and a vision of the world like nothing I'd seen before. But with her and her Aunt Cecilia now gone, well, it's a good thing you're turning 18.
He drummed his fingers against the wheel. I said nothing, and instead chose to let my feelings swirl around inside of me as we pulled up to the Lee estate. A secluded manor house in the countryside, It sat here for nearly 3 centuries with upkeep repairs in various areas, but largely remained the same grandiose spectacle of architecture it had been when first constructed. All members of the Lee family were born here, myself included. It was a rite of passage in a way. As we headed inside, the remnants of the party from Friday night still scattered around. A very somber atmosphere greeted me in the parlor room. Spread out amongst beanbag chairs, leather couches, armchairs, and ottomans were the entire adult Lee clan members. Among them were my great-aunt Agnes, Uncle George, Aunt Eliza, cousins Mick and Ralph, and sat in a large chair at the back was my grandpa, Sir Walter Quincy Carter Lee, a distinguished man with a usually jovial spirit, but now sat morose and deflated, as if carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. His eyes never left mine as I awkwardly shuffled into the room. In fact, none of theirs did. 30 pairs of eyes fixated on me as I sat opposite Walter and gave him a half-hearted smile.
Theodore, I'm sure you're wondering why you're here, and since you're a man now, I will not sugarcoat it.
Walter's voice broke the silence, and much like his facial expressions, it was dripping in weariness.
The Lee family has been blessed with fortune, fame, and success in all things. We have had this for a very, very long time, but it comes at a cost. We have a contract of sorts that must be fulfilled on August 30th, every year, without fail.
He slid across an old, dried-up piece of parchment with a slew of signatures and requirements. I scanned it and felt all the moisture leave my mouth.
On this day in 1756, I, Theodore James Wellington Lee, Patriarch of the Lee family, do hereby commit our earthly bodies and eternal souls to undertake this practice until we are either no more or our obligation is deemed fulfilled. Starting in the waning days of August, we shall congregate on these grounds and be merry, cavort, and enjoy our lives as one is wont to do. But as the clock strikes midnight and hails on the 30th day of the month, we shall undertake the waiting ritual and obey these basic tenements as set out and agreed upon by both parties. Number 1, all members of the Lee family over the age of 18 must be present. Number 2, all members of the Lee family must keep at least one other member in sight at all times. Number 3, if there is a designated focus of the Lee family, they are to be stared at constantly. Number 4, should any members of the Lee family hear voices that distract them, they are to ignore them. Number 5, lights must be available at all times, including backup matches, should there be an issue. And number 6, line of sight must not be broken until the clock once again chimes 12 times to usher in August 31st. I do sign my name in blood to signify the commitment to this pact, and the promise that the current and future generations of the Lee family shall continue this practice, lest we invoke the consequences of non-completion. Signed, Theodore James Wellington Lee. Witness, Elnora Micah Lee, spouse.
In place of the alternate signature was a bizarre series of characters that I had never seen before. I'd half expected the devil himself to have put his name down, but this just made me feel uncomfortable. What the hell is this? An elaborate birthday prank? I tried to force a laugh, but my body wouldn't cooperate. Grandpa Walter shook his head.
No, lad. It's a commitment to the agreement. Your mother was our original focus person, and now that you're of age, it's you. All you must do is sit in the chair and wait it out for 24 hours. We will all be here with you. When the time is up, you can go. Your successes will come to you naturally and life will be plentiful.
He gestured to the room around him.
All of us have had great lives, and our children, your cousins, will continue this trend. Provided we do our part, here and now.
What choice did I have? I agreed, and Grandpa presented me with a different document that every member of the family had signed in blood on their 18th birthday. I did the same and was free to talk to everyone before the clock chimed midnight. Once it had, we all took our seats and the ritual began. I won't lie, it was initially still feeling like a prank that I was waiting on for the rug to be pulled out from under me, but as the first hour passed and the conversation grew sparse, I realized how seriously everyone was taking this. Imagine being sat in a chair at the back of a grand parlor, books strewn across you from side to side, the well-lit room full of your family members. Some you get on well with, others you avoid like the plague, and every single one of them is staring at you incessantly for 24 hours. About halfway through, still during the day, things would become less tense. Something about the daylight brought with it a comfort of visibility that could not be taken away, and conversations grew lively again. By the time we reached 10:30 p.m., however, tensions were high. Darkness had enveloped the room, and one of my aunts explained that this is when things can go wrong, but stopped herself from continuing any further, hands shaking. I would hear faint whispers from outside in the hall that I had brushed off as the maid or a younger family member conversing, but could never totally remove from my mind. The lights would flicker, and everyone seemed to be on edge. But we made it to midnight, and on that final chime, the group erupted into cheers and congratulations to one another, myself included. It felt like we'd just come up for air for the first time in decades. Life tasted fresh, and all we wanted to do was experience it. A small but short party was had as thanks, but we were all admittedly so tired that it didn't get too far. I would bow out before 3 a.m. and sleep through the rest of the 31st, going about my life as normal as possible from that day on. Grandpa was right. My life found great success with each passing year. I would be accepted to the art school I had as my top pick. I became a recognized artist, and people all over the world knew of my work. A family of my own had eluded me, but I was a happy 29-year-old for all things considered, even if my partner resented my birthday ritual. I hadn't explained it to her yet, and didn't have plans to do so for as long as possible. Outsiders never fully understood, and it wasn't permitted to have anyone not married involved. I liked Harriet a lot, but I was not ready to go down that route anytime soon. She gave me a defeated goodbye as I left. This was the second birthday of mine she'd gotten to be a part of, and it was clearly bothering her that she couldn't indulge me in the way she wanted. I told her we'd have all the time afterwards, but this did little to assuage her frustrations.
You always keep secrets, Theo. I don't like it.
She huffed, understandably frustrated at not being let in.
How can we progress with our relationship if you keep me at arm's length? You've not even told me about your mother, and it's been nearly 2 years.
I wish I knew myself, but that's just how it is. I shrugged. This was something that hurt, but I'd had many years to process. And if we ever get married, you'll learn all about what goes on, okay? The simple prospect of even mentioning marriage put a smile on her face, and she seemed to forget all about her frustrations. She kissed me and sent me off without a second thought. The Lee estate, by this point, was largely a mix of old and new members. Cousins Mitchell, Eric, Sadie, Pippa, and Kiefer had all long since turned 18 and were now successful 20-somethings. My aunts and uncles from years prior still able to come along. Surprisingly, my grandpa was still the active patriarch. Even at 87, he had plenty of vigor and was relieved to see me pull up, ready to undertake the festivities and party. Now that I'd been doing this for 12 years, it had become a macabre routine that we loved and hated in equal measure. We ate, drank, and talked about life and love. We existed and made sure to cherish those moments. Then, as the clock struck midnight, we took our places, and that familiar chill washed over all of us. I don't know what was different. Thinking about it now, something had to have been off. But when you're in a routine for so long, even an odd one like ours can begin to feel mundane. We locked all the doors, entered the parlor, and took our seats, and so it began. The first 30 minutes was of no real issue, some idle chatter here and there, but largely everyone was steeling themselves for the long day ahead. Cousin Mick was using a stress ball, whilst Cousin Ralph had a single earphone in with an audiobook on his phone. A smart decision. At 12:35 a.m., there was a smash against the window. It sounded as if a bird had flown headfirst into the glass, intent on crushing itself. We jumped, but years of experience didn't have us all staring at the window. Instead, Pippa went over within our line of sight and opened the curtains. A cracked window, but no bird. In the distance, we could see something moving, but it wasn't possible to figure out without closer inspection, and that wasn't possible. The family estate is a private land that borders on a large wooded area. We don't govern that part of the land and instead have large fences around the property that shows where our ownership begins. So why would anyone be willingly out there? Shit's weird, right? I chuckled, looking at my grandpa and expecting a nervous laugh back. Instead, he shook in his chair and kept his gaze on me, sweat pouring down his nose and his skin growing sallow.
It's just like last time, with Christina.
He breathed.
We tried to cheat the system and we're still paying for it.
Cheat the system? What the hell was he talking about? I scanned the room, and the older members of the family looked increasingly agitated and anxious. My Aunt Gertrude bordering on hysterical as she whimpered something to my Uncle Bill, pointing a shaking finger at me. He would calm her down, and we'd spend the next 2 hours in almost total silence. But when the lights began to flicker and the anxiety rose again, I felt myself needing to ask, "What's going on, Grandpa?" I breathed, the tension spreading through the group like a disease. He shifted uncomfortably, and my concern only grew. "If you don't tell me right now, I'll walk out of this building and that'll be the end of the tradition." He immediately leapt out of his seat, eyes wide and wild.
No, absolutely not. We do not need any more suffering and death in this family.
The room grew cold, and my blood along with it. Death? Mom died? The sheer pain of those words leaving my body, like the very air was being pulled from my lungs by force. He sat back into his chair, defeated.
This deal we made, it granted us everything we could want. But there is no deal in this world without a price. That price was for one of us to fail the contract's requirements each year.
There was a tension in the air, permeating through every member of the family as he spoke.
The contract never originally stipulated that we must all gather together. In fact, it actively persuaded us to elect someone to miss the proceedings, to perhaps never inform them of the deal. The trick set out was to do it on a day that would keep at least one of us apart from the rest. We would have obstacles from life or employment that would ensure at least one of us would be unable to make it each year, thus fulfilling their end of the bargain. I don't remember who came up with the idea, but your grandmother, my wife, was in heavy labor when your mother was due, and the family wanted to be there. It just seemed like we'd been thrown a line. No more death. So we decided to make it a mandatory rite of passage for the family. By some stroke of luck, your mother was born just after the stroke of midnight on the 30th, and you in the early evening on the 30th some 25 years later. For over half a century, we were able to maintain peace and tranquility.
His lip quivered and the lights flickered again.
But all debts must be repaid, especially with them.
In a brief moment, for a fraction of a second, I saw something stand in the middle of our parlor. It towered over all of us, hunched over with its bulbous head against the ceiling, red eyes fixated on me. If there was a mouth, I couldn't see it. It held up a twisted digit to its face as if to shush me before the lights flickered back on. If Grandpa or anyone else saw it, they didn't acknowledge it. I tried my best to hold my nerve and ask a question to keep my focus. "What are they?" I managed to muster, hoping there'd be some kind of explanation for what I saw. Maybe an old legend I could connect to them to make sense of all of this. But Grandpa just looked at me, a single tear running down his face as the proud patriarch of our family showed true fear for the first time in my life.
I don't know. Nobody does. They appeared to our ancestor, your namesake, so long ago. He said at the time they were a specter from beneath the earth. His wife insisted they came from the stars. His son was adamant they were an old Celtic legend forgotten to time. But nobody has ever truly known. But we do know one thing, Theo. When we break eye contact, when we don't fulfill our part of the bargain, bad things happen.
I heard more whispering outside, the sound of walls being knocked upon, and something unseen and gargantuan thundering around the home. It was trying to get our attention. Is that what happened to Mom? Did someone in this room fail to fulfill their part of the bargain? I felt hot rage and grief push their way up, compounded by that feeling of being upset on my birthday of all days. I looked around and my eyes settled on Aunt Gertrude, the most nervous of the bunch. She was my last aunt and Christina's eldest sister. What did you do, Auntie? She pursed her lips, and I could see the veins in her temple throbbing, trying desperately to hold her composure. But the noises were unrelenting, and nobody in the room was attempting to calm her, as if they knew this needed to happen.
I always resented your mother, Theodore. She was pretty, confident, young and full of energy. Always got the recognition from Father, the love she wanted and the life she sought. I was never satisfied with what I had, and I thought if she was gone, maybe that good fortune would shine on me. So I took some sleeping pills and passed out.
The staring felt malicious, angry, full of spite, and a hint of regret.
I don't have any ill will towards you, Theodore. But if it meant I could live the life I have now, I'd do it again. Bitch!
Pippa and Sadie piped up from the sides. Both of them loved their Aunt Christina.
All you knew, huh? Never told him? Were you even planning to?
Kiefer spat on the floor in disgust.
His family should fucking burn.
I felt my head swell, a cocktail of emotions coupled with the unseen attempts to distract us. Grandpa took my shoulders in both hands and looked at me, the saddest smile I'd ever seen on a person's face.
I let the smartest and most talented of my girls go because of tradition. Rest assured, I won't do it to you. We've seen enough death and enough loss in this family. Before your mother's birth, we would see 24 of our family taken in as many years. She stabilized us. You continued that. But keeping this from you was the wrong decision, especially at your age.
He let go, backing up to the parlor door.
So if you want to leave, to confront whatever takes us, to get your revenge on us, well, we won't stop you.
The family murmured, but didn't protest. Gertrude sobbed silently. How do I know it won't take me? My legs shook as I stood up. It was barely 3 a.m. by this point. We had so long to go.
You don't. But that is part of you making the choice instead of us. Perhaps if you are the one to leave, it'll punish us instead.
I stood there for a few minutes, deciding over my choices. How to respond to a family steeped in secrecy that would willingly send my mother and I to slaughter in order to keep proliferating. It turned out I wouldn't need to wait very long for a decision. The front door hadn't been properly locked, and Harriet came inside, blasting music and armed with a mobile strobe lighting machine. I'd told her that while we had a ritual, I'd focused instead on the partying aspect. She'd followed me here. The second she entered the house, pumping music and the lights shining through the room, they hit several of my family members in the face, breaking eye contact. And just like that, the pact was broken. I don't know if I can fully articulate what happened, but I felt a deep rumble beneath my feet. The air grew thick, and it felt as if time had slowed down. Something was stirring, and as I looked around at the family, I could see on their faces they knew it was coming for them. I looked at Grandpa, still smiling and nodding as the lights went out. I made a direct beeline out of the room with Harriet in hand, slamming the parlor door behind me and pushing my body weight against it.
What the fuck is going on, Theo?
She screamed, confused and distressed. "You just killed us, all because you couldn't wait. You... I tried to find the words, to find the rage, but I was beyond that. I held her close, and we kept our heads down, hoping to make it through whatever hell was behind just a few inches of wood. I saw nothing, but I heard everything. A cacophony of shrill voices screaming, laughing, singing, and groaning in one torrent of suffering. Things were thrown around the room, possibly furniture, possibly a body. I sat against that door until daybreak this morning, when Cousin Pippa gently knocked against the door and told us to come in, that it didn't matter this year anymore. Opening the door, I saw carnage. The room was singed black from wall to wall. Most of the family were laying face down or cowering in the corner, completely unresponsive. As I scanned the room, wordless, full of anxiety and trepidation, I already knew who would be missing. Grandpa. No trace of him existed, as if he'd been wiped from existence. But, to my surprise, Gertrude had been taken too, a smear of blood next to her husband that ran across the length of the wall and ended in the corner. Her husband simply rocked back and forth, holding her green shawl. My attention was then drawn into the center of the room, to something I took with me to the car, something I have in front of me. Now that the full 24 hours have passed, and I have 364 days to decide on what to do next. The family went home, all of us fully understanding what had transpired. Harriet tried in vain to apologize to them, but each one treated her as if she was a ghost. After all, she wasn't part of the family, she wasn't part of the ritual, a part of the game. For all that I'd learned, I still didn't know what they were or where Mom and Grandpa had gone. I dropped Harriet off at home and made her swear to never talk about it. She was devastated, but understood. When she asked me what I intended to do, I simply shook my head. The contract had been amended, you see. Not that there's anything anyone here can do about it aside from listening. To know these things happen. The waiting ritual had been extended to 48 hours. All must attend. Graver consequences for those who don't. A simple note written in obsidian ink had been pinned to the top. Gertrude's signature crossed out and Harriet's name written in her place. A trade, a new debt, 2 more next year. My fiancée and I are from California, but her family lives up in Colorado, and they own a cabin near Pikes Peak, way up in the mountains. After visiting them, they recommended that we go stay in the cabin a few days. And we're avid hikers, so we jumped at the opportunity. Colorado is very rich in Native American folk legend. Virtually every place you go used to belong to the indigenous community, and the few of them who remain keep the traditions and stories alive. Pikes Peak is no different. There are enough stories and gift shops to give anyone the sense that the land itself is alive. I don't know if that has anything to do with what is happening, but maybe someone here is from Colorado and can help us connect the dots. Faye and I are currently at the cabin. It's day 4, and we're planning on leaving today, but things have gotten very strange around here, and it looks like we're going to be here for a while longer. We have enough food and water, and the heater is in stellar order, but the Wi-Fi is terrible at best, and there is virtually no cell reception. We feel isolated. I'll try to respond to the comments, but the internet dips out for hours at a time up here. The first weird thing that happened was the snow. There was no snow in the forecast, so we packed light, but on the first night here, just our luck, a blizzard pounded the whole area. My little Corolla is basically a brick on ice outside, and there's no way I'm gonna make the 6-mile drive down the mountain to town. I blame myself for trusting Colorado in spring. After a day, Thursday, of lovely hiking and sightseeing, some really unsettling stuff started happening. When we returned to the cabin just before dark, we found an enormous deer catcher dangling from a tree about a dozen yards from the back door. This wasn't the kind of thing you're imagining, the kind you buy from a novelty shop. The thing was made from twigs and twine, and it's about 3 feet in diameter. Absolutely humongous. Neither Faye nor I were stupid enough to touch it. We're veteran horror movie fans. We know that's how you get cursed. If the snow melts a bit, I'll get back out there and snap a picture of it and post it here. That night while we were eating dinner, we heard a bunch of noises in the woods outside. Twigs crunching, leaves rustling, etc. This isn't unusual because we saw some elk and deer on our hike, but the sounds were slow and purposeful. They stopped and started and were rhythmic, like someone was casing the area in a crescent shape around the cabin. I used my really bright tactical flashlight to look outside from the porch, but there was nothing. We stayed in all day on Friday and just cuddled, hung out, and played some of the board games that we brought and some of the Super Nintendo games they had in the cabin. Donkey Kong Country 2 I have considered stealing, because it's the greatest game ever made. It snowed again, and after dark, we started hearing more noises. Around 1 a.m., Faye woke me up and told me she was hearing a voice outside. I strained to listen and thought I could make out the sound of a man crying very far away, but his voice was drowned out by the wind, so I wasn't absolutely certain of what I'd heard. We went back to sleep, but again around 4:45, we heard him more distinctly and closer. He sounded like he was calling for help, but he would dip into another language that I've never heard before. We called the ranger station at the bottom of the hill using my cell phone, and they told us that they'd get up there and check it out. We never saw them, and I doubt they ever came. On Saturday, shit got really scary. It snowed again in the morning, and I stopped getting service for most of the day. Faye and I watched movies and tried to Skype with her family, but that didn't work. She went to sleep early, around 8, while I did some photo editing on my laptop in the living room. She woke up crying hysterically. When I asked her what was wrong, she said she'd had a dream that she was lost in the woods outside and something was following her. I cuddled with her until she fell back asleep, and eventually I drifted off too. Faye woke me up at around 1 a.m. She was absolutely beside herself, and I've never seen her so afraid in my life, and just the look on her face really unsettled me. She told me that she'd heard the man outside again, but she recognized the voice. She was absolutely convinced that it was her grandfather's voice, and he was wandering around outside begging for help. Faye's grandpa died when we were seniors in college 4 years ago. I told her that she was dreaming, but then I heard the voice too. I never met the guy, so I wouldn't recognize his voice, but it did sound different from the one last night. It sounded older. I had to do everything I could to keep her from running off into the woods looking for him. Eventually, she realized that the possibility of it being him was absurd, so we put on a movie at a good volume and fell back asleep. My cell phone wouldn't connect a single call. What happened last night, Sunday, was the thing that has sent me over the edge. Essentially, the same thing happened around 1 a.m., at which point I was still awake, almost expecting the noise to happen. I heard a voice. This time, it was a woman's. Thankfully, it was distant enough that it didn't wake Faye. I walked into the bathroom and cracked the window open just a tiny bit. The frosty air that came through the cracks seemed like a death sentence to me as a Californian. Nobody could survive outside for that long. Not without serious military-grade winter gear. And yet, someone was wandering the fuck around out there, snapping on twigs and crying. I'm a reasonable skeptic, sometimes arrogant agnostic, but I'm telling you, the voice sounded exactly like my mother's. My mom is alive and well and living in Southern California, so my brain instantly cramped at the sound of her voice out there in the Rocky Mountains. I would know my mother's voice anywhere. I think we all would. And I'm telling you, I'm about 90% sure it was hers, which was way, way too sure to not scare the shit out of me. I grabbed my light and went outside with a blanket wrapped around me and my hiking boots on. I circled the entire cabin and looked around. There was snow pushed out of the way in a big meandering pattern that snaked in and out of the tree line, like someone was drunkenly shuffling around. Maybe they were injured. The path went right to the bathroom window and then back into the woods. Each time the voice called out, I shouted,
"Mom? Who's there? Who are you?"
And each time the voice receded further into the woods. I'm pretty sure it was trying to coax me deeper and deeper into the woods, away from the cabin. I'm still alive because I'm not an idiot, I'm not going to die like some dumbass in a bad horror movie. I went back inside and made sure that we were locked down tight. Since I can't call the ranger station, I'm posting this instead. I'll keep you updated. Edit. It's Monday. We got a hold of Faye's dad. The weather is supposed to clear up tomorrow, so he's going to come pick us up in his truck and help get my car back down the mountain. I'll keep you all informed. Only one more night in this place. I'll try to get some photos up. Edit. 9 p.m. Monday. I've been able to get online twice today. I wish I knew more about electronics, but I'm a history teacher. So I don't think I can fix the Wi-Fi or predict when it'll work. I can send and receive email messages on some Reddit posts, but I cannot load some websites or view photos. Faye hasn't been feeling well since noon. She developed a stomachache and has been intermittently throwing up. We both ate the same thing, and I feel fine, so I'm not sure what it is. She sometimes gets like this when she gets worked up. Although I'm agnostic/atheist, she is very Catholic and is pretty convinced that something supernatural is going on. No need for alarm at the moment. She doesn't have a fever, and I'm keeping her hydrated and in high spirits. She seems to be on the mend. Went to sleep around an hour and a half ago. Some noises to report. There's cackling, repetitive vocalizations in the forest. It's probably 100 yards out. The tree line starts about 20 yards out, so this sound is coming from much deeper. Some movement spotted just beyond the tree line at dusk, but it could be elk, deer. Couldn't see very much. Keeping all the curtains closed, windows locked, furniture in front of the front and back door. I'm checking on Faye every half hour. Her dad will be here in the late morning to pick us up and dig my car out. Another Redditor near us pointed out that I'm an idiot for not double-checking the weather. Yeah, you're correct. I promise I'll provide an update as a new post tomorrow, should anything significant happen. Sorry for the delay, everyone. Faye's dad picked us up in his truck. He brought his buddy with him, who's now following us in my car. A lot of things happened last night. Some things I won't share because I'm not sure how to interpret them yet. I'm not even sure I understand what happened, but here are the most important things. I also managed to get some recordings. I tried to stay awake last night until 1 a.m. because over the past few nights, that's the approximate time that the noises changed from rustling and branches cracking to voices. I didn't make it. I fell asleep on the couch with my laptop open, waiting for the Wi-Fi to come back. I think this was about 12:30 a.m. I woke up around 1:15 a.m. to a muffled voice. In my sleepy daze, I struggled to figure out where it was coming from. I thought it was just outside the living room window, so I sat there quietly trying to make the words out. It was a woman's voice and said things like,
"A few days. It's not mine. I'm not alone."
I got up and peeked out the curtain. I didn't see anyone, but then the voice said,
"Okay."
And I knew the voice was Faye's. As I mentioned earlier, my fiancé has an undiagnosed sleep disorder and has extensive sleep talk, sometimes sleepwalks. She has had pronounced night terrors since she was a little kid. I'll post a story about that someday. I walked into the bedroom to find Faye sleeping on her stomach as usual. She didn't say anything else as I came in. Two things really disturbed me about this situation, though. The first is that she appeared to be having a conversation with someone, which is actually quite common for her, but the person she was conversing with was interrogating her, asking her questions about herself, me, the cabin, etc. Second, in her sleep, Faye was imitating another voice. It wasn't hers that she was speaking with. She was alternating pitch and tone to sound like a different person. My modus operandi is to not wake her up when she has sleep disturbances. There's a story behind this. Expect one someday. Instead, I gently rub her back and hair, which calms her and puts her back to a restful sleep. I did this for a few minutes, but then there was another voice, off in the distance outside. I got up and walked to the window to listen. I think this was the first time that I really felt scared enough that I felt like we were in real danger. It was a child, singing in the dark. I couldn't really make out what he was saying, but I am certain that it was a child. It was probably 6 or 8, trying to sing a song. And the snow had abated for a while now, and the stars were notably bright. So I could see all the way to the rim of the forest. It's about 20 yards out. There was a figure standing there just past the first trees, back facing me, looking up at either the moon or the tops of the trees. It stood so still that I convinced myself that it was a tree stump or something. In a few minutes, it was no longer visible. My skeptical nature compels me to be reasonable and say my eyes were playing tricks on me. When I turned around, Faye was sitting straight up in bed, eyes closed. She does this a lot in her sleep. She craned her neck and said something like,
"Don't let them in."
Or,
"Don't let them inside."
She was still doing the weird voice, so I woke her up. Faye and I sat in the bedroom with the lights on, talking about what we should do. I tried to get online to send an email to her parents, but of course it doesn't work when you need it. We agreed to stay in the same room and try to fall back asleep. At one point, I got up to get her some water. She hadn't vomited in several hours and she was feeling better. And out of the kitchen window, I saw flashes of pale light. They weren't like the flashes you'd see when someone walks through the woods with a flashlight. They were more like if someone had a lantern they could slowly turn on and off. I flicked on the porch lights to the front side of the house, hoping that it would discourage anyone from trying to approach, but as I walked back to the bedroom, I saw the distinct outline of a person through the window curtain in the living room. They were pressed against the glass with their hands on it, trying to peer inside. Since it was dark in the living room and bright outside, I could clearly see their silhouette. I shouted and approached the window, but the person ran off before I could pull the curtain open. Faye slept soundly, but I continued to hear voices outside, different ones on and off all night until dawn. I wrote several of them down. I couldn't sleep, so I camped out in the living room. I kept the bedroom door open so I could hear Faye if she started talking again. The voices would go away for hours and then start back up again. At one point, I fell asleep, but I was awoken by the sound of a light switch flickering on and off. From the couch, I could see the light from outside going on and off in patterns of 5. I couldn't explain why this disturbed me so much, but it did, and I imagined some kind of horrible creature standing in my house somewhere, flipping the switch up and down, smiling. My first instinct was to go check on Faye, and I nearly had a heart attack when I saw that she wasn't in bed. I started calling her name and pacing around the house, looking out the windows to see if she was outside. When I looked out of the kitchen window, there she was, sitting on the hood of my car about 30 feet out in the driveway. Her back was to me. She was staring off into the forest. She was absolutely rigid, just the same way she sits up in bed when she's asleep. Faye has sleepwalked all over the house back in California. I found her in the kitchen and downstairs hallway in the living room, but she's never gone outside. I shouted her name from the kitchen, but the second I did, Faye jumped off of my car and dashed into the woods at full sprint. She never looked back at me. I started flipping out and screamed her name over and over again. I screamed to grab my boots to go after her, but the second I pulled the front door open, Faye called out my name from behind. She was standing in the hall, looking confused and asking me what was wrong. Apparently she had been in the bathroom. In my masculine crusade, I guess I'd forgotten to check there. I looked out at my car and into the forest, and honestly, the first thought that came to my mind was, "You clever motherfucker." Needless to say, we stayed up the remaining few hours until dawn, intermittently writing down the voices we heard, which faded away and became less frequent with the passage of time. Here's the list of voices we heard. I will return to Colorado, but fuck Pikes Peak. Man's voice, vaguely familiar, but couldn't put a face to it over the past several nights.
Hello? Hello? Oh God! Look at it! Hello?
A woman's voice sounds...
Watch! Watch! Woman! Whoa! Oh my! It's very dark. The seal's lights. I'll come down there.
Lay it on the ground and burn. Turn it. She talks in her sleep. She's talking to me now. Stop! Look at the windows. Do you see it?
What? The body's still on the ground. They never found her. They're there. Right here. Right here. Oh, they found it. They found it.
By the way, I forgot to check to see if that dream catcher was still there out back. You're welcome to drive out there and look for yourself, though. So that night, we sat down with Faye's mom, Laura, in her bedroom while her dad was watching the news downstairs. Her mom was so upset at the stories we told her. I mean, she was visibly disturbed to the point of being in tears. She kept apologizing to Faye and hugging her. Laura told us that they'd purchased that cabin from their good friend, Jennifer, I think, who moved to Nevada about 20 years ago. And her husband had complained about all sorts of weird experiences while living there. Her husband, Tom, like myself, was fond of hiking and exploring the woods, and collected tons of arrowheads and other neat trinkets he'd found in his travels around Pikes Peak. But Jennifer started having dreams about Tom being dragged into the woods from their bedroom. She had all sorts of horrific nightmares about him being skinned and pinned up to trees like some kind of macabre artwork. Jennifer said that while Tom was at work, she would occasionally hear the voice of her daughter, who had died in childhood due to some kind of bone cancer, calling Mommy from the edge of the forest. Jennifer's doctor claimed it was the medication she was on and changed her meds. Tom got a new job in Vegas. They basically noped out of there. And on a lighter note, Tom hanged himself in the garage 2 years after they moved. No note or anything. Anyway, Laura, Faye's mom, and Greg, Faye's dad, only used the cabin as a getaway in summers. Laura never experienced anything beyond weird feelings while she was there, and she chalked that up to all the crazy stories Jennifer had told her. Greg, however, who suffers from PTSD-related nightmares, occasionally experienced exacerbated sleep disturbances in the cabin. Over the years, he became reluctant to go there, Allegedly, some of the people he killed would come back and talk to him in his dreams at that cabin. The last time he stayed there, he woke up in a dream to find a few of them sitting in his bedroom with him, maimed and rotted. He privately maintained to Laura that he also heard their voices in the forest, crying and begging and screaming for their mothers. Oh, and guess what time he always heard them? Laura told us that she honestly didn't believe there was anything wrong with the cabin. Faye was extremely pissed and let her have it. They kind of ended our visit on a bad note. Later that night, I was up reading, and Faye was asleep next to me. She always falls asleep before me. That girl could fall asleep on a pile of rocks. She started mumbling in her sleep, so I listened carefully.
Never. Never, never. No, I wouldn't. On the mountain. Can't. What? His name? We don't know you. No, it's Felix.
My name. About 2 hours later, she woke me up by nudging me in her sleep and saying,
Tell the man in the hall to leave.
This set me over the edge, so I got up to go to the bathroom and get some water. I didn't find anything strange. I had a very hard time falling asleep, though. This morning, we heard back from the guy who went up to the cabin to check for gas leaks or carbon monoxide, at the behest of a few scrupulous Redditors. The guy mentioned that radon is a really big problem in some of these old places in the mountains. He's some kind of super badass handyman with all kinds of equipment, so he wrangled up one of the peak rangers and they went into the place together. Apparently, there were tracks all around the house, a dozen pairs of them, like a large group of people had wandered around looking in windows. All the windows and doors were sealed the way we left them. When they got inside, some stuff was moved around, and the silverware drawer was emptied onto the kitchen floor and turned upside down. The power was completely dead. The weirdest thing was that there was water all over the bed and on the floor, but our guy checked for leaks in the ceiling and bathroom pipes. Nothing. Nothing had been stolen from the house, not even food. Some old clothes in the bedroom closet were strewn out across the ground, but nothing stolen. Like maybe someone was trying them on or smelling them? The ranger said that there were legends about the mountains. Something about things that sort of act like people, but they come out of the old abandoned mines. Greg's friend couldn't remember the name the ranger gave them. It was a native language. I asked Greg to ask the ranger about the sounds I heard, specifically the wachu, wachu, wol, and he said it's a widely recognizable chant, but he doesn't know what it means. Does anyone here have any idea? No radon, no carbon monoxide, no gas. The place is all electric. He checked for mold and said it was unlikely that there would be any all the way up there. He did say it's possible that there's some kind of electrical problem, and that this can sometimes cause people to feel unsettled and maybe have hallucinations. He has some kind of Geiger counter or gadget that detects issues like this, but it was broken when he tried to use it. I'm going to keep a close eye on Faye. She's still shaken up about all of this. And if there's anything left to report, I'll let you know. Update, 4/21/2016. We have begun hearing voices outside of our home. Faye is really upset and feels like I might have exacerbated the strange circumstances by giving them widespread exposure online. I'm gonna go dark for a few days and see if that helps. Don't worry about us, we have a few close friends looking out for us. They know the entire story. Hey everyone, I just wanted to make a quick update, as promised, because Faye and I are flying back to California shortly. Faye is back to normal, is feeling great. I watched her eat a huge plate of chicken parmesan yesterday. The first thing I should mention is that Faye's father was very reluctant to talk about the cabin or the weird experiences we'd had there. He kept trying to change the subject and was generally in a bad mood, which is pretty normal for him. He's a really grumpy Vietnam vet and has been in the army since he was young. His personality is exactly the way you'd imagine it. Faye asked him bluntly,
If something is wrong with that cabin, why would you let us go up there in the first place?
And his response was, talk to your mother. Faye and I flew back from Colorado on Wednesday afternoon. She slept the entire time, despite the noise, which amazed me. I can't sleep on planes because I'm absolutely terrified of flying. I'd rather stay another night in that cabin. When we got home, I ordered pizza and she wolfed it down. Her appetite has returned in full force, which is great news. I mentioned this in my original post, but Faye has an undiagnosed sleep disorder. She has pronounced night terrors and sleep talking, and the occasional sleepwalking. This disorder lies dormant 90% of the time, but it tends to flare up when she's under a lot of stress. If we're moving, if she changes jobs, or if a relative dies, I can expect a night of horrifying talking and odd behavior. Needless to say, our experiences at the cabin have set Faye on edge. Although she's in high spirits, she's still afraid at night. I am too. That night after pizza, she fell asleep on the couch while we watched Wedding Crashers. At around 10 p.m., the movie ended, and I turned the TV off. As I brought our plates to the kitchen, I passed the stairwell and heard a faint noise from upstairs that sounded like a man sighing. I shrugged it off and woke Faye up. We brushed our teeth and went to bed. Faye talked in her sleep a lot that night, and it started around 1 a.m. I woke up to her calling out.
What did you do?
And...
Do you need any help?
and laughing. This isn't really unusual for her. She babbled occasionally and said a few funny things. I woke up again around 4 a.m. and heard her talking, but this time she was doing something she'd never done before. We've been together for almost 5 years, and not once has she ever whispered in her sleep. But now she was whispering with her back turned to me. For a second, I thought somebody was lying on the floor at the edge of our bed, talking back to her. This disturbed the shit out of me, so I sat up and leaned over her, trying to listen in the dark. The only thing I heard was her discernibly say, "Shh." I asked her, "Faye, what are you talking about?" And she didn't respond. I said, "Who are you talking to?" And she replied,
"Don't," and
nudged me. Another unusual thing happened around 5:45 a.m. I woke up to Faye getting back in bed. She hurried into the bedroom from the hall and got back in bed quickly, making zero attempt not to wake me. First of all, Faye doesn't get up. Ever. She sleeps like a dead horse, and even if she went to the bathroom in the middle of the night, which she never does, the bathroom is not down the hall. It's in our bedroom. When I asked her what she was doing the next morning, she claimed to have no memory of it. I spent all day Thursday thinking about why Faye was still acting weird. I was the one who found the dream catcher and got close to it. And I was the one who interacted with the voices at the cabin. Then I remembered something. On our last night in Colorado at her parents' house, Faye got back into bed around the same time, 5:45 a.m. I barely remembered because I was half asleep, but the image returned to my head. She'd been getting up really early for a few days. So last night, I set my phone's alarm to vibrate, and I put the time to 4:45 a.m. In the middle of the night, Faye started talking again. This time, she was doing the same thing she did at the cabin, changing her voice to sound like someone else. In 5 years, she's sleep-talked a bunch, but she never whispered or changed her voice until recently. She said a few things, which I tried to commit to memory.
La, la, la.
Followed by day on, or tay-all, over and over.
He's still in the trees. Where were you? I looked for you.
And
ooh, it's time.
About the same time, I heard a noise outside, which sounded like an old man grumbling to himself about something. We live in NorCal, in a really woodsy town. So when you look out our bedroom window, there's a ton of trees across the street. It was very dark, but I'm fairly certain I saw a man walking behind the first line of trees. He was too far away to be the one grumbling, but it's still very unusual to see anyone over there this time of night. In fact, I've never seen anyone over there at night ever. Looking outside required me to open the curtains, which lit up our bedroom with moonlight. When I looked back at the bed, Faye was lying with her neck craned towards me, her eyes crazy wide and fixed on me. Her mouth was open. She issued this really frightening, gurgly, drawn-out groan and flicked her tongue around. It looked like an epileptic fit in slow motion. Faye had definitely opened her eyes in her sleep, but never like this. She looked like a fucking murderer. I got so scared. I called her name really loud and woke her up. She was confused and asked me why I was at the window. I lied and said I was just closing it because it was cold. I didn't want her to know I'd heard a voice. We talked a bit, but I'll skip that because this is getting long. My alarm woke me up at around 4:45 a.m., and I laid there awake, waiting for Faye to get up like she'd been the past few nights. She breathes very rhythmically when she's asleep, so I can tell how deep she's under. At around 5:20, she sat straight up, swung her legs out of the bed, and tiptoed down the hall. I followed behind. And when I say that my fiancé tiptoed, I mean like a child on Christmas Eve. This was very robotic, alien, inhuman. She moved like a meth-addicted ballerina zombie down the hall and stopped at the stairwell. Her breathing never changed. I just stood there in our bedroom, poking my head out into the dark hall. Faye looked down the stairs, still standing rigidly on the balls of her feet, swaying to and fro slightly. She did some weird shit. She touched her face slowly for several minutes, touched the banister, touched the wall, flicked the lights on and off a few times, all the while maintaining her perfectly regular coma breathing. Then she reached an arm out like in the motion of a bicep curl, stretching her fingers and wiggling them, then curling them, her hand and her arm back up to her face. I watched her do this motion for about 4 minutes. It looked like she was testing the limb, as if she'd never used it before, but then I realized she was actually communicating with someone on the first floor of the house. She was making a come here motion. With full confidence that Faye was sleepwalking, I walked into the hall and leaned over the half wall that overlooks the living room. It was totally dark down there. I couldn't see anything but the clock on the cable box. Faye stood there waving, smiling, making gestures, and then touching her face and pulling gently on her hair. I carefully ushered her back to bed and talked to her softly, trying not to actually wake her. She didn't resist, she never does, and we went back to sleep without another word. I have zero clue what the fuck is going on. I told her this morning what she did, and now we have a doctor's appointment for her at 3 p.m. today. I took Faye to see her doctor yesterday, and we hesitantly explained what was going on with her. I left out the paranormal stuff because I didn't want to get put in a ward. She seemed really concerned about Faye, ordered a blood test, gave her a physical, asked her about her diet and drugs, medicine, etc. Faye and I are both non-drinkers, non-drug users. Neither of us are on medication. She wants Faye to be evaluated by a psychiatrist next week. For now, she gave her a sedative at night and some anti-anxiety medication. She wants us to get some fresh air and get out of the house, so we're going on a hike today. A Redditor brought up the possibility that the child's voice outside the cabin, asking when do we go inside, might not refer to inside the cabin, but rather inside Faye. This really worries me, because it corroborates some of the strange behavior she's been exhibiting in her sleep. I contacted the park ranger, who is pretty sympathetic to our situation, and he's going to get in touch with some of the members of his tribe who have experience with spiritual guidance and medicine. He is convinced that Faye and I have attracted the attention of the ones who come out of the mines. Lucky us. More on that later. Some Redditors have recommended that I test Faye to see if it's really her, so yesterday evening, against my wallet's advice, I took her to our favorite steakhouse. I only ever order one meal there, medium tri-tip, house macaroni and cheese, and a bottle of root beer. Faye only ever orders one meal there too, the barbecue chicken sandwich with mac and cheese and a salad with ranch dressing, and a Coke. She drinks Coke only. Her blood is mostly Coca-Cola. Faye took a long time to decide what to order, and ended up ordering a fucking New York strip. I jokingly told her to order for me too, and she said,
I don't know what you want.
She also ordered water instead of Coke. Usually we have arguments over how much Coke she drinks, and I'm always trying to get her to hydrate better and just drink water. This was really unsettling to me. At the end of the night, when we were walking back to my car, I kissed her temple and asked if she still liked it when I called her Noodle. She said,
Of course.
I've never called her Noodle in my entire life. Her nickname has always been Monkey Toes. It's a long story. When we got home, she cracked open a Coke and got on Facebook, which is completely normal for her. This threw me off. One thing that's been on my mind lately is the song the little kid was singing outside of the cabin. I've been catching myself humming it almost every day. I asked Faye if it meant anything to her, and I sang it to her while she was sitting on the couch. After a few repetitions, she sort of went blank, like she was hypnotized, and just wobbled back and forth ever so slightly for about 8 seconds, and then snapped out of it and said,
I don't remember that.
Last night is when shit hit the fan. I haven't gotten a full night's rest in over a week now, and it's starting to make me feel over-emotional and crazy. Faye started murmuring in her sleep around 1, as usual, but I couldn't understand much of it. She sat up in bed, took the sheets off of her legs like she was going to get up, but I grabbed her arm and asked her what she was doing. She said,
Tell them to leave.
Her eyes were completely shut. I asked her, Who? Who needs to leave? She sat there for about 2 minutes, not speaking, just sitting straight up. I asked again, and she replied,
There's a man at the door.
Then about 10 seconds later,
And a woman at the bottom of the stairs.
Of course, this made every single hair on my entire body bristle. I got up and went downstairs, turning on every single light as I went, and carrying my buck knife with me. Nobody was in our house. I looked in every single room downstairs and even in the backyard. When I got back to the stairwell, I heard someone stomping around upstairs. Someone had turned the lights to the upstairs hallway off. I stood at the bottom of the stairs looking up, trying to listen, but the noises stopped. So I walked back up into our bedroom and got into bed. It was likely that Faye had gotten up to go to the bathroom or sleepwalked a bit in the room and went back to bed. I fell asleep pretty fast, but woke again only a few minutes later. Faye was gone. I heard movement down the hall, so I looked out into it, and I saw Faye coming out of the other bedroom. She staggered down the hall toward me, and then stopped, turned around, walked back in the other direction. She did this 7 or 8 times. She was walking in almost the same way as the night before, standing really high up on her toes, her legs totally rigid like they were made of cement, and her arms completely limp, flopping back and forth. It was extremely fucking terrifying seeing her move like that. She was totally graceless. It was like someone was testing out a human body for the first time. At that same moment, I heard a noise through the bedroom window and ran over to check, thinking someone really was at the front door. You can see down to the front entryway from my bedroom window. Off in the distance, about 30 yards out, somebody was walking back and forth in the same exact way that Faye was. He was humming loudly and intermittently singing. The song sounded like the one I sang to Faye earlier, the one the child sang outside the cabin. I ran back into the hall, woke Faye up, and brought her downstairs. I opened the front door to get a better look at the man, but he was gone. Today, at the behest of a few Redditors, I asked Faye if she'd ever been to that cabin before we visited. I don't know why I never thought to ask her this before. She said nothing about it when we stayed there for several nights. She was hesitant to answer me, and eventually admitted that she'd been there once when she was 14. She and her parents went snowshoeing up in the mountain. A few hours later, I emailed her mother and asked the same question. She told me that Faye had gone to the cabin multiple times as a child, but stopped going when she went to high school. I can't figure out which one of them is lying to me. Because so many people have questions about Faye, she has agreed to do a filmed interview. If you post questions for her, I will film her responses and post them back here within a few days. I haven't told Faye this, but I'm thinking of going back to the cabin and meeting with the ranger. He wants to do some ritual with the dream catcher we found, if it's still there, and he says that he will bring his friends and try to cleanse the house and the surrounding area. This will cost me like $500 just to fly out there, but if this shit gets any worse, it might be worth it. Edit. A Redditor sent me a private message telling me to investigate the guest room to see if Faye was doing anything in there. It turns out she was. She had written the number 5 on the window with her finger. I only saw it because of the condensation from the cold this afternoon. It's written backwards so that someone standing in our backyard can read it. I cannot tell you how much all of your support has meant to us over the past few days. Faye feels so good knowing that people are constantly asking about her health, and I feel like a few of your suggestions have literally saved her life. So thank you, from the bottom of my heart. I don't even know where to begin. So much has happened in the last 2.5 days. The sedatives and anti-anxiety meds the doctor gave to Faye work during the day, and she has been less stressed. However, at night, her behavior is still highly unusual. I've taken the overwhelming consensus of Redditors seriously. I went out and purchased a bunch of child-proofing materials for the house to prevent Faye from harming herself or going outside while sleepwalking. I couldn't afford a bunch of cameras. Sorry, I'm a teacher. I bought these knob covers that little kids, and hopefully sleepwalkers, are too stupid to figure out. outlet covers in case she tries to jam anything into them, and I hid the kitchen knives. I also brought in a spiritual healer after very carefully searching for one. It is my opinion that 99% of them are frauds and hucksters, but this woman did not charge us anything, and she was recommended by close family. She is the daughter of the Shoshone tribe leader. The long and short of it is, she believes our house is not haunted. However, she says that Faye feels very off. She said she couldn't get a good read on her at all, and that there is a dark cloud over her. Still suspicious of this woman, I took her to a random upstairs window and told her that I had seen someone outside near the edge of the woods, mimicking Faye's sleepwalking, which was true, but I pointed out the wrong window, to the wrong part of the forest. She quietly examined the other windows upstairs and said that our bedroom window, the correct one, gave her a terrible feeling. She said,
"He watches from here. She can hear him whispering at night."
We told her everything. She was horrified by our story. The look on her face unsettled me so much. It was like she never heard of anything this bad. She went out of the room and had to collect herself downstairs. The woman prayed for several minutes, sang a beautiful song in a language I can't even begin to describe, and saged our entire house. She put some kind of crushed herbs on the ground in front of the 2 doors that led into our home. Then she told me in private,
"You are dealing with the Hollow Ones."
She said its name in her ancestral language, but I cannot even come close to remembering how to spell it or say it. She said that one is infatuated with Faye and will do absolutely anything to get inside our house, but the process takes time. I don't know if I actually buy any of this, but at least she didn't sell it to me. We also had Faye take a pregnancy test, as recommended by many Redditors. The woman said it was a good idea. Good news, not pregnant. And the woman stood in the bathroom with her like a prison guard so she couldn't fuck with the test. We thanked the woman, and she left. That night, we attached a little jingle bell from Faye's Christmas-themed lingerie to a hair scrunchie and put it around her ankle. I'm such a light sleeper that there's no way she'd be able to get out of bed without waking me. Faye fell asleep really fast due to the meds, out like a light in a few minutes. I lay in bed, thinking about the 5 that she wrote on the window in her sleep a few nights earlier, and reasoned that it meant 5 a.m., and not 5 days, as some Redditors had speculated. This makes sense because she's been getting up at that time to sleepwalk every night for 4 nights in a row. Since the 5 was written backwards, facing the backyard, I reasoned that it was a signal to whatever was out there. She was going to try to let it inside. Eventually I fell asleep, and I had a fucking horrifying dream. Something came into the house, through the sliding glass door to the yard, walked up the stairs and into our bedroom. It sat at the edge of our bed, rubbing Faye's foot and staring at us. It was completely wraithed in shadow. I couldn't see it at all except for a silhouette. I woke up, soaked in sweat, and I couldn't fall back asleep for a while. 5 a.m. rolled around, and the reliable little jingle bell woke me right up. In her sleep, Faye did something that she's never done before. She stood up on the bed, rigid as a board, and stared out the window. I shouldn't really say stared because her eyes were closed, but she was alert, watching and listening. She remained there like a statue for at least 5 minutes. I also didn't move, I just watched. Then she slowly raised her hand and started waving at someone outside. My skin crawled when she did that. She definitely knew someone was there, even with her eyes shut. Faye then stepped off the bed and darted to the bedroom door, trying to get out into the hallway, but the child-proof knob cover stopped her. She couldn't figure it out in her sleep. She did another thing that she's never done while sleepwalking. She got extremely angry and started pulling on the cover. She shrieked and growled like a trapped animal. After 30 seconds of this, she woke herself up and started crying really hard and told me that in her nightmares, she had seen a man without a face, walking through the halls of our home, whispering her name and looking for her. I sat up and talked with her for an hour, and then we went back to sleep. It was around 10 a.m., April 24th, and Faye was gone. The bedroom window was open. As I walked downstairs, I saw her in the backyard, reading. Every single window in the entire house was open. It was like 55 degrees outside. She told me the smell of sage made her nauseous, and she wanted to get out of the house. I couldn't smell anything. I suggested that we go to the church downtown today to speak with a priest. She's Catholic, but she refused, so I had my buddy Kay, who is a very, very devout Catholic, come over with some holy water and his crucifix. Apparently Kay told his priest what was going on, and the guy very reluctantly blessed the water and told us to call him. Faye was irritated that I'd done this without her permission, and waited outside while Kay set up a few little crosses and his big crucifix around the house. Faye refused to have any holy water put on her. She kept saying, "I'm freezing, don't you dare." She is going to be super pissed when she finds out I put that shit in her shampoo and conditioner bottles. She was in a really nasty mood all morning. But after we went out for lunch, she was feeling better and agreed to film the interview and answer questions from Redditors. While filming, I noticed that she wasn't wearing her engagement ring, and realized that she hadn't been wearing it in several days. I asked her where it was, and she said it was in her luggage, which we've now partially unpacked. Later, when I checked, it wasn't there. I'm worried about this for a few reasons. I'll post the video as soon as she watches and approves it. She's self-conscious. Expect it in a few days. And I've finally begun moving some more of the photos from the cabin onto my laptop, too. I cannot bring myself to listen to those voice recordings yet. Flash forward to last night. I got up at about 1 a.m. to pee, and I knocked the bell scrunchie off the bed. Faye had taken it off and was gone. I got angry and scared at the same time. I found her sitting on the stairs, looking down into the dark, spreading her arms open like she was trying to get a child to climb up the staircase for its first time. She was smiling with her eyes closed. As I usually do, I gently got her up and walked her back to bed. When I laid down next to her, she leaned over, with her eyes still closed, and said,
"They're gonna kill you,"
and then licked my face. I called her parents today to arrange a flight back to Colorado. They're paying for it. Her mom, Laura, admitted to me that something had happened to Faye as a child at the cabin. That is where her sleep disturbances started when she was 5. I've had enough, and they can tell. They spoke with the ranger at Pikes Peak again, and he's arranging for me to meet with him and his buddies from their tribe, who knows the entire history of the area, and all of the hauntings that other visitors have reported. Faye will be staying with my 2 best friends, R and J, and Jay's fiancée, A. I've known all 3 of them since high school, and they're completely informed about all these events, and they will guard her with their lives. In short, I'm going back to the cabin, alone. I'll update soon, but no matter what happens, I'm not going to drag this out any further. Edit. Folks, I won't be at the cabin alone. I'm meeting the ranger and his friends there. His 2 friends are from his tribe, nation, sorry, I don't know the correct terminology, and they are healers. They know all about Pikes Peak and the ongoing situation. I'm not going out easy. Update. I dropped Faye off at my friend's place. They'll take care of her. Heading to the airport now. No idea when I'll get back on. I'll try tonight if I'm not too tired after landing. Update. 4:26. Midnight. Colorado. I met Faye's parents, exhausted. Talked to her parents extensively. Got word from my friends. Faye started feeling really ill, wanted to go home. They moved the whole posse over to our house, which has been saged, blessed, protected, and covered in holy water and crucifixes, and she is allegedly doing much better. Richard and Jason's fiancée, Allison, are all sleeping over for a few nights to ensure Faye is all right. Heading to the cabin tomorrow morning to meet the ranger. Update. 4:27, 9:45 a.m., Colorado. Leaving in 1 hour to go to the cabin. Oh, no wait, sorry, I said it was the 27th, it's the 26th. Update. 4:26, 5:15 p.m. Spotty bullshit Wi-Fi! Snowing like crazy up here. Met with the ranger, investigated the cabin. Nothing unusual inside except a lampshade removed from a lamp, which he claims was not like that when he came in there a few days ago. His friend will be here tomorrow morning. I'm alone for tonight. I went outside for just a minute when it was still light to grab some things from the truck. I heard 2 voices. Update. 4:27, 9:12 p.m. So much has gone down. I'm so terrified and sleep deprived. I'm writing a huge post about it now with everything that's happened. I'll post it tomorrow morning because I know I can't finish it tonight. I'm gonna fall asleep in my chair. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's been an interesting few days. I have so much to say, so I'm going to try to be terse. Sorry that it's taken so long to report. I really am trying. All of your questions and analysis of these events have really helped us through the struggle. Some of your observations are what brought me back here to Colorado. I landed in Denver International Airport 2 nights ago and stayed with Faye's parents in Arvada. While there, we all sat down and I basically forced them to tell me what was going on. A Redditor pointed out that Laura, Faye's mom, appeared to be lying or hiding something. Another Redditor asked me if Faye had ever been to the cabin before, since her family owned it for almost 3 decades. I'd never even thought about this. When I asked Faye, she said no, and that her parents just used it as a getaway a few times a year. Faye's mom told me that she'd been there multiple times when she was little. This time, Faye's parents told me a different story. They claimed this was the truth. Faye had been to the cabin as a toddler a few times. When she was 5, something happened to her. While Greg, Faye's dad, and Faye were outside playing in the snow, Faye wandered off towards the edge of the forest to look in. She was following a voice. Greg was building a snowman and keeping his eye on her. They were only a few dozen yards apart. Allegedly, Greg heard Faye talking, answering questions, but he couldn't hear anyone else talking. He started walking toward her to bring her back, and he heard her say,
Faye. No, it's Faye. I can't see you.
A moment later, little Faye began shrieking and crying, and she went stiff as a board, and Greg had to pick her up and haul her back inside. She was almost catatonic and would go through bouts of total silence or inconsolable hysterics for several hours, until Greg and Laura decided to go back down the mountain and take her to a hospital. Greg claims he never saw anyone in the woods, and never heard any voices speaking to Faye. The doctors thought that she may have had an epileptic seizure, and to this day, Faye does not remember ever going to the cabin. When I took her, she acted like she'd never seen it before. I believe that if Faye did remember being traumatized as a child, she'd never want to go back. So I really think she blocked out the whole experience, and when we visited a week ago, she thought it was her first time going. In Laura and Greg's subsequent visits to the cabin without Faye, Greg experienced terrible nightmares in which dead people entered the bedroom and sat on the ground in bed, watching him sleep. In the morning, Greg let me borrow his truck. He refused to go to the cabin with me. He told me when I left,
"We let you kids go up there because we honestly wanted to believe that there was nothing actually wrong with that place."
They used us to validate their denial. But I don't hold them responsible. I'd never have believed any of this if I were them. Dreams and a frightened child do not a haunting make. I arrived in Pikes Peak around 1 p.m. yesterday, and the ranger met me at the cabin. We investigated the place and didn't find anything unusual, except that a single lampshade had been removed from one of the lamps and placed on the couch. We checked out the nearby woods. I was kind of surprised to discover that the creepy, ominous dream catcher was still there. The ranger told me that he did not recognize it, and it was not something that his people made. He told me not to mess with it until his friends showed up. He told me he'd return with them in the morning and left. That night, some shit happened. Greg told me that he'd hidden a .357 Magnum in the closet, so I retrieved it and a really dope-ass purple bathrobe, and I felt a little better. Don't worry, I know how to shoot and how to keep it safe. Right around sunset, I walked out to Greg's truck to grab a few things I'd neglected to bring in earlier, and I heard 2 distinct voices chattering in the woods. It was snowing like crazy, and the wind was howling, but above the storm I heard a gruff masculine voice and a younger adolescent male voice. They were both yammering incomprehensible gibberish from 2 different places. I hurried back inside and locked the door. The stuff they were saying was pure madness. It made no sense.
Put them up there in the trees.
Take. Walk on down there. Go ahead.
Put them up.
I just sat there, imagining psychotic cannibals jabbering with their tongues hanging out and eyes rolled back in their skulls. I figured they'd come out of the woods as soon as it was dark. I tried to reach out to Faye back home, but my phone wouldn't get any reception in the cabin. The storm was too strong. I tried to play video games on the SNES, but I was too distracted by all of the sounds outside. Every single noise the blizzard produced caught my ear, and so my imagination manifested all kinds of horrible creatures slinking around out there in the dark. When I finally went to bed, the wind died down a bit, and I heard a few more voices. There was a distinct, high-pitched wail that echoed across the entire mountain. There was a child crying, saying something like, "Put me down in the hole. It's so deep, you can crawl." But his voice sort of glitched. It would suddenly become deeper, as though a grown man were doing an impression of a little kid. I also heard someone hacking and vomiting and crying, begging for help. I didn't fall for any of it. I'm 28 years old, and this is the most afraid I've ever been in my entire life. Even with Faye walking around like a fleshy marionette and calling out to a presence in the dark of my own home. Around the time I was getting into bed, approximately 12:45 a.m., there was a gentle tapping sound on the window in the living room. It was soft, like a neighbor who was reluctant to bother me. I stood there in the bedroom with the door open, holding my breath, trying to figure out if I'd imagined it. Then I heard it again. So I crept down the short hall and peeked around the corner, just in time to see a figure walking past the windows and toward the front door. With the curtains drawn, I couldn't make out anything but a big shadow. Then it knocked on the door. It was a gentle knock. A man's voice called out softly, "Hello?" I just listened intently and tried to keep silent. Eventually he knocked again and said, "Hello? I need to speak with you." He was speaking through clenched teeth. He was either extremely cold or extremely angry. I very carefully stepped back into the bedroom to grab the gun, but the goddamn place is so old, the doors creaked. I barely tapped the bedroom door as I passed it, and it squealed like a dying pig. Then the man outside said, just above a whisper, "I know you're there." For just a moment, in my lethargy, I considered the possibility that it was one of the ranger's friends, or maybe someone else who lived on the mountain. I was never going to open the door, but stupidly, I figured that talking to it couldn't hurt. I say it because I immediately stopped believing that there was a human being on the other side of the door the moment I opened my mouth. I said, "Who the fuck is it?" as assertively as I could. The second I stopped talking, whoever was out there repeated my question while mimicking my voice accurately. It almost sounded like an echo. Then he said, "May I come in, please?" His voice sounded a little shaky, but it definitely sounded like me, unnervingly similar to me. But he was still clenching his teeth, so I could hear the difference. I pointed the gun at the door. It was dark in the house, so he couldn't see what I was doing through the curtain, and said, "If you don't get the fuck out of here right now, I will blow you in half." For those of you who don't know what a 357 can do to a person, a slug to the chest essentially makes you into a human milkshake. And that's after passing through 2 inches of oak door. We both just stood there for a dreadfully long time. It started testing out my voice, groaning and whispering and muttering. It said a lot of things, but I only remember a few of them. "What's your name? What's your name? A little cabin for the weekend, And then a bunch of lip smacking and chewing noises. They're lying. The ones out there. You're not alone in there. And I'm not alone out here. What's your name? You go up in the trees, down in the hole. That's where you go. Oh, they'll find you either way." The sound of my own voice making these horrific noises and phrases set every inch of my skin on fire. I can hardly describe the physical sensation of fright this intense. It was almost like having a bad fever, hot and cold and wet and sticky all at the same time. I shouted for it to leave and said I was armed. I considered firing off a round, but that's a decision you can't take back. And my #1 rule is to only fire when I'm certain I've got a target and a clear reason. I'm proud to say it, I can use my voice a lot better than whatever it was that mimicked me. I'm a soft-spoken guy, but I came down like a fucking hurricane, screaming, "I will fucking kill you!" He replied simply, in a softer tone of my own voice, "I will fucking kill you." Then it went back to babbling gibberish and knocking politely on the door over and over and over. Another minute or two, it suddenly stopped. The last thing it said was, "I know where she is." Then it kicked the door, and I mean harder than any human could have possibly kicked a door, and ran off. The boom was so loud, I couldn't believe the door didn't implode on its frame. The thing bounded down the wooden patio and off into the snow. And I swear on my life and honor, it sounded like a horse or some other huge 4-legged animal charging off into the woods. A child's laughter rang out. Then everything was silent. Needless to say, I remained in a cat-like state of delirious paranoia for the rest of the night. The storm picked back up, and I did not hear anything else. I spent the whole night debating whether the thing at the door was talking about Faye. I tried to convince myself that it was just yammering more nonsense like all the voices I've heard up here, but the way it spoke that sentence haunts me, even as I record this. Its voice, my voice, was purposeful and restrained. It chose the words carefully, and it knew exactly what to say. I've been thinking a lot about what Redditors have been saying about Faye being some kind of doppelganger. When I first saw the nude woman on my car, I thought it was a trick to lure me into the woods, where the voices lie. I thought the real Faye stopped me from leaving the cabin, but many of you have pointed out that the reverse could be entirely possible, given how the Faye I took home to California is behaving, given how she has failed all of my tests, and given her engagement ring has been missing since we got home. So I sat there for hours, considering whether I should go out into the woods during broad daylight to search for my fiancée. Of course, this is a stupid idea, but now I understand why people in horror movies do idiotic things. If I'm not looking for her, or for answers, why am I here? I need to know what I saw that day in the driveway. I need to know if there are many voices or just one, and I need to know how to get all of this back to normal. I listened to music on my iPod and desperately tried to distract myself by reading news articles online until daybreak. Most of them wouldn't load because the gods of internet have cursed this cabin. Around 4 a.m., I got up to get some food from the kitchen, and I opened the window curtain a tiny bit to see if anything was going on outside. A ton of snow had fallen. At the rim of the forest, dozens of yards out, I could see a distinct figure standing perfectly still in the moonlight. He was facing away from me, staring off into the darkness of the woods. I checked on him every 20 minutes since then. He never moved. When the sun rose around 6:15 a.m., he was gone. I never saw his face. Today, the ranger and his 2 buddies came to the cabin, as promised. They were instantly likable and warm. One of them, T-Way, is a medicine man in his 60s, and was especially cool. The other was his son, Nathan, who was probably just a few years older than me. They told me all kinds of interesting lore about Pikes Peak and the surrounding areas, and then proceeded to tell me a disturbing story that they believe explains the strange activity on the mountain. For the sake of brevity, I will relay this in my next post. The ranger gave me one of his facility's satellite phones to stay in contact with him in case of emergencies. I used it to call Faye, but she didn't answer, so I called Jason and Richard, who are presently caring for her. Apparently, Faye had become inexplicably outraged after taking a shower, threw an enormous tantrum, and locked herself in our bedroom. She refused to eat for the rest of the night. Allison and Jason slept in the guest room, and Richard slept on our couch downstairs, and worked late on his commissions. He's a digital artist. He told me that around 1 a.m., the same time I had my visitor, Faye ran downstairs into the kitchen, eyes closed, and started drinking out of the sink faucet. She then turned around and stared, eyes still shut, at Richard while he sat at the breakfast table. She said,
"Felix."
To which he replied, "He's in Colorado, Faye, remember?" And then she said,
"We sent him there to die."
Then she sat down right there on the kitchen tiles and went back to sleep. I've instructed my friends only to wake Faye if she does anything serious, so they observed my rules and got her back into bed without much of an issue. For all the crazy shit Faye does when she's asleep, at least she never gets violent. The guys put her back into bed easily enough. The next day, Allison bailed on the whole project. She said she was awake all night, listening to Faye whispering through the walls. Faye told Allison about how there was a man in the house, and he was asking about her. My flight home is the day after tomorrow, so I'm going to have to figure all this shit out real quick. I'm going to take a nap. It's nice and bright outside. No voices. Good night. P.S. As soon as I get home, I will put up the Faye video. I know I keep saying this, but I really did not expect to suddenly return to Colorado. I swear, I'll put it up, and then that will be the end of it. I resent myself for turning this into such a long, ridiculous blog of my experiences. T-Way is an incredible storyteller. He told me that Pikes Peak and the surrounding area was inhabited by the Ute, Manitou, Arapaho, Pueblo, Anasazi, and other Native American groups at various times. In the 1860s, when the gold rush was in full swing, many Indians were violently displaced because of mining operations there. They were torn away from their sacred lands, which was catastrophic to their cultures. T-Way stressed that historically, Americans have not understood the significance of land and names to Native Americans, and this is critical to understanding the supernatural presence on the mountain. The major world religions like Christianity, Hinduism, and Islam are universal. They can be practiced anywhere. You can pick up your whole life and move to Kentucky or Scotland or Istanbul, and you'll still be whatever religion you are. Your God still hears your prayers, and he still intervenes in your life. But Native Americans practice land-based religions. The land they inhabit is a part of their creation stories. It's not that the land belongs to them, it's that they belong to the land, and both are in a symbiotic relationship with one another. History is embedded in the landscape. A person is reminded of specific lessons and wisdom when they see a part of the land. The mouth of this river has a story attached to it. The fallen tree has a story attached to it. A battle was won here, a chief died here, peace was made between tribes with a feast here. When a native group is forced out of its homeland, the people lose their history. What's worse, they leave behind the places where their dead are buried. Since the dead are bound to that place, the Indians who left no longer have spiritual connections to their ancestors, and thus to their gods. The medicine and magic no longer work. They forget the names of sacred places. As the names and history and wisdom are forgotten, the tribe's spiritual power evaporates. Tiwe said that when Pikes Peak was taken, a group of disgruntled Utes descended on the miners and slaughtered a bunch of them. Because of a complex network of alliances and peace treaties, these Utes were punished by another tribe. They dug holes in the ground and slit the Utes' throats. Then they buried them upside down in the holes with their legs sticking out of the ground so that the wolves would feast on their calves. That was supposed to be the end of it. But then something happened. The legend says that these dead Utes arose from the tainted ground one night. Because their flesh had been flayed from the hips down, they looked like walking skeletons. They hobbled into the Arapaho camps and took women and children back up to the mountain. They forced them deep into one of the mines, never to leave again. The howls of women and children have been reported on the mountain for over 100 years now. The Utes and Arapaho engaged in blood feuds, sometimes called mourning wars, for years over this. They exchanged curses, executed and skinned and tortured each other. They stained the once sacred earth of Pikes Peak with rivers of blood. I was pretty mortified by this story. I just kind of sat there with the ranger while Tiwe and Nathan blessed the cabin. They burned sage and tobacco inside and outside, and used crushed herb to cover their hands. They made a handprint on every window, and drew small symbols in ash at the top of the front door, inside and outside. They gave me bundled sage, cedar, and hawthorn, and told me to burn it if anyone tried to get inside. It drives bad spirits insane. Then, they provided me with small pouches filled with herbs and blessed objects to wear around my neck and in my pockets whenever I went outside. Nathan gave me a totem that he wears around his neck, and told me to give it to Faye. Then, they sang a really incredible chant in their language. It lasted about 15 minutes. I was blown away. I fucking love these guys. Then, we went outside. I showed them the Dreamcatcher, and they told me that they'd never seen anything like it. The Dreamcatcher is made with 3 branches woven together with hair, and it has old yarn or wool string with glass beads crisscrossing the center in a pattern. It is old and handmade. Tiwe told me not to touch or move it. If you find an object of power and do not know who made it or what it protects, you should leave it alone. I asked him if it could be evil, and he said, maybe. I got them up to speed on everything that has happened. I said that a lot of my friends, Redditors, but I didn't explain that, suspected that the Fae at my house in California was a duplicate, and that the real Fae was somewhere in the woods. Tiwe and Nathan disagreed with each other on whether that could be, but we searched the woods looking for signs of my Fae. We found nothing. I told them about the missing ring, and they said exactly what many Redditors have said. If Fae loved the ring, and it was powerfully symbolic to her, it could be used by a bad spirit to harm her. They told me to find it at all costs. They also told me that if Fae indeed were still here on the mountain, she was certainly dead. And the moment we've all been waiting for. Tiwe named the creature that was tormenting us. He said his people called it Atan Eanotogakua, the imposter. Bad spirits inhabit the land everywhere, and sometimes they get the opportunity to use a tragedy like the Pikes Peak massacre to commandeer a human figure and walk the earth partly mortal. In the case of the imposter, they collect animal and human parts piecemeal wherever they can and stitch them together. This is why they walk strangely, vocalize strangely, and why they never show their face or come out during the day. They cannot pass for humans. I asked Tiwe why I always see someone facing away from me at the edge of the forest. He said it's because it does not want me to know its identity. But eventually, the imposter would come for me, wearing Faye's skin, teeth, and hair, and tried to convince me that it was her. When I asked him what it wanted, he said, "Nobody knows." He also told me that there is power in names, as many Redditors have stated, and that I should not speak its name, especially not to it, because that could provoke it. Of the voices I was hearing in the forest every night, Tiwe said, "They practice what they hear for decades. It makes it easier for them to hunt." The freaky shit. T-Way and Nathan and the Ranger left at sunset, and I spent the rest of the evening thinking about all of this, and I think I figured a lot of things out. Around 9 p.m., something disturbing happened. I used the satellite phone the Ranger gave me to call Faye. She actually answered, and was just lying in bed reading. We had a great conversation. I told her I missed her so much, and that I was up here trying to solve what was happening. I told her I wanted to have a family with her, and had actually gone a whole night without sleepwalking or terrifying Jason and Richard. After about 15 minutes of talking, I started hearing sounds outside. I heard footsteps crunching in the dry snow, and I heard a voice. My voice. It said things like, "Flight. Insomnia. Miss you. See you soon." The thing had been standing near the window, mimicking my conversation with Faye. I told Faye I'd call her back later and hung up the phone, then went silent. The thing walked around the cabin slowly, trying to figure out if I had moved, and kept mumbling and repeating a few phrases as it went. Finally, it came and knocked on the door. Its knock was gentle, just like last night. I was a bit less scared because of all the blessings T-Way had put on the cabin, but I still held onto the gun just in case any shit went down. He spoke to me in my own voice, and the first thing he said was, "The hole will fill with snow and blood." So yeah, that amped up my fear quite a bit. Every hair on the back of my neck bristled. Do you know the feeling of being so scared that your vision turns hyper-real? Everything looks like a realistic video game, so everything looks slightly off. Then it knocked again and said, "Hello? May I come in?" I simply said, "No, leave." Then it knocked for another 30 seconds or so and said, "What is your name? Hello?" I lied and said, "My name is David. Now leave. You can't come in." The thing started knocking harder, a lot harder, non-stop, and said, "What is your name? What is your name? What is your name? What is your name? What is your name?" It was terrifying to hear my voice coming from the other side of the door and to hear rage building in that voice. I said again, "My name is Daniel." But the thing just kept yammering and asking the same question. It would occasionally say things like, ticket, rental car. You go up in the trees, the hole, down in the hole. What is your name? May I know your name?" Then I had an idea. I'm really good with fake accents, and when I was a child, my first language was German. Dad immigrated to Boston and met my mom. I started speaking in a thick accent, talking about my day, and then started shouting in German. I recited a poem I know by Hermann Hesse, De Frauen von Verwennetragen. My visitor went silent and stopped knocking. I could tell it was just listening, so I started shouting in a British accent, reciting lines from V for Vendetta, my favorite film of all time. I shouted thank you in every single language I know. I once committed to learning it in 100 languages and stopped like around 20. My unwanted guest just sort of stammered a little bit, trying to mimic me, but failed to do so. I was no longer speaking in any recognizable pattern or tone. Eventually, it just started growling the sounds Faye and I heard in the forest when we first stayed at the cabin.
Watch you, whoa, my, whoa, my.
And started scratching and pounding on the door. I grabbed the sage bundle and torched it with my lighter, then waved it around the door frame. I don't know if the thing outside could smell it, but it walked off the porch, all pissed off, growling, and went off into the night. This time, I ran to the window and tried to get a glimpse of it, but all I could see was a very dark, amorphous form disappearing into the trees. I think I've figured a lot of stuff out. I think this entity is mimicking me because it's going to try to convince Faye that it is me. It is rehearsing my voice and then whispering to Faye while she sleeps, talking to her in her dreams, trying to get her to let it inside our house. I think it wants to convince her that I am the imposter, not it. I think I also figured out why the voices go crazy at night, and why they're getting closer to my home. These fuckers aren't trying to scare me, they're trying to deprive me of sleep. If I'm psychologically and emotionally drained, I'm weaker. If I'm delirious, I'll make a mistake. Their or his attempts to get to me will be easier. I'm still trying to figure out how controlling Faye like a puppet in her sleep plays into all of this. I know what I saw. There was a man standing outside of our house, walking the exact same creepy way Faye was sleepwalking, at the exact same time. I'm also considering the possibility that I already made a terrible mistake, and that the imposter has already won. When I went outside on the first night at the cabin with Faye, trying to see where the voices were coming from, I left the door unlocked. One of the Redditors said that that was the moment that Faye was replaced by something else. I just don't know what to think. But for now, I'm going the fuck to sleep. Update, 4:30. Well, I found the ring. Update, 5:2. I'm out of the cabin and safe. Do not go to Pikes Peak looking to be a hero, looking to find the mines, or looking for me. You will die. Avalanches, radon gas, mine collapses, etc. Do not be a fool. The morning after I spoke with my fiancée Faye on the satellite phone, and then was visited by the thing that mimics our voices, I got a call from Richard and Jason. Richard stays up very late and sleeps in the morning, kind of like what I'm doing. He does this for 2 reasons: to work on his art commissions, and to make sure Faye doesn't stab everyone to death and burn down the house in her sleep. The guys report that she is behaving quite normally and feeling good, being productive during the day. But then at night, she is unpredictable and weird. I feel like her soul is being cleaved in half. The 2 distant sets of behavior are drifting further from each other every day. Around 1 a.m. that night, Richard heard the voice of a young child, mumbling incoherently. He's up to speed on all of the unusual experiences that have plagued my fiancée and me, so he immediately got up to investigate. He looked out the kitchen window, which faces the same part of the forest where I saw the man mimicking Faye's sleepwalking movements. Richard didn't find anything, so he walked in a circle around the house and realized that the sound was coming from our bedroom window. He went inside and woke Jason up, and they stood outside the bedroom door listening. They claimed they heard the distinct sound of a child whispering and softly singing. And I bet you can guess which song. Both of these dudes are super ripped climbing enthusiasts, and they said that they've never been so creeped out in their entire lives. Jason knocked on the door and said, "Faye, who's in there?" And he promptly heard the child go, "Shh," and whisper something inaudibly. Richard pushed the door open and said that Faye was standing in the corner of the room in the dark, facing the wall. She was standing up on her toes, dragging her hands and nails down the wall and talking to herself. With her back turned to the guys, she said,
"Oh, their skin is so perfect. Which one? Which one? Put him down in the hole."
Richard saw something out the window and hurried over to it. Jason stepped inside the room and reached out to put a hand on Faye's shoulder, but she whirled around quickly and covered her face with her hands. Her eyes were open, which is unusual for her when she sleepwalks. Then, and these are the exact words Jason used, she started speaking in the voice of a little kid. She made whining and crying sounds and rocked back and forth on her feet, cradling her arms as though she held a child. Then she turned around and started scratching at the wall again, still whispering in the kid's voice, saying things like,
"It's Faye. I can't see you. Are you up in the trees or down in the hole?"
Then she started singing again. Richard ran down the stairs and out the front door, barreling toward the tree line. From the window, he had seen a small child walking around on its tippy toes, flailing its arms up in the air. On the phone, he told me that he could hear it singing while he watched it from the window. When Richard got about 20 yards from the kid, it took off running on the balls of its feet, heading straight into the woods. Richard stayed in pursuit and went in after it. It was too dark for him to follow, and he lost the kid after a few moments. He wandered around for a few minutes, searching the area, and eventually heard the voice of an adult male. Richard said he walked a few steps deeper into the grove and saw a huge man standing about 30 feet away, completely naked, looking up into the trees. There were lacerations or dark pockmarks of some sort all over his body. Now, Richard is about 6'1", 210 pounds, and bulky, muscular. He said that this dude was way bigger than him. He said that the man was perfectly still for several seconds, but then started rolling his head around, cracking his neck loudly, and started making gurgling and mumbling sounds. I guess Richard was paralyzed with fear because he claims he stood there for an entire minute or more before running like hell back to the house. As he turned to get out of there, the man let out a long hello, and as he did, his voice transformed. It became my voice. Richard said that the thing in the woods called out with my voice several times as he fled, wailing, "Please help me, and they're gonna kill me tonight." Jason says that he did not hear or see anything out of the window, only Richard running back inside, ghost white with terror. He said Richard actually cried. While they talked in the living room, Faye sat at the top of the stairs, just watching, wide awake, with a little smile on her face. The next morning, they took her to our psychiatric appointment. The first she's ever had, and I will hopefully hear back on that soon. It kills me that I'm not there with her now. I'm still stuck at Pikes Peak. It's like this place doesn't want me to leave. The ranger station shut down the entire road network on the mountain because of the huge blizzard that rolled in. And there are avalanche warnings. My road out of here is completely iced over, and one part of it has a snow collapse or mini avalanche. Shut up, I'm from California, where God pays attention. I'm in contact with the ranger. His name is Greg, just like Faye's dad, so that's why I avoid referring to him by name in these updates. And he assures me that they're working on getting the roads cleared every time it stops snowing. I missed my flight, but thankfully they gave me a voucher, so now I can just roll into the airport whenever I can. I have enough food to feed an army, and the electricity here is surprisingly reliable, so I'm warm. The Wi-Fi dips out for 5 or 10 hours at a time, though. I'm working on Donkey Kong Country 2 and Secret of Mana on the SNES, while recording about my experiences here in my spare time. Oh, I also slipped on the icy porch steps and fell on my side, so I got this enormous bruise and it hurts like a bitch, but only when I breathe, so I got that going for me. The user asked me if the cabin had a basement. I've never thought to check. Outside, under the snowpack and halfway covered with old chipped wood, I found a little locked door. The key was in the kitchen cupboard, and it turns out there is a decent-sized cellar under the house. Downside, I found a ton of creepy shit. There's a bundle of long black hair, several dozen jars of some rotten, mutant-looking shit, and tons of old books from the 60s and 70s, and a lot of porno magazines. There's also a lot of sticks and yarn, all of the material necessary to make a dream catcher like the one hanging at the tree line behind the cabin. I didn't touch anything, I just noped straight out of there. I've been thinking about something one of the users said to me the other day, which was, "Have you considered that it is not a dream catcher at all?" And he's right. I'm not an expert on Native American symbology or artifacts, it just kind of looks like a dream catcher to me, so I've been calling it one all this time. Tiwei, the Pueblo friend of the ranger, didn't call it that. He just said to leave it alone. I'm wondering if that thing attracts the imposter, instead of keeping it away. It could mark the house. I kind of want to move it for one night to see what happens. After all, Tiwei blessed the entire cabin, so I feel quite safe, and I have the .357 Magnum in case the leaves don't protect me. It's about 9:30 a.m., and there was a knock on the door. I grabbed the gun, suspecting another encounter with the imposter. It's slightly snowing and gloomy, so I figured the sun was blocked enough that the creature would be willing to come out of the woods. But then I heard familiar voices, talking cheerfully. I looked out the window, and to my surprise, it was Tiwei and his son Nathan. These badass motherfuckers just hiked up from the ranger station in the snow to check on me. I let them in, and they made me tea. I cannot tell you how happy I was to see them. Tiwei brought me his own dream catcher. It was one that he made specifically for me, and he told me that I should hang it beside the creepy one. It's very colorful and ornate. I could tell he spent a lot of time on it. It's even got 2 beautiful hawk feathers dangling off of it, which Nathan says represents freedom and unboundedness. He reiterated the importance of finding the engagement ring Faye had lost, and blessed the house again. I tried to get them to stay longer, but they had to get down the mountain before the storm picked up. They told me I should come with them. We all knew I wouldn't. If I left with them, I'd be leaving Greg's truck, and I'd never have found what I came back for. I said goodbye, and Tiwei hugged me. I wish that guy was my grandpa. I took a nap after they left. I figured out how to sleep without being interrupted by the goddamn voices in the forest. From 6 a.m. to 3 p.m., it's pretty quiet outside, so I nap on and off. But something really bad happened this time. I woke up opening the bathroom window. I've never sleepwalked before in my entire life. Faye's been sleeping next to me for 5 years, and she says I don't move, I don't speak, I don't snore, I don't steal the sheets. I'm the most polite bed buddy on earth. But when I came to, I was standing next to the toilet, both hands prying the frozen window open. It was about 2 inches up, and the freezing cold wind on my fingers is what woke me up. I slammed it shut and checked all the windows, ensuring that they were locked and sealed tight. Then I went back to bed. I dragged one of the living room chairs into the bedroom with me and propped it up against the door so that I'd knock it over if I got up again. This did not work. Around 1 a.m., I woke up standing at the front door. I found myself pulling it open. The loud groans it issued were what snapped me out of my stupor. I slammed the door shut and looked out the window next to it, praying nothing was out there waiting for me at the tree line. I saw nothing. Then I remembered I'd had a dream. Images of a huge hole carved into the mountain surfaced in my mind. Snow and branches were caked all around the mouth of the entrance, and an impossible yawning blackness emanated from within. In my dream, I just kind of stood there, gazing into the vacant face of the deep, listening to Faye's weakened cries. I sat down on the couch and just sort of cried for about an hour. I thought about what our lives had become and how bad I missed her. I thought about all of the dreams we had of our future, the things that can never be if I don't figure out how to save her. I thought about all the promises I'll never keep if I die up here. I decided that it would be best to hang the dream catcher sooner rather than later, because the clouds broke for a while and it was fantastically bright outside. I got geared up and trudged across the snow with T-Way's gift and hung it on a branch about 3 feet away from the evil-looking one. And that's when I saw it. Faye's engagement ring. It was dangling there right in front of me, as if to tease me. Someone had woven it into the strings of the dream catcher. I stood there for a long time, right between the two objects. I couldn't figure out if some benevolent force was giving me a break or if I was being taunted by whatever beings have haunted my footsteps ever since I arrived on the mountain. Retrieving the ring would require me to not only touch, but destroy the creepy dream catcher. I had the thought to go and ask you guys what I should do, but I feared that if I left even for 1 second, the ring would be gone when I got back. So I tried to solve the riddle by myself. I wish I'd brought the satellite phone out there with me. After a few minutes of standing there, I reasoned that T-Way's dreamcatcher would probably do just as well in protecting me, if in fact that was the function of the original one. I also figured that if it were cursed or something, touching it couldn't actually be worse than leaving the ring there and allowing Faye to be completely consumed by her madness. If the ring has anything to do with the creatures who are controlling Faye and me while we sleep, then getting it back is a priority over not touching weird stuff in the woods. So that's what I did. I broke the brittle thing apart and took the goddamn ring back. What else could I have done? And if, as on cue, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye, it was a person standing in the snow beside a tree, about 20 feet from my left side. I was so scared I didn't look directly at him. I just watched him in my periphery and prayed that he hadn't noticed me. It was a man with black and gray hair and dark clothes facing away from me. His head was tilted all the way back. He was looking way up at the top of the trees. His limbs looked mangled and bent and elongated, even without looking right at him. I slid the ring into my pocket as slowly as I could, trying not to make a sound. And as I did, the man hobbled around and faced me. I really didn't want to look now. I just slammed my eyes shut. I knew he was looking at me. I could feel his gaze on me. He started gurgling and making throaty sounds, then said in a voice so threatening I can't even begin to describe,
"Felix, I know you. Felix, I know you. Felix, I know you."
Over and over. I took off running and screaming like a bat out of hell. I screamed all the way back to the fucking cabin. I barricaded the front door with the couch and burned up half the stage I had left. I even prayed, like an actual prayer. I hadn't done that since I was 15 years old. I'm really struggling with recording this last part. It's taken me hours to finish this entry because I keep getting up to distract myself. The ranger isn't answering his phone, and nobody's at the station. Maybe the power's out. I don't know what I did by breaking that dream catcher, and I don't know what tonight is going to be like, but Faye, if you ever hear this, and if something happens to me, don't forget your tenderness, your softened skin. All I needed. Your love is my tourniquet. I have to say this even though I desperately want it to not be true. The man I saw was T-Way. Things spiraled out of control up here on the mountain. I made a decision that changed everything, and it almost killed me. Only time will tell if it was the right choice to make, but for now, I'm just piecing everything together in my mind and trying to convince myself that I'm one step closer to solving all of this. I destroyed the strange dream catcher that had been dangling on a tree branch behind the cabin since Faye and I first came to this place. Nobody knows who made it, what its purpose is, or why it was on the side of the tree facing into the woods, rather than the side facing the house. I found all of the supplies to make another one just like it, locked behind a cellar door that someone tried to hide years ago. But when I broke the dream catcher, I learned everything I needed to know. T-Way is dead. A lot of people have said otherwise, but I'm certain of this. I saw his likeness stretched over the gruesome form of the thing that stalks these woods. It was broad daylight, and the look on its mangled face told me exactly what I didn't want to accept. I really am all alone. Several Redditors have speculated that this thing only shows itself at night and always faces away from me because it cannot convincingly appear human, not without the help of the recently dead. T-Way confirmed this during his first visit to the cabin, but when I destroyed that dream catcher, there it was, proudly masquerading in the skin and hair of my best friend on this mountain. In the sunlight, no less. I cannot even imagine how his son Nathan must feel, if he's even alive. The two hiked back to the ranger station from the cabin, knowing a blizzard was coming. I'm sure that's when T-Way died. When I got back inside the cabin, I completely lost it. I barricaded the door and the windows with every piece of furniture I could, but there just isn't enough stuff inside the cabin to protect me. So I sat there on the floor against the bed, clutching the gun, sort of wishing my dark visitor would come and kill me already. But of course, this is Pikes Peak. Death is not the worst thing that can happen to you here. So the mountain kept fucking with me. It was getting dark, and I was on the verge of a total psychological break. I've been running on 4 hours of sleep per night, and a few naps for the past 2 weeks. My only hope for redemption just got turned into a puppet, and I was about to find out what happens come nightfall when the dream catcher no longer functions. So what did my brain decide was the best course of action at this point? To fall asleep. I somehow nodded off. In fact, I think my brain just did a hard reset because nothing about that sleep was restful. I just went into a fear coma the minute the sun dipped behind the mountain. And then I woke up. I was in bed with the sheets pulled up over me. The lights were off, all of them, and my hands were empty, when before they held Greg's .357 Magnum. When I opened my eyes, I supposed it was possible that I'd climbed into bed myself. After all, I'd caught myself sleepwalking twice the day before, but it took me a solid minute before I realized there was a fucking arm wrapped around my chest. I did not have the reaction you'd expect. Most people would fly out of bed screaming bloody murder, but the first thought I had was, where am I? My parents divorced when I was 3, so as a kid I'd spend a few nights a week at my dad's house and a few nights at my mom's. Sometimes I'd wake up in the dark and not be sure which bedroom I was in. It always took me a second to remember where I was. This is the thought that crossed my delirious mind. Maybe I was back at home in California. Maybe I was at Faye's parents' house in Arvada. I sort of rolled out from under the arm, tried to figure out who the hell I was lying in bed with. I'd been sleeping with the lights on for the past few nights, and I'd never in my right mind have turned them off after seeing the creature so close to me a few hours ago. The body in bed beside me felt familiar. Its warmth, its texture. I was pretty sure it was Faye, but I still couldn't remember if she was really with me up here. Then she spoke. She reached through the dark and touched my face and said,
"What's wrong, Pop-Tart?"
Yeah, that's actually the nickname she gave me. Love me some s'mores Pop-Tarts. I wasn't really afraid. I just overwhelmed with confusion. I asked her where we were and why the lights were off. She just squeezed my shoulder and said,
"Honey, we're in Pikes Peak. There's a storm. The power's gone out. It's done this before. What's wrong with you?"
I got up out of bed. A feeling of dread was falling over me, heavier and heavier the more awake I became. As soon as the sheets were off of me, I felt a blistering cold, colder than it's ever been in the cabin. The heat must have been off for hours. Only a bit of pale moonlight filtered in through the windows, and it was barely enough to outline the objects in the room. I stumbled around looking for the flashlight, totally unable to remember where it was, and said, "Why the fuck is it so cold? Did you screw with the heat?" Faye tried to get me to come back to bed. She told me that it went off and came back on earlier, that it would probably be back on soon. Everything about her felt wrong. Her voice was perfectly clear. Her skin felt totally recognizable. I couldn't shake the strange feeling I had. I left the bedroom and walked out into the living room. It was even colder out there. I felt my way around with my hands and noticed a strong, icy draft coming from down the hall. It's a straight shot from the living room to the bathroom at the other end of the hall, and from where I stood, I could see the bathroom window. It was open. A big 2x2 foot gap leading out into the snow. I went to shout, "Why the fuck did you—" But Faye stepped out of the bedroom and stood in the hallway between me and the bathroom. She said something like,
"Felix, you aren't feeling well. Do you not remember what's going on? You're sick."
I almost believed her because I definitely felt dizzy and feverish, but it could also have been a mixture of disturbed confusion and freezing cold. The thought that this was not really Faye invaded my mind, and I immediately regretted not knowing where the gun was. The only words I could find were, "Who are you?" and "Why are you here?" Faye just stood there in the darkness of the hallway. The only thing I could see was a little sliver outline of her figure. Her face was entirely black, but even though her eyes were hidden, I could feel them burning into me, just as T-Ways had when I found the ring. It felt like we stood in the eye of a hurricane. Everything was totally calm, but I knew hell was about to break loose. There wasn't a single sound outside. No branches snapped, no sound crunched, no voices moaned. It was as if time had stopped completely. Faye didn't move. Even as she spoke, she held herself with the stillness of death. She said,
"Felix."
It wasn't going to get my attention. It wasn't going to convince me that she was really my fiancé. It was a threat. She was reminding me that she knew my name. I still don't fully understand what the power is in names, but T-Way and Nathan believed it, and many Redditors warned me about it. When she said my name, I felt smaller than her, even though I stand almost a foot over her head.
"Do you remember the 5?
She still didn't move an inch. Not even her hair kicked up in the drafts that blew in from behind her.
I can't remember. Not in this place.
I didn't know how to respond to this. I didn't know what she was talking about. All I could say was, "Get out. You're not welcome here." Again, Faye didn't move, but she did clear her throat, and the sound she made was about 2 octaves deeper than the real Faye's voice. She inhaled sharply and said,
"Tell me about the number 5.
And that's when I knew. I remembered where I was, what day it was, and exactly what had happened up until this point. My visitor had finally come to call, and no longer needed to be invited. I deeply regretted breaking that dream catcher. My hands instinctively slid over my pockets, and to my relief, the little shape of Faye's engagement ring pushed back against my fingers. There was nothing else to do. I decided to throw down the gauntlet. I figured it was probably time to die anyways, so I might as well go out bravely. I said, "I know who you are, and you will never be Faye." She took a menacing step toward me. A gurgle seeped out of her throat. She inhaled again, more slowly this time, and demanded,
"I want to know about the number 5. Tell me, Felix."
I looked all around me on the counters for a weapon, but found nothing. The knife block was on the other side of the short wall that divided the living room from the kitchen. There was only one roll of paper towels within reach, but in retrospect, I was so amped with terror that I probably could have beaten her ass to death with it. "I don't have a clue what that number means," I said. "In fact, about 5,000 people online don't either. Nobody knows. Only Faith knows." My visitor started shaking with rage. Her face was wreathed with impossible black. There was an endless abyss in it that stung my eyes. But then I realized something. This creature, whatever it is, has had access to Faye's mind for several hours every night. Maybe for many years. Maybe even since she first visited the cabin, when she was 5 years old. And in all that time, it still hadn't learned anything about her. It could never perfectly imitate her because she kept some things buried so deep in her subconscious that not even this thing could find them. Whatever the number 5 meant to Faye, that deep place is where she kept the secret. She didn't even go there in her dreams. The next part was all a blur. I said something like, "You are the one who speaks to her in her sleep." The visitor kind of nodded. I said, "You ask her things. She answers you. I hear everything she says." The visitor didn't react. And then I said, "You've asked her this question, just like you're asking me now, and she always says, 'No, I can't tell you.'" My visitor took another step forward, dragging a hand along the wall, as Faye had so many times in her sleepwalking fits. It raised up on the balls of its feet and twitched violently. It said to me,
"I will make you tell me."
It didn't try to mimic my fiancé's voice anymore. It sucked in huge breaths, trying to control its rage. There is a certain feeling you get when you're about to die. When you're in danger and you might die, fear completely overwhelms your senses and compels you to flee, to fight, to save yourself somehow. But past that point, when you know you're going to die, that fear becomes useless and disappears. This has happened to me only once before, when I was sucked into a riptide at the beach during an El Niño winter as a teenager. In that moment, I just wondered, will my body ever come back to shore? Will they ever know what happened to me? In this moment, my heart slowed down, and I didn't feel cold anymore. I just stood there, ready to be mauled by death. I was satisfied in the knowledge that I had not given this creature what it wanted, and therefore blocked it from using the knowledge as a weapon against Faye. Whatever 5 meant, this thing needed it to take full possession of my fiancé, and I wasn't going to let that happen. I laughed. I actually laughed and said, "Well, you're shit out of luck, buddy, because I don't know what the hell it means. Maybe you can tell me when you figure it out." The imposter laughed right back, in my voice, a perfect mimicry, and it said, "Well, then I don't need you anymore." It lunged at me. I've dodged a rabid German shepherd like I was a ninja, but this thing was so fast and so strong that it knocked the wind clean out of me. I toppled backwards and crash landed on my shoulder on the tiles near the front door. It unleashed a barrage of blows on my face and neck. It raked my sweatshirt with razor blade-like claws. I tried my best to defend myself, but it was so dark in the house that I couldn't see almost anything. I managed to flail my way free of its grasp for just a second. I pulled myself up to my feet by grabbing the counter, and in doing so, my hand brushed against the little bundle of sage I'd been burning. The imposter was on me like lightning, grabbing me by the back of my neck and pulling me with the strength of a 250-pound man. I very ingloriously wheeled around and smashed the sage bundle into the creature's face, burnt end first, and wrapped my other arm around its head. Faye's familiar locks tangled in my fingers. I pulled its head forward and jammed the brittle sage into its eyes as hard as I could, screaming like a banshee. It shrieked and growled in some inhuman language and tried to push me away, but I held on as hard as I could and kept driving my fingers into its eyes, crushing the twigs into them. The memory of Nathan and T-Way's chant surfaced in my mind, and I shouted the only part I could pronounce. "Teneke Aden! Teneke Aden! Teneke Aden!" My hand slipped over its face, and the mockery of Faye's appearance fell away. I couldn't see it in the dark, but the face no longer resembled my fiancé's. The mouth was much too big for a human's, and the wet lips draped across the maw of 100 fangs. And that was it. The bastard had had enough. It screamed and growled and took off on all fours, its limbs elongated as it moved farther from me, its shape becoming recognizably inhuman even in the pale light. It barreled up the bathroom wall and out of the window, and in moments, it was completely gone. I definitely am not afraid to cry. I do it at funerals, at weddings, during the Hunchback of Notre Dame, but I'm a little embarrassed to admit how long and hard I cried after that creature left the cabin. I'd never felt so utterly, miserably alone in my entire life. I only stopped when the power came back on. It was probably 20 minutes later. The heater kicked on instantly, and I ran over to shut and lock the bathroom window. My satellite phone was gone. The gun was gone. Probably outside in the snow, or up in a tree, or down in the hole. I peeked out the kitchen window and saw something lying on the porch, right near the front door. When I cracked the door open just for a second, I saw that it was T-Way's Dreamcatcher. It had been destroyed and placed in front of the cabin, mocking me, or reminding me that I was unprotected. I checked the timer on the little bakery clock in the kitchen, and it read 12:15 a.m. I was going to have to spend another night in this godforsaken cabin, but I vowed myself that at daybreak, no matter the conditions, I would take Greg's truck and get down the mountain, or die trying. I didn't care if I slid off the cliff face. I'd never watch the sun go down in Colorado ever again. For a while, I actually considered leaving right then, in the middle of the night. Many Redditors have reprimanded me for not doing this before, but I assure you, even in this situation, driving in the dark on that icy little road next to the 400-foot cliff is a complete nope situation. But the mountain had other plans for me. At one point, I risked sneaking outside to determine how deep the truck was buried, but as I approached, I saw that the snow had been dug out around the front tires, and they'd been slashed to ribbons. All I could do was let out a grim laugh and trudge back inside. At least it was warm in there now. At around 1 a.m., the voices started up. They arose from far off in the woods, several of them at once, groaning and screaming dark elegies to the night. It was all the same evil gibberish I'd heard 1,000 times before, but they slowly made their way into the open field and eventually to just outside the cabin. I lit the remaining pieces of sage and did a once-over on all the windows that weren't barricaded with furniture. I also donned the medicine pouches and amulet that Tiyue and Nathan had given to me, hoping that they'd be similarly effective in protecting me. Then I remembered Tiyue's useless dream catcher and imagined my crumpled corpse lying in the snow beside it. Outside the front door, I distinctly heard my own voice calling.
Faye? Faye, it's me. Felix, let me in. Let me in.
And from near the bathroom window, my voice again, saying,
Hey, sweetie. I miss you so much.
It repeated a few other things I've said on the phone in conversation with her, and even a few things I said to her while she was sleepwalking back at our home in California. There were footsteps on the roof, 2, maybe 3 pairs of little feet stomping all over the ceiling, voices of crying children paired with them. I stood there in the kitchen, clutching a knife and the herbs, waiting for the end. The voices circled the cabin, as though a handful of deranged lunatics were slowly marching around the perimeter, singing the songs of hell as they went. They begged for help, they laughed maniacally, they whispered and screamed and talked entirely to themselves, all at once. Their dim shadows passed the window curtains over and over. I heard glass breaking in the bedroom, and then in the bathroom. The stomping on the roof grew louder, and the voices at the front door grew more urgent. Someone began knocking on the door, and the others tapped on the living room windows, and they all started screaming.
Faye, Faye, let us in.
And
Felix, are you there?
And then, as if heaven sent, a blinding white light illuminated the entire cabin from outside. All of the window curtains at the front of the house lit up, the sound of motors drowned out the hellish cries. Someone had driven up to the cabin. I heard doors opening and men calling out coherently. The footsteps on the roof thundered overhead to the back of the cabin, and the screams of children drifted off into the woods out back, echoing as they withdrew. The ranger bashed on the front door, calling out my full name, instructing me to come outside. I looked out the window and saw 5 men, some in uniforms, and the ranger. There was a humongous off-road snowplow, 2 snowmobiles, and a big truck. They'd come to save my life. When I went outside, I just walked up and hugged the ranger. I didn't even grab my winter jacket. He informed me that they were getting everyone off of the mountain because of a problem with the power grid. He said he'd feared I'd freeze to death. The ride down the mountain would have been the happiest ride of my life, except for the view. We snaked across slippery white roads, and even with the truck's high beams on, I could see the brightest stars I've ever witnessed. But beneath them, dangling in the trees, were dozens and dozens of human bodies. They swung by rope from their feet or necks. Some of them were flayed or missing parts. The ranger didn't appear to notice, and I kept my mouth shut. As they passed overhead on our downward crawl, I could almost make out their frozen faces, lifeless for years, maybe decades. Their black blood stained the trunks of the trees. I'm not sure if these were the spirits Tiyue talked about, or if I'd simply been experiencing temporary insanity. I'm not sure I'll ever know who they were, but I'm guessing that if the ranger showed up any later, I would have become one of them. I will never forget the haunting image of passing underneath them. We arrived at the ranger station and remained there overnight. I slept in a cot in a room of about 15 people, all locals from different places on the mountain. I asked the ranger if he'd heard from Tiyue or Nathan, but he said he had not. The next morning, one of his men drove me straight to Denver International Airport, and I boarded a plane without any luggage whatsoever. It didn't matter. I had the ring in my pocket, and I'll never need a jacket again as long as I live. When I finally got home, Faye let me have it. She kept kissing and yelling at me. I understood. She was angry that I'd spent so much time trying to take control of this situation, treating her like a child and disregarding her feelings in my crusade to rescue her. She was upset that I consigned her to the care of my best friends without asking, but seemed to appreciate their help. Richard and Jason were very happy to leave my house and never look Faye in the eye again, although they did have some good news for me. Faye had not sleepwalked or slept-talked or done anything out of the ordinary in over 24 hours. This corresponds almost exactly with when I retrieved the ring from the Dreamcatcher. After an hour or so of reprimanding me for being a thick-headed idiot, Faye forgave me, and we laid together in bed and talked about everything. I apologized for her for the way that I had treated her, and put the ring on her finger. She looked relieved to have it back on. I swore I'd never screw up like that again. We both slept a full night. No strange night terrors or bad dreams or sleep disturbances of any kind, and in the morning, yesterday morning, we had Faye's favorite, waffles. At about 11 a.m., I received a call. To my great relief, it was Nathan. I immediately pressed him for information about T-Way and what exactly had happened after they left the cabin that day. He ignored my questions and said very ominously, "Please let me speak to the one who followed you home." I said something like, what? To which he replied, "The one that calls itself Faye." My fiancée and I had been sitting on the couch watching the most recent Game of Thrones, so I just sort of handed the phone to her and said, "It's for you." She put it to her ear and said hello, and then listened for about a minute. I could hear Nathan speaking, but I could not make out what he was saying. Suddenly, a volcano of black puke exploded from Faye's mouth. It absolutely covered the couch and carpet, and sent me nearly jumping out of my skin in the process. Faye doubled over onto the floor like a rag doll, coughing and sputtering. I fell to my knees beside her, panicked, and asking if she was all right. I picked up the phone and screamed at Nathan, demanding to know what he had said to her. Nathan just said, "Please, Felix, please listen," and then proceeded to recite some sort of chant or incantation. A wave of syrupy vomit rushed up my throat and out of my mouth, and as with Faye, it was oily black. I'm actually an emetophobe, so vomiting sends me into a state of near catatonia. But Faye made a quick recovery and was right there to nurse me back to my senses. Nathan spoke to me a bit more and explained what he had done. I'll get to that in a bit. Faye and I spent the rest of the day feeling queasy and eventually went to urgent care across the road to get checked out. They gave us blood tests and checked our vitals and sent us home, telling us that we'd suffered minor food poisoning. But I know deep down it wasn't the damn waffles. Thankfully, for the past several hours, we've been feeling much better. I mentioned a while back that T-Way and Nathan had a disagreement over who the real Faye was, and whether it was even possible for a duplicate of my fiancée to exist. When they hiked back down the mountain from the cabin a few days ago, they had to go up into the forest to avoid a snow collapse all over the road. Out there in the woods, they heard the crying of a woman, and followed it to an abandoned mine. Both of them knew that it was very likely a trick, but T-Way said that it was their duty to explore the possibility that Faye was alive somewhere on the mountain. The blizzard came on earlier than expected, and they stood at the mouth of the mine, listening to the begging of the young woman somewhere off in the dark, but concluded that its voice was too unusual to be humans. T-Way and Nathan decided to bless the entrance of the mine, which could ward off its dark inhabitants, but their chanting enraged whatever lived in it. It came out of the tunnels and snatched T-Way. He screamed all the way down into the dark. Nathan could not follow. He ran away, terrified, but got lost in the blizzard. He wandered for an hour, fearing death, and eventually came upon a skinny body swinging from a low tree branch. It was so fresh the blood hadn't fully frozen. Nathan knew it was his father's corpse. Eventually he found his way back home. He said his father's voice guided him out of the squall. Nathan explained to me that the imposter's goal of taking over someone's mind was different from its penchant for killing people. These creatures hunt and kill at random, salvaging the human parts that they need to walk the earth as mortals for a short time, but their real pleasure derives from conquering a person from within. Faye was one of the unlucky few that are chosen in this way, and the imposter's fixation on her had lasted for decades. After long enough, their continued presence in the body and mind of the victim leaves a stain on the soul. This corruption necessitates a purge, hence the barf party we had in the living room, whose stains, by the way, I have thus failed to banish. Nathan invited me to the funeral ceremony for T-Way. I sadly declined, as I'm already on the verge of losing my job and flat broke from this experience, but I promised that I'd honor his memory in my own way. I can't go back to that place. Fortunately, Nathan was more than understanding and promised we'd meet again soon. I'm still thinking about all of this. I do not yet have all the pieces of the puzzle. If you're looking for all the answers, you're going to have to help me find them, but I think I have part of this figured out. The imposter gave Faye's ring back to me. They wanted me to destroy the Dreamcatcher. The ring was an object of great sentimental value, both to Faye and to our relationship. The creature used it to invade Faye's mind and control her thoughts. Its goal was to convince her that it was me, so that she would welcome it into our house late at night. The home, Nathan said, symbolically represents the body, just as the ring represents our union. To be welcomed into the home is to be granted access to Faye. But because the imposter could never learn everything it needed from Faye to mimic me, it gave up on that project and instead came after me. It returned the ring to me, thus giving up its power over Faye, but I broke the Dreamcatcher to retrieve it. As it turns out, that creepy, mysterious Dreamcatcher was in fact protecting the cabin and everyone inside it, which is why the imposter needed to be invited in. When I broke it, The creature could have easily come in and killed me, but it needed information from me before it did. It needed to know one of Faye's darkest secrets to rule her. I'm not sure I'll ever unravel the mystery of the number 5, but I do know one thing. Not knowing what it means actually saved Faye's life. I'm not sure I ever want to know. As for Faye, she's back to normal and in perfect health. She sleeps soundly and only mumbles a bit, which is pretty normal for her. Her sixth sense of humor has returned as well. Last night, as we went to sleep, she turned the light off and said to me,
"Thank you for trying so hard."
Then she leaned over and licked my face.
Like the guy who went to pee only to see a man dressed as a cowboy. At the edge of our town, there's a shitty gas station that's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you were to go inside, you'd see row after row of off-brand chips, cookies, potted meats, and ramen. Expiration dates suspiciously missing from canned goods, like they were filed off years ago in some misguided attempt to control inventory turnover. A faded wet floor sign from way back, covering a crack in the foundation by the cooler, it's since turned into a pothole. The pothole, a collection of points from sticky spill-off, has become a mixture tar pit collecting countless insect corpses and occasional small rodent. Nobody ever complains about the aesthetic. By some providence bordering on the supernatural, the health inspector has repeatedly signed off on the business, always kind of ignoring the faint smell of some kind of mysterious chemical cocktail that's the defining characteristic of the establishment. More noticeable than the family of mutated raccoons that lives in the crawl space below the grease trap. We think they're mutated anyway. At the very least, they have to be inbred to the point of mental retardation. While the alpha, a 3-foot-tall son of a bitch named Rocco, has been spotted multiple times chewing on people's tires and has been run over at least twice. But keeps coming back. The lingering smell, a sweet combination of honeysuckle, ammonia, vomit, and who knows what else, has never been positively identified. But the prevalent theory is that it's coming from the cracks in the foundation, wafting up from the underground. It's strongest right after a rain and pungent to the point of tear-inducing if you get too close to the storm drains, where even Rocco and his clan refuse to tread. If you were to go inside, you might also see the bathroom cowboy. He exists as part urban legend, part urban fact, because even though he's never been officially confirmed to exist, we have several security camera recordings of a man fitting his description entering the building, heading into the bathroom and leaving. What makes him a legend is what people claim to see him doing in the bathroom. Some of the stories are only weird. Like the guy who went to pee only to see a man dressed as a cowboy, handing out balloon animals. Some of the stories are more bizarre. Like the guy who says he walked into the bathroom to see a man wearing nothing but a cowboy hat, boxers, and boots with spurs, sitting at an old-fashioned stone sharpening wheel, literally grinding an axe. And when he walked in, the bathroom cowboy stopped what he was doing, looked up with a smile and a tip of the hat and said, "Come on, man. Come on with it." The guy, understandably uncomfortable with the situation, went to find an employee, but by the time anybody came back to the bathroom, the cowboy had vanished, bench grinder and all. Now the cowboy, that may or may not haunt the gas station bathroom, appears to follow a code of rules. He never appears unless there's only one other person in the room with him. He never hurts anyone, and he's always polite. Honestly, he doesn't seem that bad, especially when you compare him to some of the other things going on in there. If you go inside, you might instantly get a toothache. Strangely common phenomenon that nobody really understands. It should go away on its own after a couple of hours. If you do go inside, you'll almost definitely see me sitting behind the counter, because I am the only full-time employee, and I'm almost always here. You may catch me reading a book, because for some reason the internet doesn't work way out here, and cell phone service is dicey on good days and non-existent on most. If you need to make a call, you can leave and go up the hill a ways, preferably back towards town, because the other way will take you out to the woods and you don't even want me to go into all the reasons. That's not a good idea. Or you can pay me 25 cents a minute and use the store's landline. That arrangement was cooked up by the owners, and I have to actually enforce it because they do check the phone records. Yeah, I'm sorry. Now while you're here, don't be offended if I don't strike up a conversation, because if I'm completely honest, I don't always know for sure if everyone that comes through these doors is real or not. And if I had to acknowledge everyone in that place that could be an actual person, I'd lose my mind. We don't need any more of that going on around here. I guess the point I'm trying to make is this. Weird things happen to me working at this shitty gas station at the edge of town. I wish I could easily decide what was the weirdest thing that ever happened to me, but I can't. There are so many. I've seen a total of 4 coffins inside the store on 3 different occasions. I met at least a dozen people wandering back into town from the woods claiming they'd escaped aliens or a government conspiracy or cultists. And they had no money but needed to make a call. And could I please just let them use our phone before they find them? But rules are rules. I'm not going to lose my job just because you didn't escape captivity with a little bit of pocket change. Then there's Farmer Brown. Yeah, that's his real name. He got mad at us and complained about the bulk feeder that we'd been ordering for him. He insisted something was wrong with the product because all of his animals suddenly had human faces. We settled with him by charging a significant discount on his next couple of purchases. He stopped coming in one day and they found him, well, what was left of his body, inside a bedroom at his farmhouse, one that had been locked on the inside. As far as I know, they still haven't figured out what happened. Anyway, I guess I could tell you a story or two, but first, I need to get ready for work. See, at the edge of our town is a shitty little gas station. It's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and sometimes longer. If you were to go inside, you'd probably see the tired cashier sitting behind the front desk doing his best to mind his own business. He's real. You may also see someone else. You may also see something else. If you are curious about the reality of anyone or anything else, including yourself, inside that small ammonia-scented flickering fluorescent collection of off-brand junk food, dirt, 4 walls, and roof, may I recommend that you follow the cashier's lead and mind your own business. I've been working at that gas station almost non-stop since I graduated high school. At this point, I doubt that I could quit if I wanted to. But enough about me, let's get back to the interesting things, the gas station. I spent a decent amount of time yesterday at the start of my shift trying to decide which story would be worthy of being my first to document to the world. And any time I tell someone outside the gas station anything about what happened therein, I know what to expect. People don't believe it, or people don't want to believe it. Imagine the difficulty that I had trying to call the sheriff's station to explain that half a pig broke into the store and is currently running amok, breaking things and screaming with the voice of an old woman. Yeah, I meant half a pig. Yes, a pig. The front half. No, this isn't a joke. I'm at the gas station. What do you mean, which gas station? The shitty one on the edge of town. You must be new. Can I please talk to someone else? And she finally put me through to Tom. Tom is the sheriff's deputy. The one that drew the short straw all those years ago and had to come out to the gas station for the first time, back before his hair was all white. He's been in enough times to know that all I have to say when he picks up the line is, "It's half a pig. It won't stop screaming and I can't catch it." Then he grunts, mutters something about being pretty frickin' weird, and then goes out to help me catch it. But Tom's a good guy. I asked around, but nobody knew where the pig had come from. This was back when Farmer Brown was still alive, and he came down to take a look and provide his expert opinion. According to Farmer, the pig had somehow been chopped down the middle, but miraculously none of the important organs were hit. Nothing supernatural about it, just really unusual. It stayed at the local elementary school as part of the mascot for the summer before a scientist and his team from somewhere up north offered the school $1,000 to let them take it. For science, I suppose. Anyway, I don't mean to ramble, but my point is that it's hard to believe some of these stories if you haven't been inside the gas station at least once. Maybe you have. We're the only gas station for miles. We're close enough to some big crossroads. If you've ever been out driving in an unfamiliar part of the country and find yourself lost, it's not impossible that you could have found yourself in my door. Maybe looking to top off your gas. Maybe to ask for directions. If you have a strange memory of a weird place that somehow doesn't seem to fit with the rest of your memories, then there's a chance we've actually met. Back to last night. I was sitting behind the counter with a pen and a book of receipt paper, trying to remember the strangest thing that had happened to me. It still falls within the realm of believability. I've had plenty of things that happened to me that were strange, but so unbelievable, I won't even waste anyone's time ever trying to tell them. I call those the try and forget stories. When Carlos interrupted my concentration. And Carlos is one of the part-timers at the gas station. We have a long list of part-time employees. The owner likes to hire transients, drifters, hitchhikers, passers-by, and runaways. People looking for work, at least for a few days. I try not to get to know the part-timers. They come and they go after a few days or sometimes a few weeks. Rarely long enough to form any kind of meaningful relationship. But then there's Carlos. Carlos has been working here for almost a year now. He started it as a part of the prison work relief program, unloaded trucks twice a week. He was the only one of the 12 prisoners that didn't disappear during a freak snowstorm last December. But that's none of my business. Carlos did his time, and when they released him, he came to work here, cleaning the store and unloading trucks. He comes in 6 times a day for each of his 30-minute shifts. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm not exactly sure what he does during those shifts. The store is never clean, and trucks only come twice a week, exclusively during the daytime hours, as per an arrangement following the incident. Maybe one day I'll ask Carlos what he does for the owner. All I know is that he's the closest thing to a friend that I have here. And when Carlos approached me at my register last night, I knew something unusual was going on. He was sweating bullets, pale, and on the verge of passing out. He kept glancing back at that man in the suit that had wandered into the store and was standing next to the frozen drink machine. He told me that he needed to talk to me now. I told him go ahead. But he refused to say anything unless I followed him into the freezer. I usually hate to leave the front of the store unwatched. We have the occasional shoplifter. Plus there was that one time that Rocco got in and made off with 2 cases of cigarettes, but Carlos seemed serious. So I made an exception for him. And once we were in the sub-freezing safety of the walk-in cooler, Carlos asked me if I had seen the guy in the suit. I said, yeah, I saw him. He asked if I knew the guy. I said, yeah, I'd seen the guy around town. His name was Kiefer. He was running for some kind of office. I can't remember which one. And he stopped by the gas station every now and then. He drove an old black SUV that only took premium. I didn't know much of him from in town, but he was a local, definitely a local. His picture was framed in my high school's trophy case for one of those sports competitions that he had won years and years before I got there. We only have so many things to be proud of, I suppose, but I knew of Kiefer. We weren't exactly acquaintances. I told all this to Carlos, who shook his head and said, no, that can't be Kiefer. And so why not? Carlos told me, that can't be Kiefer because Kiefer's dead. I killed him 2 days ago. His body's in the trunk of my car right now. That's where things started getting weird. Now, I really don't want to do this. I recognize how awful it is to pause a story at a place like this, but I'm about to head back to work, and I only just now was taking my lunch break, and I came all the way down here to the library to document the last things before I forgot. But I still have to eat. I have to change out those dirt-covered clothing before I head back. Did a lot of digging last night. Plus, I don't want to leave the part-timer alone with all those lawn gnomes until we know exactly what's going on. Oh, I forgot to mention the lawn gnomes. Okay, so I'm so scatterbrained right now. Like I said, it was a very strange night between the hand plants, Farmer Jr., and that cultist that wouldn't leave me alone. I hardly had any time to collect my thoughts. And of course, there's the Carlos situation. I promise, I'll come back. I'll tell you all about it. But first, I'm gonna grab some coffee. There are times when this world drifts so close to the fabric of reality that I can hear something calling me from beyond that veil. Sometimes when I get too close, I can feel that thing on the other side tugging at the corners of my mind. I'm worried about Carlos. He doesn't seem to be taking this so well. In case you don't know, I work at this shitty gas station at the edge of our small town, and weird things have been happening for as long as I've been there. I only started to tell some of my stories, and if you haven't caught up yet, I'd like to invite you to check out part 1. Now, when I returned to work after my post yesterday, I was delighted to find a stack of receipt papers sitting neatly in the register counter, with notes written in my own shaky handwriting. I don't remember writing these notes, but then again, I don't remember a lot of things. It is possible that I'm worked too hard, or maybe the fumes coming from beneath the gas station are playing tricks on me, or perhaps it's just another side effect of my condition. At any rate, I'm not one to look at a gift horse in the mouth, or any other animal in any other orifice, for that matter. Admittedly, my handwriting isn't the best, and at times, the scratches on the receipt paper become nearly illegible. So if anything herein seems unbelievable, it's probably because I copied it wrong. Now, with that in mind, this is my best effort at the transcription. 7 o'clock. It's getting dark earlier these days. 7:30. Farmer Jr. came into the gas station tonight, asking about the hand plants. I told him that they weren't there anymore. He left his phone number scribbled on the back of a coupon for 15% off bulk pig feed from an online retailer. I think he's trying to send me a message. 9 o'clock. I think maybe some kids are trying to play a prank on me. I found a lawn gnome behind the pork rinds. I don't think much about it, and I put him in a box behind the counter. But then I found another matching lawn gnome in the soda case. I added this one to a box as well. It wasn't until I noticed the third and fourth lawn gnomes that I started to suspect something. I had taken out the garbage and found gnomes perched atop the branch of a tree next to the dumpster, staring down at me like gargoyles. I used a chair and broom to knock them down. I put them in a box with the other three. When I got back to my desk, I found the note in my chair written in red ink. It said simply, "I'm in the walls." I don't know who wrote it. The paper smells like oranges and plumeria. 10 o'clock. There's a strange scratching noise coming from the tiles above the cash register. I fear Rocco and his brood may have infiltrated the building again. 11 o'clock. Farmer Jr. called the store. He asked about the hand plants. I assured him they weren't there anymore, and if they ever showed up again, I would call him. I think he's starting to suspect that I'm lying. 12 o'clock. One of the cultist recruiters wandered in from the community in the woods. They hate it when I call them cultists. I know the recruits aren't supposed to interact with the outside world, but from time to time, they'll sneak into town, never any further than this gas station, and they'll buy a couple cigarettes. They aren't supposed to try and recruit new members until they graduate to the honorable senior cultist status, but this one isn't a very good cultist. I know they aren't supposed to have names, but I'm going to call this one Marlboro. I'll let you guess why. Well, Marlboro stayed in the store for at least half an hour trying to convince me to go back to the compound with him. They hate it when they call their home a compound. He tried to appeal to my logical side, but then I let him know politely but firmly that I was not interested in logic. I can't remember when I left. 2 o'clock. I found myself digging again. Sometimes on slow nights I let myself drift. My mind goes somewhere, and when I come to, I wonder where I was just now. Who was that controlling my body while I was gone? My body did those things I've done so many times before that I guess it's learned to do without me. My body restocked the cigarettes. My body rotated the frozen drink machine. My body scraped the mold off the bottoms of the ice buckets. My body emptied the rat traps, and somewhere along the way, my body found a shovel, went out back, and started digging a hole. Actually, I shouldn't maybe say my body started digging. I have been, or rather, my body has been digging this hole off and on for the last few months. Usually, I come to after a few shovelfuls. This time, I added another foot deep before I snapped back to reality and asked myself, what the hell am I doing? 3:30. I just noticed a door at the end of the hallway past the walk-in cooler. How long have I worked here and never noticed that door before? It seems disappointingly ordinary as far as doors go, except for the fact that it's warm to the touch and it feels like it's vibrating. I tried the handle, but it's locked. And when I go back to my register, I noticed a man in a trench coat standing outside beyond the gas pumps, just outside the reach of our lights, dangerously close to the road. I can't tell if he's looking at me, or if he's looking past the building at the woods on the other side. I wish he wouldn't stand there like that, still, with his arms reaching down past his knees. Scratching against the tiles on the ceiling over the counter is getting louder. 3:45, a man came into the store rolling a large white ice chest behind him. He had sunken blue eyes, wiry hair coming from his nose and ears, long bony fingers and paper-thin skin revealing every blue and green vein beneath the translucent dermis. He wore a bowler cap and smelled like milk. I had definitely never seen him around before. He asked if we would be interested in partnering up with him. He sold ground meat at discount prices, but I told him our store doesn't do well with the fresh food category, recommending he try his hand at making jerky. And before he left, he scooped about a pound or so of raw ground meat from the ice chest into a piece of parchment paper and gave it to me as a sample. Once he had left, I took the meat to the cooler, where I found another lawn gnome waiting for me. I put the gnome into the box with the other 7. 4 o'clock. Carlos just told me something very strange about Kiefer. 4:30. There was a kid named Spencer Middleton who went to the same high school as me and Kiefer. Spencer was just a year ahead of me, but looked much older and acted much younger. I live in a small town, and small towns get bored. For entertainment, some turn to gossip, some turn to sinister pastimes. The latter often fueled the former. There were rumors around town that Spencer liked to torture and kill animals. Rumors that Spencer's parents and siblings always locked their bedroom doors when they went to sleep at night. The rumors didn't slow down any after the fire at Spencer's house, when Spencer was the only one to escape unscathed. I once saw Spencer gleefully stomp on a lizard, throw his head back, and laugh. Some short time after his house caught fire for the second time, Spencer lost town. The story went on that he'd gone off to join the army. I don't know what to think about that, so I simply didn't think about that. I would have been perfectly happy to never think about that. But after all these years, I'm forced to. Because Spencer Middleton just came into the store and ordered a cup of coffee. He's sitting in one of the booths, talking to Kiefer. Marlboro's back. He asked if I could spare some time to talk about his fake religion. I hate it when I call it a fake religion. And I told him that he had to leave. He seemed upset. 4:45. Spencer and Kiefer sat around for a while and didn't buy anything but 2 cups of coffee. When they finally left, I let Carlos know. He had been hiding under a blanket in the walk-in cooler, although I can't really understand why. Carlos explained to me exactly what happened. He had finished his shift a couple nights ago, just left the gas station when he saw Kiefer's SUV pull over into a ditch at the bottom of the hill. Carlos, being the good guy that he is, decided to check and see if Kiefer needed any help. He says that when he pulled up and got out of the car, he could hear what sounded like a loud crunching noise coming from just beyond the tree line. Carlos went to investigate. That's when he saw something. When I asked Carlos what he saw, he just started speaking Spanish in a fast panic sort of way. I don't speak Spanish, but I nodded along empathetically. The only word I could pick up was Strega, which is the name of a liquor we carry. Whatever it was that Carlos was saying, it made him race back to his car as fast as he could and back out quickly, without looking. And that's when he ran over Kiefer. And Carlos is a good guy, but he was in a bad situation. He stopped long enough to get out, check on Kiefer, and confirm that he was definitely dead. There was nothing he could do to change that fact. It was an accident. Carlos was on parole. There was that thing in the woods, and Carlos had to make a decision, so he heaved the body into the trunk of his car, and he drove off. Carlos took me to his car and showed me the body. I can confirm 100% that it was Kiefer in the trunk of his car, not just because of his unmistakable face, but also because of his phone and wallet that were in his pocket. 5 o'clock. I finally got tired of the scratching and pulled our ladder out of the storage to see what the raccoon was doing up in the ceiling, but when I pushed back the tile, the only thing up there was another gnome. That makes a dozen so far. 6 o'clock. The man in the trench coat is still outside. The cultist came back in, demanding an audience with me, insisting that if I would just listen to him, I would see that his reasoning was superb and flawless, and that I would be a fool not to join him in the perfection of logic and nirvana that is his belief structure. I agreed to listen to his pitch, if he would agree to ask the man in the trench coat to leave. Our hasty verbal contract in place, I steeled myself to listen. Honestly, he did make a few good points. But I suppose it's to be expected from a viral thought experiment strong enough to convince perfectly normal people to abandon their real lives and go live in that commune in the woods past the shitty gas station on the edge of town. They call themselves mathematists. They believe that humankind exists to fulfill 2 moral imperatives: to decrease suffering and to increase happiness. A successful life increases happiness more than suffering. A decent life decreases suffering more than happiness. How good a person is can be determined by the spread between the happiness increased and the suffering decreased. Obviously, if the individual has a negative spread, that is, if they've increased happiness less than they've increased suffering, or if they've decreased suffering less than they've decreased happiness, then that means, very simply, that the individual is bad. Therefore, if an individual causes a tremendous amount of happiness and suffering, one can simply determine which was higher, and use this perfect rubric to determine whether the individual was good or bad. It's simple, right? Well, the mathematists believe that the world has been going on about good and bad in the wrong way. For eons, we've been attempting to increase happiness, when instead we should have been focusing on decreasing suffering. As happiness is a fluid concept, and the more happiness you create, the harder it is to sustain, as happiness has a clear set of diminishing returns. Suffering, however, is constant. Suffering results from happiness coming to an end. Suffering is pure and eternal. For a mathematist to be supremely good, they must simply end all suffering. That is why the mathematists are working on a bomb to destroy the entire planet. By ending all life on Earth, they end an infinity of suffering into the future. With every life they avert, an entire lineage of people that would be born into a life of suffering will no longer. Every death is a preemptive mercy killing. Every happy moment that will no longer occur pales in the face of all the sad moments that are likewise prevented. And so, as Marlborough explained, their murder cult believes that killing is a kindness. I told him that his ideas were stupid, and he was stupid, and that now he had to go tell the man in the trench coat to go away. 6:30. The phone rang. Now this is strange for two reasons. First, because it was not the landline, it was the cell phone, even though we don't get cell phone service out here. And second, because it was the cell phone. The one I took off Kiefer's body. I'll admit, I was stuck in a bit of a moral quandary ever since Carlos confided in me. On the one hand, Carlos had killed someone. On the other, it was an accident, and Carlos's parole officer may not see it that way. I thought that I would have more time to figure this out, but when the cell phone started ringing, I knew I had to make a decision. I answered it. I didn't speak at first. The voice in the line was one I recognized. "You have something that belongs to my boss." It was Spencer Middleton. "His cell phone and wallet," I answered. "What? No, we don't care about that shit. We can buy more phones. We can get more wallets. You know what I mean?" He was right. I did. "It was an accident," I explained. "We know. We want to make a deal. You give it back, we pretend this whole thing didn't happen." "Can we do that?" "Absolutely." 7:30. Carlos came in for his shift at 7, and I explained the deal to him. He wasn't thrilled, but as I laid it out very clearly, he didn't have a choice. We parked Carlos's Camry behind the gas station near the growth of hand plants, and made a point to stand far enough away as to not get our ankles grabbed. Kiefer's SUV drove up a few minutes later. Spencer was driving. He and Kiefer got out without a word, sized us up, and opened the back of our vehicle. Carlos popped the trunk. Kiefer and I stared at each other, keeping eye contact the whole time while Carlos and Spencer transferred the body from one vehicle to the other. Spencer had a tarp and blanket ready to wrap everything up. When it was over, Kiefer put a hand on my shoulder and whispered in my ear, "You done good." Then they left. Carlos started crying as I went back inside the store. It was almost daytime. And that's when the new part-timer was supposed to take over. 8 o'clock. The new part-timer's late, and I'm overdue for a lunch break. I made the best of my extra time here by putting price stickers on all the lawn gnomes, or ringing them up as miscellaneous grocery for $9.99 each. And I've already sold a couple. I'm a really good employee. 8:30. I went to the bathroom and I saw a man standing there with his pants at his ankles. He wore checkered boxers and a cowboy hat. He smiled when he saw me. Simply said, in a somewhat sing-songy voice, "Come on, man. Come on with it." I took the opportunity to ask him something that had been bothering me. "You know, is everything going to be okay?" The bathroom cowboy took a second to think. Then he pulled up his pants, he walked past me, spurs clinking against the bathroom tile. He stopped for a second, He was right next to me. He said, "I appreciate it." Then he left. I honestly have no idea what that means. No, that's the entirety of the receipt paper notes, but I did make a point to continue keeping a journal. I think this will be a healthy way of chronicling the weird events at the gas station. Maybe this will even help out with my condition. I don't know. The next time something strange happens, maybe I'll come back. I'll tell a little more. Until then, I guess this is to be continued. Oh, sorry. Upon further inspection, I realized that some of the scribbles on that receipt paper may have been transcribed incorrectly. I also made some adjustments to the spelling and fixed a couple typos on there. But while I was at it, I added another typo just for the observant reader. Lastly, upon the advice of some of my readers, I removed the part where I listed Farmer Jr.'s social security number and address. Also, special thanks to those readers that pointed out that Srega isn't even a Spanish word. See, I asked Carlos about it when he came in for his fourth shift today, but Carlos simply looked at me blankly. He told me that he doesn't speak Spanish. I should begin this by saying that I am truly sorry to anyone who had heard Part 3, okay? I had no idea what was going to happen. The agents have assured me that every trace of the story has been removed from the internet, and that there's nothing to worry about, okay? If you were unfortunate enough to have heard Part 3, I beg you, for your sake, try to forget everything. If you experience nosebleeds, dizziness, migraines, or hallucinations, go immediately to the emergency room. If you have a recurring dream of an island made of song, under no circumstances should you approach or attempt to open that blue door with a painting of a crow on it. Okay, if you didn't hear Part 3, then there is no Part 3. It doesn't exist. Forget about it. Forget you ever heard of it. By now, you probably already know that there is a shitty gas station at the edge of our small town, and that weird things have been happening there. The city council has personally asked me to stop talking about it, as there have been some astute readers that not only tracked down our small town from the brief descriptions that I've given, but actually come and visited me at work. I heard that one of them has joined the mathematists, and as far as I know, the other two are still missing. Once again, I'm sorry. I'm not working right now. It's the first legitimate break I've had since I started writing my stories on receipt paper all that time ago. And the time moves funny here, see? Flowing slow and fast all at once, like molasses out of a shotgun. It's a good thing that I've been keeping a journal. I've got a few moments before my laptop dies, and I think now might be the perfect time to transpose my journal entries before the battery runs out or the blood loss gets me. Right now, it's a race to see what happens first. Before any of you worry, I've already called Tom. He said he's on his way here to give me a ride to the hospital, right after he picks up dinner for the Ledford orphans, John Ben and his little sister. Tom and the other deputies have been taking turns checking on and bringing them food in an attempt to make the whole thing less tragic. They've been living on their own ever since the incident that totally did not happen. And anyone who says otherwise is a damn liar. There we go again. Off on a tangent. I guess I get to it. And bring up my journal entries while I still can. November 2nd, 2017, 9 p.m. So much has happened since the Halloween incident that we aren't allowed to talk about. I've been much busier than usual dealing with the aftermath, as well as the cult. The mathematists have been cleaning out our inventory on a daily basis, planning ahead for some kind of secret event that, I only get to hear about in hushed murmurs and whispers. Night is coming earlier, and the weather is getting colder. November 3rd, 2:00 a.m. The man in the trench coat is back. He's standing just outside the gas station door, staring in. He's been there for almost an hour now. Well, on the bright side, I haven't had a customer come in since he showed up. On the not-so-bright side, I can't help but feel that he's trying to put thoughts into my head. He won't be able to, though. I've had way too much practice. Kiefer came in today, and before the sun went down. He sat in that booth drinking coffee for a while. Eventually, Spencer Middleton showed up. Spencer had a word with Kiefer, then came storming up to my register, screaming at the top of his lungs. He grabbed the display of lotto scratch-offs and threw it across the room. It was obvious that something had upset him. That's when I took the earplugs out. "Everything okay?" I asked stupidly. I knew damn well everything was never okay. "Did you hear a word I just said?" Spencer asked. I explained to him that I had taken to wearing earplugs in an effort to drown out the sound of screaming that periodically radiates through the air vents. I guess the screams must have stopped a while ago. Or maybe I had imagined them. Either way, I didn't need the earplugs anymore. At this point, Tom walked into the store, his white hair looking even whiter than normal. Spencer, I could see, became instantly aware of the deputy's presence. "Where is he?" He half whispered, half growled. "Where's the other one?" "Carlos?" I asked. Spencer sighed. "Sure, Carlos. He's not due for another 20 minutes. When he gets here, tell him we need to have a chat." With that, Spencer Middleton let out a shrill whistle and left the store. Kiefer jumped out of his seat and followed close behind. Tom helped me pick up the mess and put the lotto display back together without asking a single question. I wish more people could be like Tom. When Carlos got to work, he told me that he had been having strange dreams. Dreams of something enormous, living, breathing, underground. The dreams always end the same way, but the gas station collapsed into a giant sinkhole. I told him that Spencer was looking for him. That's when Carlos grew solemn and asked me if he could show me something. In the freezer, behind a stack of boxes labeled non a prior. Whatever the hell that means, they've been here as long as I've worked here. There is a moving blanket, and inside that blanket is another Kiefer. My question for Carlos was, "You stole the body back?" He looked at the ground and shook his head sheepishly like a toddler that had just got busted for cooking meth. "You killed another one?" I asked. Carlos explained. "It was an accident." Again. 3 a.m. The man in the trench coat is finally gone. He left claw marks on the glass of the front door. I checked the security footage to confirm my suspicions. He always stays outside the range of the cameras. Why can't I remember what his face looked like? 3:30 a.m. Marlboro was the first customer in the store after the man in the trench coat left. I told him that I was surprised that he was still alive. He mistook this for a compliment and said thank you. I asked him if he was ready for the big event, but then he just stared at me blankly. I could tell that he had no idea what I was talking about, so I filled him in on how I'd put it all together. The unusual cultist activity, the whispers, the buying up of all of our supplies. I could tell that something was about to happen. Marlboro went pale in the face as I was talking, and ran out of the gas station before I could finish, the 99-cent frozen drink still in his hand. I know I should write up an inventory loss slip for the theft, but I just can't bring myself to do it. As hard as it is to explain, there's just something about Marlboro that makes me genuinely feel sorry for him. 6 a.m. I caught myself digging again. I don't know how long I was out there or who was running the store while I was gone. The hole is so deep now that I nearly couldn't climb out of it on my own. I should maybe think about considering the possibility of one day seeing a doctor. 8 a.m. Marlboro is currently crying in the dry storage closet. Through his sobs, I could barely make out the story. Marlboro was sent on some kind of vision quest for the last week and has no idea what the other cultists have been stocking up for. When he went back to the compound earlier tonight, he found the whole place completely deserted. Beds were left unmade. Some plates had food on them. A fire still burning in the fireplace. Everyone's clothes were still in their personal milk crates next to their sleeping bags, but the people, all of the people, were simply gone. Marlboro isn't taking this very well. I have a business to run, so I asked Carlos to help me carry him into the dry storage area. I figured that he could work through some stuff in there, and maybe when he's done, he'll just, I don't know, go home. November 4th, 9 p.m. The exterminators just left. Said they got all the snakes this time. I have my doubts. November 5th, 5 p.m. Kiefer came into the store again today and made some thinly veiled threats. He asked about Carlos too, but I told him that I was tired of being the go-between and that if he had business with Carlos, he needed to take it up with Carlos. That's when Kiefer started getting weird. You know this place is just a big experiment, and you're the little mouse. I asked Kiefer to buy something or leave, so he bought a pack of toothpaste, then started to undress in the store and rub the toothpaste on his naked body. They tell me that something's wrong with your brain. Is that true? I tried to be polite and avert my eyes and answered, yeah. You have some kind of mental condition? I answered again, yeah. That's too bad. See, at this point, Kiefer was completely naked. He walked over to the frozen drink machine and filled a large cup with a sugary red concoction before turning it upside down on top of his head. Then he shook himself violently like a wet dog, flinging bits of cold, sticky debris across everything from the ceiling to the walls, some of it even landing on my face, but I tried not to let him see me flinch. I knew this was all just an attempt to intimidate me, and I didn't want to give him the satisfaction. "What is it exactly?" he asked as he crossed back to where his pile of clothes waited for him. "What?" I asked. "What is your condition? Paranoia? Schizophrenia? The gay?" "No," I answered. "I don't sleep." "You don't sleep?" He sounded genuinely interested. "Like, ever?" "I can't fall asleep. I haven't slept a single day since high school. It's a rare genetic condition with no cure and no treatment, and one day it'll kill me. But until then, I handle the effect as best I can." Kiefer nodded. "That must be it. That must be why he can't reach you." "Why who can't reach me?" Right then, Spencer came into the store. He threw a blanket around Kiefer and ushered him out to the waiting SUV. A moment later, he came back into the store and offered me $100 for the security tape for tonight. I wonder what I'll spend my $100 on. 9 p.m. I was beginning to suspect something wasn't quite right in the store. I've been finding empty candy bar wrappers strewn about, security tapes mysteriously deleted, strange noises coming through the walls in the middle of the night when I should be alone. At least, more strange noises than usual. At first, I assumed it was just raccoons. But now I know the truth. Now, I know that Marlboro has been living here for the last 2 days. He just walked out of that supply closet wearing a bathrobe, nodded to me as he grabbed a stack of beef jerky, and went into the bathroom. It had not even occurred to me that Marlboro had never left. November 6th, 4 a.m. It finally happened. I suppose it was only a matter of time. I know that I should be feeling regret or shame or any other emotions that normally people feel after something like this happened, but all I feel is embarrassed. I came to a couple of hours ago with a shovel in my hand. I had been digging again, and this time I had made some serious progress. The hole was at least 7 feet deep. The steep walls made of loose red clay. It took me a while to realize that I was staring up into an inky black night, peppered with uncountable stars, when some of the bigger celestials started to move. I realized those stars were actually just the soulless red eyes of the mutant raccoons staring down at me over the edge of the hole. Probably looking for food. Shameless beggars. I chucked the shovel out of the hole, and that's when I heard it. Imagine the sound of a butcher's knife hitting a watermelon, like a solid wet black. Imagine the watermelon gurgling and falling over like a sack of potatoes. Oh man, this metaphor is getting kind of away from me here. When I climbed out of the hole, I saw the shovel standing upright, the business end firmly lodged inside the chest of a still twitching Kiefer. The Kiefer was dead before I got to his side. In some kind of final act of defiance, he had turned both of his middle fingers up to me. I felt like the slightest amount of respect for him before I went into a mental state that I can only describe as subdued panic. The first thing I wanted to do was find something to wrap the body in, because surely Spencer Middleton would come for it soon. When I went into the gas station, I was surprised to find that Marlboro had taken it upon himself to work the cash register while I was gone. He was ringing up one of our regulars, Charles, the big fat man that always buys soap and boiled peanuts. I nabbed the tarp off the shelf, took it outside, and that's when I learned something. Kiefer is heavy, like really heavy. Like, I understand that a human body is basically just a meaty, fleshy water balloon full of guts and excrement, but nothing could prepare me for how leaky and gross and heavy a dead man can be. It was only by some miracle that I managed to drag Kiefer through the back door and into the freezer without being seen. It took all of my strength to pull the mass behind the boxes and onto the stack with the other 3. When I finally finished, I worked up a sweat. Even the cold of the freezer wasn't enough to keep me cool. As I stood there letting my breath come out and the adrenaline wear off, I took stock of my situation. That's when it dawned on me. There were 4 Kiefers in the freezer with me. 4 Kiefers. Where the hell did the other 2 come from? The freezer door opened and Marlboro entered, dragging a dead Kiefer by the legs. He stopped, made eye contact with me. When he saw the Kiefers at my feet, I said the only thing I could think of. Well, this is awkward. Marlboro and I decided to open a bottle of Strega, have a few drinks. He explained that he had accidentally killed Kiefer a couple times. I totally understood. I mean, the guy was easy to kill. At one point, Carlos came into the freezer to grab a box of cookie dough. Didn't even acknowledge all the Kiefers. Now, shoot. My laptop battery is currently at 2%. It's obvious now that I won't be able to transcribe the rest of my journals before it dies. I don't have the time to tell you how I ended up at the bottom of that hole underneath the store with a broken leg, but I can tell you that I hear someone moving around above me, which is good, because I don't think I'm alone down here. Now, if you're hearing this, it means that I managed to upload my story. If you're not hearing this, then what even are you? Someone just called my name from the top of the precipice. I think it was Carlos. I wonder what happened to Tom. Actually, why didn't Tom ever show up? Come to think of it, I seem to remember Tom didn't survive the Halloween incident. Wait, who the hell have I been talking to this whole time? I promise that if I survive long enough to recharge my battery, I'll come back and tell the rest. Until then, I guess this story is to be continued.
Hey everybody, it's me, Jerry from the gas station at the edge of town. Proud to be the newest member of the team. The owners were so impressed with how I managed to stay inside the store for several days without leaving or going insane that they offered me a full-time position while the regular clerk is out recovering from his leg injury. Happy Monday, y'all. The other guy asked me to do him a small favor while he's getting some much-needed rest and relaxation. He gave me the password to his laptop and detailed instructions to transcribe his journal entries from last week. In exchange, he agreed to keep me on as a full-time assistant after he gets back. I get to learn what to expect on the job through his first-hand documentation, and he gets to continue his weird little blog thing. Now that's what I call a win-win. If I'm being honest, this is probably the best thing that could have happened to me right now. Ever since the program mysteriously dissolved at the Mathematist community, I've been feeling very lost and vulnerable. I've been losing weight and having trouble sleeping, and when I do, I keep having these weird dreams of some enormous being deep below the gas station waiting to devour us all. Clearly, a mistake was made and I was overlooked. If any of my old brothers and sisters are out there and see this post, please contact me. Tell the seniors they forgot me. I'm not mad. I miss you. I love you. Before I get started, some guys in suits came by and suggested that if this blog were going to continue, that I make a PSA. If there is anybody still alive that read the story about what happened here on Halloween, don't wait for symptoms to start. Please go to the nearest emergency room or call the Center for Disease Control and tell them you are experiencing the effects of Rommel's syndrome. Anyway, back to the journals. I'm going to do my best because the guy's handwriting is awful, but here's the parts I could read. 7 p.m. The man in the trench coat was standing out back when I went to take out the garbage tonight. I don't know why the man in the trench coat keeps visiting my store or why I've never gotten a good look at him. He was standing at the tree line just beyond the dumpsters, staring as he ever did. Tonight, I stared back. The hinge of his jaw began halfway up his face where his nose should have been, the edges pulled back to either ear in a skeletal grin. His tiny, milky white eyes were beads behind the oily black hairline that hung down straight in bangs all the way to his cheek jowl. His impossibly wide mouth bisected the head between greasy hair and wet flesh. Drool, I would assume. We stood there, 15 feet apart, staring at one another for what might have been 10 seconds or 10 minutes until finally the man in the trench coat turned away. His legs bent funny, in a way that human legs shouldn't be able to bend, and he landed on all fours before galloping off into the woods. I don't know if I've seen the last of the man in the trench coat. Holy shit, did you guys read that? This is some crazy shit. Sorry, Jerry again. I promise I'm not going to do the running commentary thing. I just had to say, Jesus, you know? This is some weird stuff. I mean, I remember him telling me a couple weeks ago to go outside and talk to a man in a trench coat. I'm super glad I didn't now. What the hell? Okay, that's it. I'm done. Back to the transcriptions. The next page is soaked in blood and completely unreadable. I'm gonna have to skip that part. Hundreds and hundreds of them. She had never seen so many in one place before, not even in her dreams. Before she left, she told me that I would see her again. Was that supposed to be a warning or a flirtation? 3:23 a.m. It's a quieter night than I'm used to. The package from yesterday afternoon still sits on the counter where I left it. The label is made out to me with a return address I don't recognize. The rectangular parcel is wrapped like a Christmas present with red and yellow stripes, and it feels heavy. I would say it's just the right size for a dead cat. I can't think of any realistic reason I shouldn't open the package, but there is something in the back of my mind telling me that to open this would be tantamount to opening Pandora's box. That the contents of this little parcel will irrevocably change the course of my life in a way that may have seemed impossible before. I feel like this box is full of butterflies, ready to create tsunamis, and I'm just not sure I'm ready for that yet. I think I'm going to teach Marlboro how to clean the drink machines. 3:47 a.m. Marlboro's passed out in a hammock in the supply closet. I think he finished that bottle on his own. I guess I'll go and clean the drink machines myself. 5:45 a.m. The hand plants are growing faster than I had anticipated. They are now past the elbows, almost to the shoulders. I saw that the crop had caught a curious coyote that got too close. It was not pretty. I also noticed that Rocco was still alive. I caught him sitting on the roof, tossing food to the crop of hand plants. This is why they're growing too fast. They're eating way too much. If this gets out of control, I may have to torch this crop just like the others. I don't want to. It sends shivers down my spine whenever I hear the way they scream. 7:30 a.m. Carlos came in for his morning shift looking pretty terrible. He filled up on coffee and told me that he hadn't been sleeping too well. The bad dreams have been keeping him from getting a restful night. I wonder if I should tell Carlos about my condition. He asked about the gift wrap package sitting on the counter. I told him that it came with the post yesterday and I didn't know who it was from. He asked if I was going to open it, and I told him that I had a bad feeling and pretty much decided to never, ever open it. 10 a.m. I decided to open the package. Without any fanfare or drum roll, I'll just tell you that what I found inside was a brand new laptop computer. I've never owned my own laptop before, and the only computer that ever belonged to me was a crappy little Tandy 1000 that I put together as a kid. I've always used the library computer lab or the browser on my phone to access the internet. This could be a game changer. The box also contained a signal repeater and some other gizmos. I know this is crazy, but I think I may actually be able to access the internet from the gas station now. There was a handwritten note at the bottom of the package. Hello. I left a comment on your page. There's something I want to tell you. I'm enjoying reading these stories you're writing, but I think if you actually sit down and write out one story at a time, that you will get a lot more upvotes. But it right now seems like a lot of half stories thrown together. I think you'd do great if you actually write out a whole story at a time. I bet you really could get a lot of upvotes and attention. It gets kind of confusing right now. Maybe start with when you got there and work your way up to now. I bet that would be super awesome. I'm so fascinated, but a little muddled as well. I can tell you have a great talent for writing, but I just thought maybe I'd offer a suggestion to help. Please do not take offense. It's just something I was thinking. Hope all is going well for you. Great. Another one of my readers tracked me down. I'm going to have to figure out how people keep finding me and put a stop to this. Thank you, whoever you are, for the laptop. I'm definitely keeping it. 10:15 a.m. I turned on the Wi-Fi card and noticed that for some reason there are dozens of secured networks around the gas station, most of which have 4 or 5 bars. The names for their networks are pure gobbledygook, like this one: 1E7G7C7TA11GUY232331324. Who the hell is transmitting Wi-Fi out here? 11 a.m. A man came into the store to buy a gas can a couple hours ago. I didn't think much of it at the time, but then he came back in asking if we could help him out with something down the road. I never got his name, but he was a big guy, tan skin and a thick beard. He said he was having car problems. I told him I wasn't a car guy, but he insisted that he didn't need a car guy. He just needed someone else to see what he was seeing. Marlboro agreed to watch the counter while Carlos and I followed the bearded man down the hill and around the curve, close to the spot where Carlos saw that thing in the woods. He couldn't remember what happened that night. After we got everything sorted out with Spencer and things started to go back to normal, I asked Carlos what it was that he saw in the woods that sent him running in such a careless panic, but he just shook his head and said he didn't know. The mind is a funny thing, and memories aren't the most reliable. I realize that I'm not the only person from the gas station with a list of try and forget stories. The man's car was parked on the side of the road, close to the same spot that Kiefer's SUV was broken down. So my car started acting funny, the guy said as we neared his vehicle. I began to wonder why we had walked this whole way when our own vehicle would have been quite useful in a case of a dead battery or, random bear attack. The guy kept going. I pulled over onto the side of the road when my electricals all started going haywire. I killed the engine, then when I tried to turn it over again, nada. I could see at this point that the hood was open. The man was driving a big black SUV similar to the one Kiefer owned, but newer and shinier. I don't see what's so weird about that. You need us to call a tow, or the man cut Carlos off. Rudely, I might add. I popped the hood, but everything was in order. I thought it maybe just needed some gas, so I went up to the station. When I got back, I saw this. We rounded the front of the car and we saw the this he was being so vague about. A small oak tree, maybe 4 or 5 years old, was growing up from the ground beneath the car, through the engine and stretched upwards at least 9 feet. The trunk of the tree had swallowed a decent portion of the engine, and from the looks of it, the car had been parked there for years. Interesting, I said. And you're sure that this wasn't here when you started driving? Before he could answer, he spun his head around and looked at the forest. You boys hear that? He asked. We stood still and listened. But I couldn't hear anything. No, I answered. Carlos shrugged. You boys know what an anglerfish is? The bearded man asked as he walked to the back door and opened it. Yeah, I guess, I answered. The bearded man pulled up a secret compartment from beneath the floorboard and retrieved a large automatic rifle. Now, I'm not a gun guy, and I can't tell you what kind of gun it was, but it was big and impressive and cool looking. The guy checked the clip and clicked something on the gun that I guess could have been the safety. Again, I'm not a gun guy, but it sounded super cool. Carlos put a hand on my shoulder and slowly backed away from the man with the gun, pulling me with him. But the man didn't seem to mind us one bit. He was focused on whatever he heard in the woods. If I'm right, you boys have an anglerfish in them woods. It's putting something out there to lure me in, make me think I'm hearing something that I'm not. Then, when I go looking for the one thing, bam, it attacks. Oh, like a siren? I asked. The man looked at me over his shoulder with a smirk and said, Yeah, like a siren. Y'all may want to get out of here. This could get dangerous. Don't worry about me. I've dealt with these things before. I'll be fine. The man pointed his gun and marched into the woods while Carlos and I made our way back to the gas station. 2 p.m. It's time for me to go home. I haven't used the laptop yet, but maybe tomorrow I'll start to type up these journals. November 8th. 6 p.m. It's getting dark so early these days. I noticed that the bearded man's SUV is still at the bottom of the hill with a tree growing through it. I would not call that a good sign. 11 p.m. I burned the rest of the hand plants. I finally know what's going on. A long time ago, I noticed what looked like strange mushrooms growing in a patch near the dumpster behind the gas station. I didn't think much about them, except that it was strange that Rocco's brood wouldn't go near them. When I took a closer look, I could have sworn that they looked like baby fingers poking out of the ground. As the weather got warmer, I kept an eye on the crops. They started getting longer and looking more and more distinguishably similar to human fingers. I swear they even started growing fingernails. Sometimes I would see them bend at the digits to squash a bug that wandered too close. Eventually, the mushrooms started sprouting leaves, and the finger sections continued to stretch out, creating what could only be described as hands, human hands. They would ball up into fists during the daytime and open up in the moonlight. I dug one of them up one day when we were really slow at work. I called Farmer Jr. to ask for his professional opinion. To the untrained eye, the hand plant looked just like a regular human hand, smaller than an adult's but larger than a child's, adolescent, teenager maybe. At the wrist, it turned into a gnarled root that smelled like sassafras, and throughout the plant, tiny leaves were sprouting. Farmer Jr. stood in the gas station looking it over for a while before asking me if we had any more of those things. I lied and told him no. I asked the owners what they wanted me to do. They thought it over for a couple days, then they told me to keep them. I think they expected to be able to make some money off them somehow, but eventually everyone forgot they were there. Everyone but me. And Farmer Jr., of course. I was thinking about the bearded man when I first heard the sound of a baby crying somewhere outside. I was alone in the store, and my first instinct was not the heroic one that most people may have had, to run outside and see where the poor baby was. My first instinct was more callous and irrational and in the form of a question. How the hell did a baby get way out here without me hearing it coming? Something wasn't right. The sound of the cries, which I could deduce were coming from the tree line, were getting louder and louder and more desperate. I looked around for Marlboro, but couldn't find him anywhere. If I was going to investigate the potential forest baby, I was going to have to do it alone. I remember the bearded man hearing the siren call of that thing he called an anglerfish. I remember Carlos's sound of crunching in the strega. And absolutely no part of me believed that I would be safe if I went into the woods, or that there was really a crying baby out there. But what if? I grabbed a flashlight and went out back. The crying seemed to be moving deeper into the forest, quickly, like the crying baby were being carried off by something that didn't have to stop and move around trees or physical barriers. I walked into the forest just far enough to find the last thing I ever expected to find. It seems that the hand plants had extended slightly further than the little patch outside the gas station. Those plants that I had been watching and burning whenever they got too aggressive were not as controlled as I previously believed, because out here, just a few steps into the woods, was a hand plant that I had missed, that I had never trimmed or culled or burned, that was left free to grow as large and wild as it possibly could. Out here was a hand plant that had grown so large it had fallen over. It had grown past the shoulder. It had grown its own head and torso and crotch and legs. Out here was a full human body covered in tiny leaves, huddled on the ground and attached to the soil by thick talons of brown roots. And the weirdest part of all, the body was one that I recognized. The body, the fully grown hand plant, was Kiefer. I don't know what possessed me to touch him. Maybe I just wanted to make sure that he was real, as if touching him would prove that one way or another. When I did, his eyes opened and he cracked a smile. He could not move. The roots had him firmly stuck in place, but this Kiefer plant could talk. And talk he did. We stayed out there talking for over an hour. I won't go into everything the Kiefer plant said, but I will say this. There is something under the gas station, something big and powerful, something plotting, and I've been working for years in a cloud of this dark god's farts. I felt extra terrible setting the fully developed Kiefer plant on fire after I burned the rest of the crop of hand plants, but honestly, what choice did I have? When I got back to the gas station, Spencer was waiting for me. He knew I knew, and I knew he knew I knew. I was halfway expecting what came next, but not expecting him to enjoy himself quite so much. Spencer locked the front doors, then proceeded to beat the crap out of me. I'd like to say I got in a few good hits as well, but that would be a huge lie. I don't think I laid a single finger on him, although I did mess his knuckles up pretty good with my face, so I have that going for me. Spencer dragged me across the gas station to the hallway past the bathrooms, past the walk-in cooler, to that big strange door that I had only just noticed a couple weeks ago. If it were possible for me to pass out, I'm sure I would be unconscious right now. "Why are you doing this?" I asked as he banged the door 3 times. There was a sound from the other side, and then Spencer yelled, "Open up, it's me!" The door cracked open, and Spencer dragged me into a room I had never seen before. It looked like an old office. There was a desk next to a wall of monitors with security feeds from all over the store and the perimeter. Security feeds from cameras I never knew existed. In the middle of the room was a large hole that looked like it had been created with a team of jackhammers. "It's time for you to meet my boss," Spencer said as he dragged me to the edge of the hole. "Kiefer?" I said, to which Spencer let out a hearty laugh. "No, not Kiefer. My boss put Kiefer out there and hired me to watch him. My boss is much bigger than some idiot politician." I half expected Spencer to go into the cliche movie villain exposition rant, but instead, he sparted me right into the hole. "I think my leg is broken. At least I assume that's what the bone poking out means, but hey, I'm no doctor. I would be really worried right now if it weren't for the fact that I stole Spencer's cell phone in the scuffle. Just as I expected, Spencer had the same network as Kiefer, which means he somehow had service. I put in a call to Tom's direct number, so I'm sure he'll be along shortly. Until he gets here, I'm just passing the time updating my journals. Somebody just dropped the laptop into this hole with me. Maybe it was Spencer, maybe he thinks I'm dead. Maybe I am. Again, I'm not a doctor. Whoever it was, I think I might have heard the sound of boot spurs clicking against the tile as he walked away. I guess I'll boot this thing up and start transcribing my journal before it's too late. Okay, so this is the last of his journals. You're probably wondering to yourself, where was Jerry while Spencer was beating the crap out of poor old Jack? Well, I had gone into town to see a movie. Yes, I went and watched Thor Ragnarok. If you haven't seen it, go see it. It is awesome. I guess I'm lucky I went when I did. Otherwise, this Spencer guy might have tossed me into that hole as well. I was the one that found Jack. When I came back to the gas station, I couldn't find anyone anywhere. So I went searching until I noticed that door at the edge of the hall cracked open slightly. I also found a really poorly made bomb behind the register, but it didn't take long to disassemble. You can thank the mandatory bomb building classes at the Mathematist program for that. No big deal, just me being my typical heroic self. I just caught myself digging.
Recovering from injury sucks. Recovering from an injury when you can't fall asleep sucks worse. Recovering from an injury when you can't fall asleep while simultaneously being hunted by a sociopathic lackey of a dark god with a personal vendetta against you sucks even worse. What sucks even more worse is having to do all of the above and still being called into work because, as the owner puts it, the new guy is a complete and total moron with willful and malicious idiocy that borders on the criminal. And so, here I am, against the doctor's advice, at the shitty gas station at the edge of town, only a little worse for wear. What's really incredible is that I've only been back for 1 day and there's already a body count. More on that later. My right leg is in a cast from the ankle to thigh, and I've elected to use crutches because, unsurprisingly, the gas station is not wheelchair accessible. The cast has several signatures and messages, which is very strange because I have no memory of anyone signing it. But that could just be a result of the pain meds. Looking down now, I can see that Carlos scrawled this message. "Try and stay out of trouble. C." There's also a message in red crayon. Jerry was here. A few signatures scribbled in Sharpie, and a little further up my leg I have to pull my pants way up to read it. This note. Well, that's annoyingly cryptic. I would check the tape logs to see who I let get so close to my delicate area, but the owners have every camera in the place removed, so I guess there was something about finding that secret room full of security camera feeds to bring personal privacy into the public discussion. I feel like the act of removing all the security cameras was a bit of an overreaction, especially with Spencer still out there. The police took a statement and confiscated the remains of the bomb. They're taking this whole thing very seriously, and an arrest warrant is out for Spencer Middleton, should he ever show up again. As for Kiefer, things get a little more, well, interesting. See, the police were unable to find any evidence that he ever even existed. He had no property in his name, no driver's license, no public record of any kind. The only thing ever linking him to this town was a grainy picture in an old yearbook photo. It would seem that Kiefer was living off the grid ever since he graduated high school. And now that Spencer's attempt to blow up the gas station failed, Kiefer has suspended his election campaign and simply disappeared. The sheriff's been sending a new deputy, Arnold, out to check on me at least twice a day. Arnold isn't from around here, which is probably why he agreed to replace Tom as the new gas station babysitter. He's around 6'2", dark skin with mustache thick enough to plant a yard flamingo in. He has eyes that constantly telegraph the statement, "Knock that nonsense off." I've yet to see him smile. I don't know if Arnold will become the next Tom or the next Spencer. Right now, he could go either way. Arnold was the one that dropped me off at work today. I'm not supposed to get back behind a steering wheel for a while, which is fine, I guess. I mean, it's not like I'm going on any road trips anytime soon. On the way to work, we passed the SUV of the man with the beard, the one staked in place on the side of the road by the tree growing up through its engine. I asked Arnold about it, but he just shrugged it off and said I shouldn't worry myself with other people's business. I asked him about the owner of the vehicle. Arnold said that they think that he got lost in the woods just like the other hikers last fall. A search and rescue effort was underway, and he was confident that they would find him, quote, one way or the other. After Arnold dropped me off today, I went about my regular shift-starting duties. I reconciled Marlboro's till, not at all surprised to see that he was somehow $150 over, or that the surplus was entirely in $1 coins. I logged all the invoices that had piled up while I was out, then I emptied the trash cans. I was hoping that I might run into the cowboy, but the only thing in the men's restroom was an obese Hispanic trucker, punishing the toilet and surrounding air with an unholy fury that deserves its own scary story. The sun was starting to go down when I hobbled out to the dumpster, balancing garbage bags against my crutches and probably looking like a baby deer learning to walk. You know, if that deer was drunk and two-legged and carrying several bags of garbage. The scorched earth near the dumpster was the same as I'd left it, blackened down to the subsoil. And somewhere just past the start of the trees was another patch of smoldered remains, one that I neglected to mention in the police report, one that might look to the casual observer like the remains of a human body. Before I turned to go back in, I noticed something odd on the side of the dumpster. See, at first I thought it was a children's toy, stuck to that dirty outside wall, but then I realized that it was moving, breathing, crawling, slowly, and eating the gooey drippings off the rust of the dumpster. The thing looked like a giant tomato caterpillar, about 8 inches long, and as the sun went down, I swear I could see the thing give off its own light source. The squishy caterpillar thing didn't seem to mind my presence. It even let me feed it an old Starburst that I had in my pocket. A yellow, because like all people, I hate the yellow Starburst. The critter bioluminescent a little brighter as it ate the taffy I gave it, and I gave it a gentle pat. Its hide wasn't as wet as it appeared. In fact, it seemed to be covered in tiny, clear hairs. "Well, you're not so bad," I said, while it nibbled at the candy. Not everything out here needs to be scary, huh? It wiggled and crawled away to a place in the back of the dumpster with more gunk. And I went back into the gas station. Marlboro has taken up smoking again. He had quit for a while, but then explained that the suffering he was causing himself by not smoking grossly outweighed the suffering he was causing us through secondhand smoke. And mathematically speaking, it didn't make any sense for him to quit. I was hoping that he was beginning to shed his cultist philosophy after the entire compound mysteriously vanished, but now I'm starting to fear that he can't be rehabilitated. Oh well. Today was a pretty normal, well, not normal, but average day at the gas station. We had some strange people visit. We had some normal people visit too. And along the way, I zoned out, finished a book that I'd been reading, made some boring journal entries, and even got online to browse the internet for a while. There's another package sitting under the counter, addressed to me from a return address I don't recognize. I took a gamble with that last package, and it turned out to be something great. But that was before Spencer tried to kill me, and once again my gut is telling me not to open it. I got a phone call today at the store a few hours after sundown. It was pretty late. Hard to say when exactly. Marlboro was asleep in his hammock in that dry storage room, and I couldn't remember the last customer. This was somewhere in that temporal wasteland between dusk and dawn. Hello?
Jack, listen very carefully. You don't know me. What I'm about to tell you will save your life, but only if you follow my instructions and do exactly what I say. In the drawer to your right is a pencil and paper. Get them. Write this down. These are the rules to your survival. 1. Do not leave the gas station. Do not go outside under any circumstances. 2. Do not drink the tap water. Do not even touch it. Don't smell it. Don't look at it. It's bottled water from here on out. 3. Don't trust your eyes. 4. Barricade...
Hang on. Where did you say the pen was?
In a drawer to the right.
Is it my right or your right?
Your right. How the hell would it be my right? I'm on the phone.
Right then I heard a car horn honk. It was the old widow, Mrs. Sistrunk. She's another local, someone in the area of 100 years old, if I had to guess. And at this point, not much more than a skeleton wrapped in an ill-fitting suit, with vibrant lipstick smeared all around the general mouth area. After her husband died, Mrs. Agatha Sistrunk had taken to buying and collecting sports cars and oversized trucks, and racing them around the outskirts of town all hours of the night. Her most recent purchase was a brand new Ford F-550, with a painting of the Hulk, and all of his green, smashing glory along the side. In person, she was a sweet old lady, no taller than 4.5 feet. She wore special shoes to reach the gas pedals, and always came to these gas stations to fill up because she knew that I'd help her pump her gas. Something that she'd never done before, and wasn't interested in learning how to do. "One sec," I said to the voice on the other end of the phone. "Be right back. Mrs. Sistrunk needs me to help top her off."
Listen to me,
the voice growled.
Do not go outside. If you go outside and you're dead. Do you hear me?
"I hear what you're saying," I said as I grabbed my crutches to get ready to leave. "But I don't work for you." With that, I hung up the phone. And I went outside to help Mrs. Sistrunk. Old Agatha was happy to see that I was back at work. Apparently Marlboro made her nervous. She said he was flirting at her, and wouldn't stop smoking while he pumped her gas. And before she left, she gave me a case of empty light beers and asked if I would be a lamb and toss these for her. I can't say no to Agatha. When I got around back to toss her trash, I noticed something terrible. The glowworm from this morning had formed itself into an enormous cocoon against the back of the dumpster. I can't explain why, exactly, but this filled me with some sort of... I don't know. What's the exact opposite of existential dread? Euphoria? Existential hope? Is that what optimism feels like? Again, I don't know, it doesn't make any sense. But seeing the weird garbage-eating caterpillar thing begin the brave journey of transformation gave me this tingling feeling in my soul that this was some kind of sign. Just when the caterpillar thought that his world had come to an end, he became a butterfly. My world has felt like it's been coming to an end for a while too, little buddy. Maybe I'm also on the verge of a metamorphosis. Maybe the world doesn't have to be so strange and scary. Maybe it can be strange and cool. I decided that whatever hatched from the cocoon, be it butterfly or moth or monster, I was going to name it Starburst. I hobbled myself back to the gas station and I tossed one last look over my shoulder at the dumpster to see that one of the raccoons was stuffing the cocoon into his mouth. It devoured the whole thing in a couple of bites before making eye contact with me and dashing off into the woods. Carlos came into the store for his late shift and asked how I was feeling. I told him the pain was tolerable. He nodded, like that was the kind of answer that he was looking for, and I went back to reading my book. A few moments later, the man with the beard came into the gas station. I almost didn't recognize him as the same man that went off into the woods after the creature he called an anglerfish. He had lost a lot of weight, his beard wasn't nearly as well kept, and he smelled like he'd bathed in a tub of pee that someone had farted in. "Hey," I said when he came in, "you're still alive. Cool." Did I mention that the man was holding a pistol when he walked in? The thought crossed my mind for the briefest moment that I wondered what happened to his big gun. I didn't have time to ask him. He quickly found the locks on the doors, used them, then covered the short distance to my register, gun extended, and aimed at my face. I told you not to go outside. You're lucky you're still alive, he screamed before grabbing the store phone and yanking it out of the wall. He threw it to the ground with a loud, satisfying smash and asked, "Who else is in this building?" Well, let me see, I said, thinking. It was you, and me, and probably the other cashier, unless he went into town again. I saw the other car out there. Toyota, that's yours? No, that's gotta be Carlos. Right on cue, Carlos walked out of the back, froze at the sight of the bearded man, still pointing the gun at my face. Carlos might have been tempted to take action if he hadn't been carrying a 50-pound bag of corn over his shoulder. Instead, he just raised his free hand and said softly, "Hey man, you don't want no trouble. If you're after the cash, go ahead and take it. Ain't no heroes here." The bearded man laughed in an obnoxious way and said, "Well, there's at least one. My name's Benjamin. I'm here to save your sorry asses." Carlos and I made eye contact. A lot can be conveyed in just an instant, if you know the person you're looking at. He was trying to see what I wanted to do. I was trying to tell him to relax. This was neither the worst nor the weirdest thing to happen in that room. "Okay," I said. "What do you need us to do, Benjamin?" "There's something evil under the gas station. Nobody's leaving here until I understand what it is, because I know that someone's working with that thing. I saw it in my dreams. I know you have too." Well, he was wrong about one thing. And right then, Marlborough walked out of the dry storage closet, stretching and yawning. Benjamin snapped him into a chokehold before he knew what was going on and jammed the gun against his head. "Are you listening to me?" Benjamin screamed. "I just told you that this world, as you know it, is just a facade. There's a devil here, and one of you is working for him." He looked at both of us for some kind of reaction. I don't think he got the one he was looking for. I just shrugged. Said, "Neat." Right then, Marlborough surprised the pants off everyone by half yelling, half laughing, "Let's do this! I'm not afraid to die!" before reaching up, grabbing the gun pressed against his head, and pulling the trigger. Now, I've seen a lot of weird stuff working at this shitty gas station. I've been nearly killed once, twice. I've watched the same guy die over and over in front of me. I've seen things that may or may not be real because I can't dream. And sometimes I wonder if my mind is making up for that in other ways. I've seen ball lightning, people with blue skin, a man with two heads, talking dog, an Elvis impersonator that may have been a little too convincing. I've seen so much weird stuff in that room. But this was the first time I ever saw a look of surprise like that on anybody's face. And it was absolutely priceless. What the hell is wrong with you people?" Benjamin said, backing away from us. "Ain't nothing wrong with us," said Marlborough, relieved to be free from the headlock. "What the hell's wrong with your gun?" "How'd you know I was out of ammo?" "I didn't." There was a loud thud as Carlos dropped the sack of corn. He was next to talk. "I think maybe you should get out of here, pal, while you still can." "Afraid I can't do that," Benjamin responded. "Not until this thing is dead, and not until I heard a wet thunk before I saw anything, before Benjamin went limp and hit the ground. When my eyes caught up to the situation, I hoped that what I was seeing was a hallucination. But the look of fear on Carlos's face told me that this wasn't the case. The man standing behind Benjamin, holding a bloodied shovel, the man that just saved our bacon, was smiling a toothy, delighted smile that he only made after inflicting the kind of pain he'd just inflicted. "Hey, Jack," said Spencer Middleton. "You miss me?" He stuck Carlos and Marlborough in the walk-in freezer. Marlborough is and always has been a go-with-the-flow kind of guy, so he went to the freezer voluntarily. Carlos put up a fight, which is why he ended up bruised and bloody and barely clinging to consciousness. From what I could see, Benjamin looked like he might be dead. At best, he was out cold in a slowly spreading pool of his own blood. Spencer pulled a couple of chairs out of storage and placed them both in front of the cash register, facing one another. He made a hobble over and sit down in one, then he spun the other around and sat in it backwards. Like a cool school teacher from the 90s. I want you to know, he said, I'm not mad at you. Neither's he. He wanted me to relay the message. Spencer's face still had specks of blood in it when he'd beaten the shit out of Carlos. Your boss? I said. Yeah, he was upset at you for what you did to Kiefer. He wanted me to show you what happens to bad children. You're supposed to meet him, but then that all got cocked up, huh? I guess it wasn't my time to die, I answered. That's when the smile faded from Spencer's face. He shook his head at me and said, Die? No. You weren't supposed to die. You can't die. We need you. I saw some movement behind Spencer, but tried not to break eye contact. It was Benjamin. He was alive. And right now, my best shot at getting out of here. He was moving slowly on the ground, regaining consciousness, but miraculously not making any noise. I tried to keep Spencer distracted. Your boss. Okay, tell me more about him. How did he find you? Who is he? Spencer chuckled. Oh, he's got a lot of names, but you'll meet him soon enough. This time, will not be interrupted. My friends? I don't care. They could join us. They could die. They make no difference. By the way, Jack, I wanted to ask, did you guys even figure out who placed that bomb? I laughed softly. Yeah, the police took it. They know it was you. They know everything. Almost everything. Okay, in the grand scheme of things, they know very little. But they do know you tried to kill me. You put the bomb in the gas station. Spencer shook his head again. Wrong on both accounts. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. And a bomb? Seriously. Not my style. He had more to say to me. But I'll never know. Because right then, Benjamin yanked his head back and wiped a knife blade the size of a large chihuahua across his neck, neatly slicing his head halfway off. Blood erupted out in a couple spurts, then stopped, and Spencer Middleton was no more. That's what you get, taunted Benjamin as he flung Spencer's lifeless body onto the floor, his blood pouring out and mixing with all the rest. He was gonna suck if I ever had to clean all this up. When we opened the freezer, we found that Marlboro had gone all bad nurse on Carlos, sticking clumps of frozen meat all over his face. For the swelling. I made us a fresh pot of coffee, and we took seats around the table by the window, just in case a nosy passerby decided to, pass by. We put a tarp over Spencer, moved the wet floor sign next to it. For about half an hour, we all just sat and drank coffee in a pregnant silence. When we were all done with our third cups, Carlos finally spoke. His jaw was swollen to hell, but he was still able to pronounce his words with only minor difficulty. So why haven't we called the cops yet? This is clearly self-defense. I got the face to prove it. Yeah, said Benjamin, after some lengthy deliberation. Yeah, let's call the cops. That'd be good, but tomorrow, you and me need to have a serious talk, Jack. I called Arnold, from the only phone in the building with any reception. Spencer's cell. The deputy listened to what I told him, just the most basic and simplified version of what happened that night, and he said that he would be on his way right after he got out of bed and put some clothes on. They called the owners next. They were not happy. They told me next time I should call them first. Wait, next time? Right now the others are at their booth, staring out the window, and I'm sitting on my laptop documenting the night while the memories are still fresh. I know this isn't over yet. Okay? I think the gas station is gonna have to close for a day or two, but when it opens up again, I'll be here. You write in my journals? Doing my best to ignore anyone who walks through those doors. I guess that means this is to be continued. Okay, so it's been about like an hour since my last post. We haven't had any customers yet, and if the gas station weren't an active crime scene, I might have asked one of our other employees to squeegee that large pool of blood into the drains by the cooler. For those of you who are out of the loop, you may want to catch up by listening to the earlier posts. I don't know what Arnold's personal grooming routine looks like, and I have to assume that, well, he spends at least 20 minutes a day in mustache prep, but even factoring that in, he should have been able to make it to the gas station by now. I called him in a few minutes ago to make sure that he hadn't gone back to bed, and to make sure that I hadn't imagined that phone call in the first place. The conversation went something like this. Yeah? Hey Arnold, you on your way? Sit tight, we had a little emergency. Okay. The road between town and you is blocked off. Okay. Which one?
All of them, even the service roads. It must have been a freak storm. I've never seen anything like it. All the roads are covered in trees, but they aren't, fallen. The trees are growing in the middle of the street. I've been trying to find a way around all morning, but I've given up. I'm about to head through on foot. Just to be clear, you said you heard from Spencer Middleton last night. Has he made any other contact?
Well, actually, he's here. He came in, some stuff happened, and now he's dead.
What? You're telling me there's a dead body at the gas station?
I already told him all of this. I really miss Tom. Did you not realize that?
I'm sorry, he answered. When the phone rang earlier, I had just woken up from this beautiful weird dream of a dark god. Call me into his eternal grace, taking me by the hand and guiding me into a blessed oblivion, freeing me from all the pain and suffering of this mortal prison, nurturing me like a child, inviting the world into a realm of higher existence, allowing me the privilege to devote myself to his glorious servitude.
Okay. I guess I'll see you when you get here. I ended the call and checked the charge on my phone. The battery was sitting close to 50%.
What's the deal, Lucille?
Asked Benjamin. Arnold is on his way here on foot, but we might have another problem.
Holy shit. You guys see that? Carlos asked, pointing out the window.
Now, I couldn't quite make it out where I was seated behind the counter, and I didn't feel like hobbling over a corpse just for a look. What is it? I asked.
There's a bunch of naked people out on the road. They're all walking this way,
Carlos answered.
What the hell you say? Said Marlborough, who was suddenly taking interest.
He pressed his face against the window for a better look.
Those aren't just people. I know them. That's Marla. And Tyler. And there goes Fred. At least, those are the names I gave them.
Benjamin closed the frozen drink machine, throwing over his shoulder a quick,
"They friends of yours?"
Family, actually. Well, they were anyway, before they disappeared. But I don't remember them looking like that. Like what? I asked, starting to get an uneasy feeling. He took a second to find the words, but all he came up with was, "They look funny." They continued walking closer to the gas station. Close enough by now that I could see them. At least a dozen people. Stark naked. The closer they got, the more details I could make out. The more I wish I couldn't. Their eyes were milky and pale. Maggots crawling out of infested crevices all over their body. Their skin dirty and covered in lesions and bruises. Marlborough was certainly not wrong. They looked funny. I'm sure you know the Hollywood-style zombie walk. A shuffle of an undead body with unpaired motor skills. The scariest part of these people approaching the front door of the gas station was that they were walking 100% perfectly normal. There's a bunch of decaying nudists out for a stroll. There was a loud crash that suddenly snapped us out of our probably rude staring. We all turned to see that Benjamin had pulled the frozen drink machine to the ground and was attempting to drag it over Spencer towards the front door. The sticky syrup concoction spilled out all over the ground, mixing with the congealed blood and coating the floor in a warm red and brown and purple viscous soup. There's no way we won't have an insect problem after this. Marlborough and Carlos didn't have to ask what was going on. They instantly knew the plan and began yanking down whatever fixtures were bolted in place and piling them up in a barricade against the glass doors. That would have helped if it weren't for this broken leg. Besides, it looks like they've got this under control.
"You boys think you can stay alive long enough for us to survive?"
Benjamin asked.
"We've got almost 90 years experience staying alive between the three of us,"
Carlos joked. Benjamin directed his next question to me.
"You got any weapons in this place?"
I told him no. The only thing I have is a half-empty canister of gasoline in the supply closet, and some really hard jerky, but he was welcome to whatever he could find. That's when he started MacGyvering some spears out of chair legs and a broken glass from the drink case. Well, about 10 minutes ago, the gas station lost power. Now really would be a great time to have a giant pet glow-in-the-dark butterfly. Stupid raccoons. It's been pretty quiet, save for the wet, guttural whispering coming from those people outside. Benjamin's still searching for weapons, while Carlos finds things to push against the front door, and assuming he hasn't fallen asleep, Marlborough has taken the back door. I was feeling pretty useless after Benjamin confiscated my crutches, so I figured I had to take this opportunity to type out the account of what happened, just in case Arnold gets here too late. and in the spirit of preparedness, I should say a few things to whoever finds these messages, or is it whomever? I never get that right. Well, first to the owners, I'm sorry about the mess. Second, to her. I'm sorry we didn't run into each other one last time. Third, to whomever keeps dumping tar into the ditch outside the gas station, I hate you. And I guess that's all I have to say. It's been a weird, crazy ride. This is Jack. From the gas station. Signing off one last time. I didn't die! Sorry, it's been so long since the last update. I just got my laptop back from the police. Special thanks to whoever gilded me, by the way. But I don't know what to do with Reddit Gold, but it brings warmth to my soul. I know you guys are probably wondering what happened. Well, last week, I met a dark god. We were in the gas station without power for hours. It's cold this time of year, so we huddled together around a plate of scented candles and ate pork rinds and canned beans. Marlboro almost dozed off a couple of times before Carlos decided to loot the energy pills behind the counter. He handed them out. We all took a few, washed them down with cold coffee, and telling ourselves it was for alertness. But all they did for me was create a heartbeat arrhythmia. That sure would be funny if those things broke in here just to find the four of us dead from heart attacks. Well, I mean, not funny, but, you know. Carlos tried to strike up a conversation with Benjamin a couple of times, but the bearded man wasn't very social. So you Army? Nah. I knew a guy. He was a ranger in the Army. You remind me of him. Alright. Those things out there. Any idea what we're dealing with? You ever seen anything like that before? No. Got any family? No. I checked Spencer's phone throughout the day. It wasn't getting any service anymore. I tried 911 a few times, but even that wouldn't go through. When the battery got to 5%, I turned it off. We might need it later for an emergency call. Eventually, the adrenaline pills started to wear off, and I remembered that my leg was still healing from a complex fracture. Maybe I shouldn't have agreed to come back to work so soon. I did that whole cripple walk back to the front desk to grab my meds, and while I was there, I spotted the still unopened gift-wrap package on the shelf beneath the register. I decided to ignore it and instead grab the employee whiskey bottle that was behind it. We told ourselves it was for our nerves. But all it did for me was give me an even worse heartbeat arrhythmia. A few more hours passed. After we killed the first bottle, we opened another. Then Marlboro got into the energy drinks because, we all needed mixers. At some point, the former cultist pulled out his stash and lit a joint. Without asking, I might add, turned the whole station into a hotbox. I can't remember if I'd taken my pain meds yet, so I went ahead and I took them. And as the sun started to set, I had two thoughts competing for first place in my mind. First, it sure is getting dark early these days. And second, I think we might be getting a little too fucked up to handle what's about to happen. Time became even more illusionary than normal once the laptop died, and we had no way of knowing how long we'd been waiting. We started measuring the time in candles. Our snack food and morale raced each other to depletion. At some point, Carlos got me away from the others to ask what I thought about Benjamin. I told him that he was the nicest guy that had pointed a gun at my face all week. But Carlos told me that he had a weird feeling about him. I reminded Carlos that he had killed Kiefer a couple times, and maybe he should get off of his high horse. "Hey!" Benjamin yelled at us from across the room. "What are you two talking about?" Anime, I lied. I think he bought it. "You get over here. I don't need any more dead bodies piling up tonight." Benjamin was in the corner, warming his hands over the candle plate. It was the only source of light in the building, and was casting shadows that could easily be described as spooky, if I weren't in such a serious life or death situation. Some of these shadows looked like faces, smiling, laughing at us idiots. One or two looked like old presidents. One of them asked me what time it was, and holy crap, I was tripping. "You okay, man?" Carlos asked, snapping me back to reality. "I honestly have no idea."
Did you ever figure out who placed that bomb? Asked Spencer Middleton in a gurgle. What do you mean? I thought you did. Not me. Bombs aren't my style. Who do you know that can build a bomb? Well, where's Marlborough? I asked. Benjamin picked up his spear, formerly my crutch, that he had paracorded his knife to, and asked, Who the hell is Marlborough? Is someone else here? Marlborough? The other employee? I looked at Carlos, who just shrugged and said, I don't know no Marlborough. How many of them pills did you take? Had I imagined Marlborough this entire time? Did I just Tyler Durden this guy into existence? I tried to sit down on the tarp, but it turned into me lying on my back while the room spun. I could feel the human debris squish between that tarp fabric as I rested my head. How much of any of this was real anyway? You're losing it, you know. Yeah, no. All those years ago, the first doctor tried to prepare me for life with my condition. There weren't that many other cases before me, so they didn't know exactly how everything would play out. But every case had a few of the same side effects. Of course, there would be weight loss, fatigue, headaches, all the signs of normal physical illness early on. As the condition developed, there would be more interesting side effects, hallucinations, memory loss, the works. And of course, I can't be properly anesthetized. They tried in other cases to induce medical comas, but that just messed things up further. I'm always wide awake and halfway lucid during surgery. If you want to know what it's like, I'd tell you the truth. It's boring. You know what? Usually when I hurt someone bad enough, they pass out from the pain. They gave me a couple years tops. I hadn't been keeping track of time. Right then, Marlborough walked into the room, zipping up his fly. Presumably, he had just come from the bathroom, but who really knows? I pointed at him and yelled, That guy! See him right there? That's Marlborough! Carlos looked where I was pointing, then back at me. What do you mean, Jerry? Oh yeah, that's right. He has a real name. I hate it when he calls me Marlborough. Benjamin set the improvised spear down and turned his attention back to the fire. You better get him under control. You should open your package, said Spencer. Hey, wait a second. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Aren't you supposed to be dead? He said back. Touché, Spencer. Who are you talking to? Asked Carlos. Spencer, I answered. Well, stop that. You're freaking us out. 2 candles burned from start to finish before Benjamin decided that help wasn't on the way, and our best chance of survival was to fight it out with the things outside. I disagreed, but Benjamin informed me in his own polite way that it wasn't up for vote. We peeled back the layers of barricade just enough to get a view of the outside, and once we knew what we were dealing with, we could come up with a better game plan. Only he couldn't actually get a good look because something was blocking the view. Something just on the other side of the glass door. Benjamin yanked the rest of the barricade down and took a few steps back to marvel at it. Oh, well. You don't see that every day. No, you know what? No, I can't do it. I'm sorry. His name's Marlborough. We were trapped there inside the gas station, and on the other side of the door, a network of trees had grown together, twisted into knots and pressing against the glass. It was so densely pressed into a single wall of tree trunk that not even light could get through it. For all we knew, it could have been daytime outside. We have to get out of here, said Benjamin. We checked the back door, but it was the same thing. I often wondered how long a person could survive inside the gas station without any new supplies coming in. I had run into that scenario in my head 1,000,000 times. On boring nights, and what else is there to do? I had run the thought experiment for countless different contexts. How long could I survive if the gas station were transported back in time? Or to another planet? Or if there was a zombie apocalypse, etc. What I had deduced was that under ideal circumstances, I could live off the supplies on hand for 4 years if I could find a source of water. 6 weeks if not. These, however, were not ideal circumstances. We had already smashed up, weaponized, or eaten almost half of our supplies. If we were trapped here, it wouldn't take long for us to go all Donner Party on each other. While I was pondering this in the hallway by the cooler, we heard the sound of glass shattering from the main room. Benjamin raised his spear and led the way back. The wall of trees was still there on the other side of the doors. Our mess was still there. Everything was as we left it, with one exception. The tarp was pulled back, and Spencer's body was gone. A series of footprints coagulated in the blood, leading from where he should have been to the shattered glass of the front door, like he'd just gotten up, walked over, and was absorbed into the trees.
I need you boys to think real hard, Benjamin said. Is there any other way out of this place?
Well, Marlborough started. I shot him a look, shook my head, but I guess he couldn't see it in the dim candlelight, or maybe he was just too dense to understand. There is that hole.
Hole?
What hole? The hole in the secret room back here past the cooler. Secret room? Yeah, right over there. Marlborough pointed at the blank space on the wall where the door used to be. The owners had decided that the smartest thing that they could do when they found out about that secret room was to remove the door, build a good old-fashioned wall, forget all about it. But that only works if everyone agrees to forget all about it. Marlborough! You're telling me there's a secret room behind there, and a hole in that room that we can maybe fit inside and escape? Why didn't you boys tell me this earlier? He didn't wait for an answer. Benjamin went straight to the wall and started smashing it to pieces with his spear, and then, after he got it down a little, his bare hands. After a minute, the wall was once again a door. While Benjamin lit and placed a few candles around the giant hole in the floor, I grabbed Carlos, pulled him aside. Hey, I said, I should tell you something. Hey, I opened that package. The one that looked like a present? Yeah, I said. I'm not sure at what point I finally cracked and opened it, but I've been carrying around the content of that box in my pocket for at least one candle. Just like the last package, there was a note with this one. It read, I didn't expect you to use my letter as part of the story, but thanks. LOL. I didn't mind you using it. That was very neat. I liked it. I was very surprised. Thank you. I enjoyed your stories, and I knew it could be really great from the beginning. That's why I wrote what I did. I was surprised, but in a good way, that you used my letter. LOL. Thank you. I'm honored. Really honored. Underneath the letter was a small handgun. I knew enough about pistols from playing video games to know how to check the clip, and sure enough, it was loaded. I showed the gun to Carlos, who said, That's a Ruger 380. Is it good? Well, it's a gun, so it'll probably have more stopping power than a chair leg. Why don't you give it to him? Carlos gestured at our fearless leader. I don't know or trust him. Yeah, good point. Here, I said, trying to hand it over. I'm not a gun guy. No way. You keep it. I got both legs. You need it more than me. Benjamin yelled at us from the secret room. Y'all ready or what? Time to see what's down here. Then he jumped in. Oh, I may have neglected to mention that it was a 10-foot drop to the cave below. So I also may have taken a little pleasure in the sound of him crash landing and the pain moan that followed. Let's see, for the rest of us, we rolled up a tarp and put some knots into it like a poor man's rope ladder. I had to give it credit to the tarp. See, those things are incredibly useful. We had several hours above ground in a room with a dead body